ladies and gentlemen. Uh, I welcome you on behalf of organizers Total Communication, Ministry of IT and Telecom, Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, ISACA, and CISO.pk. We formally start this proceedings for this, our fourth international conference related to cybersecurity. The theme of this conference today is Cyber Threat Intelligence, and this is a hybrid edition. We will be having speakers participating in person as well as online. First of all, I would also like to thank our exclusive sponsors, especially HBL. They are with us since the first installment of this international conference. Total Communication has put a lot of effort after this pandemic to get this thing rolling again. For the welcome remarks and the opening speech, I would like to invite Mr. Syed Junaid Imam, Member IT, Ministry of IT and Technology. Welcome, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate Total Communication for organizing this conference, which is very close to Ministry of IT. And we in the government are putting special efforts to ensure not only security of our cyberspace, but also the privacy of the citizens. So let me first give you a perspective how we are looking at cybersecurity in the government, and then maybe a few words towards what we are doing and how the private and government sectors can collaborate together. So you all must have seen the Digital Pakistan vision of Prime Minister, and Ministry of IT is leading to implement that vision of the Prime Minister. In that vision, there are 6 vertical pillars: connectivity, skill development, innovation, e-governance, software development, digital platforms, and financial inclusion. But there are 2 important horizontal pillars of this vision, which will hold all these pillars together. These 2 cross-sectoral pillars are public-private partnership and privacy and security. So the overall purpose of Digital Pakistan is to bring economic prosperity in the country. And this economic prosperity is important for our national security as well. So the Digital Pakistan is the roadmap to economic prosperity, and at the same time this will also help citizen empowerment. So these are the 2 very important objectives of the government, and that's usually major objectives of any government, to empower the citizen and bring economic prosperity. Now, this Digital Pakistan, we believe, is impossible to achieve if we do not secure the cyberspace and if we are unable to protect the privacy of the citizens. So we in the government realize that cybersecurity is fundamental for Digital Pakistan and in turn for economic prosperity in the country. So this pillar of cybersecurity is linked with the national security and economic prosperity, and that's how the government is looking at the cybersecurity. And this seminar that the Total Communication is holding is an important aspect of securing the overall cyberspace. The government is taking different measures for the cybersecurity, and how the subject that is there for this conference is related. You must have seen in July, the government of Pakistan approved Pakistan's first national cybersecurity policy. There are multiple pillars of this policy. You must have gone through it. I will not go into the details of these pillars, but one important aspect is the implementation part. So we are also working on implementation of that cybersecurity policy. And in the implementation, we are building a national cert. this national cert is already in the development phase. It's almost a 2 billion rupee project. And with this national cert, we are also working on cert rules. So these cert rules will help the sectoral certs to build the overall ecosystem for cyber security. So with one body in the center, NCERT, and the sectoral certs working with the private organizations, that's how we plan to build the overall ecosystem of this cybersecurity in the country. And I think initially the NCERT will have a very fundamental role in not only information gathering, but for data analytics as well. And I think these two components are very fundamental to this threat intelligence. So the government is building the infrastructure that will help not only the private sectors, but other government and non-government organizations to protect their infrastructure, to protect their information systems. So once this whole ecosystem and this infrastructure is in place, a very fundamental aspect is collaboration between different entities, private sector, and the government. And I think these conferences help in building that collaboration. And we are also working from the government side as well to build a collaborative environment between these different stakeholders, be it the government bodies, regulators, private sector entities who will eventually be implementing the measures to secure their infrastructure. So it's a top-down approach in which the main national policy is implemented to the organization level. So we all will work together for implementation of this policy and for securing the overall cyberspace. As we are moving on the digital transformation journey, soon you will see a cloud-first policy as well. So the government presently is holding to different data centers in silos, but that's not helping the cause. It's not very efficient, and there are processes and procedural issues when you have isolated data centers which are not connected. So to overcome this situation, we are bringing in a cloud-first policy where the government will be transforming to the cloud. So once this adoption takes place, again, a majority of the government infrastructure will be moving on to the cloud. So once we are going into a cloud world, this cybersecurity becomes more and more important. So we are anticipating that maybe in a year or two, we'll be witnessing a significant transformation in the government procedures as far as the digital inclusion is concerned. So at the same time, we are also working to ensure the security of the cyberspace. So these two things will go hand in hand, and we will be helping the private sector to help the government in building this secure cyberspace, because we in the government understand that it's not the government that has to do everything. The development part, the innovation part, that has to come from the private sector. So the government's role is to provide an enabling environment for the innovators, for the startups, and for the enterprises, so that they help the government in building this secure cyberspace. So I'll conclude my note that we firmly believe that it's all about collaboration, and from Ministry of IT, we will be reaching out to different stakeholders for building this ecosystem, and we will also be expecting from all other stakeholders that they will be joining hand with us for building this secure cyberspace. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir, for sharing the steps being taken by the ministry in relation to NCERTs and the cloud security. Indeed, the patronage by the Ministry of IT and Telecommunication is essential for the success of cybersecurity in Pakistan. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a presentation on cybersecurity challenges in the era of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and cloud by Dr. Sohail Munir. He is advisor for emerging technologies and digital transformation, Dubai Digital Authority, UAE. He would be giving a presentation through online.
Basically, when we talk about cybersecurity focus areas today in 2021, we are all familiar with COVID and the impact that COVID has on cybersecurity when we are talking about everybody, your technology managers, CISOs, having to accommodate remote working. What COVID did was it transformed how you were going to look at citizen experiences. Now, digital experiences were also more important. There was a lot more focus on digital experiences. The other area, and these focus areas which I'm saying are also what keeps the CISOs up at night. These are your worry areas also. The other is this trend towards hyper-automation. So now we are talking about every entity looking at whatever processes could be automated. You see an influx of the likes of using RPA, robotic automation, using other intelligent automation tools. So now that is definitely increasing the challenges for cybersecurity professionals. The third, which is very interesting, is this need of delightful citizen experience, user experiences, customer experiences. So there is this constant effort by your digital teams to create very seamless and frictionless user experiences, connecting different user experiences. What that means is when you want to make a user experience very seamless and frictionless, you actually see security as not as an enabler, but pretty much as a hurdle there. And you have to actually find this fine line between how to protect privacy and security and how to actually make that citizen user experience very seamless. Most of the banking industry professionals, you will be facing this on a daily basis, where there's more and more demand by your business teams to provide the entire user journey on digital channels, with minimum number of clicks. Now that certainly increases a lot of challenges for security professionals. The other side is you are seeing new evolving business models. So when we talk about blockchain, for example, we basically, one of the first thing when anybody thinks about blockchain is that you are now going to disrupt, you're going to take out intermediaries from the system. You're going to have systems talk to each other and transact automatically. Now that brings in a significant security risk when we look at your cybersecurity teams. The other area which we are seeing, fifth area, is expanding attack surfaces. First, the challenge was you were actually going on mobile devices. Now we even have IoT devices, you have sensors to deal with. Not only that, you are now spreading your backend infrastructure, the application infrastructure is no longer centered at a data center, but you are in a multi-cloud environment. A lot of your app, you're enabling APIs, you are interfacing with a lot of other partners in this ecosystem. So your attack surface is expanding significantly. Next area is an evolving regulatory regime. So when we talk about, let's look at privacy concerns. A very interesting challenge comes in from regulatory regimes like GDPR. Somebody would say GDPR is a European standard or is a European regulation, how would that impact us? Why is it applicable in my jurisdiction? But it's not a background noise. But when we look at, for those who are practitioners in this industry who are developing systems, especially for customers where users could be coming cross-border, you know that even GDPR has implications. If you are sitting in Pakistan, you are a bank in Pakistan, that bank has a customer who may be a EU citizen or an EU resident. Now, all of a sudden, you have to be compliant with GDPR. And the privacy regime is actually evolving. Different jurisdictions are now coming up with their own privacy regulations. And the applicability is very confusing. So this is a major challenge today for professional cybersecurity departments of organizations to actually make sure that they are in sync with the evolving regulatory regime. The next area is emerging technology trends. You are seeing conversational AI. You want chatbots to be implemented if you're a banking solution. If you're a bank, you want your customer experience to have chatbots and other emerging tech, which again brings in interesting challenges when we look at from a cybersecurity perspective, be it AI, be it blockchain models, business models, be it the desire to have everything implemented as a code. The final area which you have to focus a lot on is certainly, I would say, AI, but the other side of AI is adversarial AI, where at one end you have pretty much AI is democratized. Machine learning and tools like data analytics are now as accessible as Microsoft Excel. So where there is the positive side of it, you're looking at ML tools to give you trends, to give you other opportunities to look at. At the same time, AI is now at the hands of the bad guys also. With adversarial AI, maybe I can start looking at entire traffic coming out of your network and basically have AI point out potential vulnerabilities. So it is becoming much more easier to have adversarial AI and be able to attack and look at your vulnerabilities. Some of the technology trends that you should be aware of is this move from core to edge computing with increasing power on the processors. There is a lot more happening on the edge, be it mobile devices, be it sensors, be it your browsers. So now most of the processing is happening on the browsers. That brings in a very interesting challenge when you look at security. The other very important thing is cloud to multi-cloud. You are no longer centered in a data center. First, you were in a cloud environment. Now you have micro clouds and multi-clouds. Your chip on the camera is actually also a cloud. But more importantly, with evolution of cloud native technologies, you are now forced to be in a multi-cloud environment. A bank has to support APIs and APIs of other partners. A fintech, you want to enable a fintech, so you're going to expose your APIs. That would mean you now have to deal with a multi-cloud environment. And again, that brings in interesting challenges from perspective of cybersecurity. There is this trend of moving everything to microservices. You no longer are centered to your monolith core banking system. If I take a bank, a lot of your digital channels, the solutions that you're offering on digital channels is going to be microservices based. The challenge 4 years ago was how to virtualize. Now we are containerizing everything. So there is this whole move towards containerization. There is a drive to open source everything. Most of the solutions in today's tech stack that you are going to use are going to be most likely open source with your enterprise agreements and support agreements in place. That the other area is the need to actually, you're no longer reactive when you look at security. You have to be proactive. Gone are the days where a log data file was a forensic tool. And those who are in computer operations and cloud ops, you would know that maybe an hour of log would mean hundreds of thousands of lines of log files. So in the older days, you would not be able to use that to do anything proactive. Today, with log anomaly detection, with AI techniques, you can actually look at a very small number of remarkable logs to actually give you insights and ability to respond to that, respond to the logs, respond to the data. So you're no longer looking at security in a reactive mode, but more in a proactive mode. It's no longer about managed, but it's about self-governance and self-driven technology components. And last but not least, we are no longer in centralized environments. We are in distributed environments, and with new models, especially with blockchain, now we're talking about distribution across entities. So these are some of the trends that cybersecurity professionals have to be worried about, or have to at least be ready for. So in a way, we have to now rethink cybersecurity. Gartner says that operate like autonomic biological immune system when we look at cybersecurity. We have to first of all look at adaptive security. We are adapting to, so it's no longer about plan and defend, but you actually have to adapt to the trends. You have to be continuously monitoring. There has to be zero trust. When you look at security today, cybersecurity, you are not trusting any entity, any stakeholder in the ecosystem. There has to be a significant investment in AI. AI has completely changed the paradigm when we are talking about cybersecurity, be it ability, as I just said, ability to have reactive systems, proactive systems rather than reactive systems. And when we think cybersecurity, a lot of us were trained to look at boundaries of safe and unsafe, bastion hosts, DMZs. We no longer can think cybersecurity where there is a safe and an unsafe zone, because most of the, forget any complex organization like a bank, even a small startup offering a SaaS system, your assets are spread across. The attack surface has increased much more. So you cannot be looking at cybersecurity from a safe zone versus an unsafe zone. So these are some of the technology trends that we are seeing today that cybersecurity professionals should be aware of. I had limited time here, so the idea was to set the stage for the presentations that you're going to see today, which a lot of, if you see the program agenda, a lot of the people who are following are actually addressing some of these areas. So I'll stop here. My 15 minutes are up. Isn't it a great day at the workshop today?
Assalamu alaikum, good morning, Ji. I think my speaker before me brought up some very good points and the complexities of the environment. Unfortunately, we need to deal with these issues regardless of the complexity that they bring to us, because the world has moved on. Our customer has moved on, whether it be an individual or a corporate. Governments have moved on. So we all need that. Technology trends have varying all industries across different spectrums. The impact may be varying, but it has an impact on all industries. And therefore, we need to take a national approach to this issue. We need to take an approach which is a cross-sector approach to this issue. But most important, whether at a business level or individual level, we are seeing the impact come through in our lives. And I could suggest to you that this is not an issue about technology or resources. This is an issue about a new risk family, and we have to approach it from a very holistic view of understanding those risks at a company level, starting at the board. The board has to make an assessment. What is the risk appetite? The board has to determine how they view the risk framework set up in their companies, in their organizations, be they public sector organizations or private sector organizations. And from there, look at how to approach the solutions to it, because the solutions follow that. The solutions are frankly the easier part. Buying technology, buying toys is much easier than setting up the framework for governance. Do we get absorbed in things like trust architecture, where you verify and trustworthiness of all devices as data flows through them? Take an example of HBL. We have thousands of those devices. Do we get lost in that discussion? Or a zero trust security where you never trust everybody and always verify every piece of data? We daily deal with millions of transactions and multi-millions of data points. Or get overwhelmed by the loss of 8.5 billion records in 2019. It happened. It's an issue up there. So, to my mind, we need to not let any of those things overwhelm us in our thought process. Our thinking has to be very clear. And to me, therefore, it is better to see this issue in terms of the culture of the company, of an organization, of a department. Do we value data? That's what I mean when I say the culture of the organization. Do we see it as an asset? Do we respect it? Do we respect our client? And do we respect the data of our client, therefore, and give it the right treatment? The whole discussion on GDPR, which was brought about, really is about respect for your client. It's not just about a regulation about cross-border movement of data. Do we provide, can we ensure that the policies of the company are designed the right way? Again, when we start focusing on the cyber policy, when it's far beyond cyber policy, look at the destruction policy of a company. I can tell you that this is a live example from many years ago. I used to work for an international bank, and one day I went to buy something from a shop, and the general ledger of that bank was being used as a wrapping paper in that shop. Now, that general ledger had balances in it of accounts, which is financial information. Something was wrong with the destruction process in that company. Nothing to do with cyber. So cyber is one important element touching many things in the companies. And we need to put them all together in terms of the way we look at our policies, our contracts we do with third parties. What responsibilities does the company have? What responsibilities does our third party have? Our vendors have to provide protection to our customers, our data. Next is very important one. Do people hold themselves in a company for their actions? So if somebody shares their password, are they willing to own up to that and say, there is a policy against sharing passwords and I shared my password? So the people element to all this, which needs to be that are people treating their roles and responsibilities in the right manner? Is there separation of roles and responsibilities? Is the database manager having passwords for everything, or does he have or she have limited authority even as a database administrator on the type of access rights they have? All these come down to people issues. And then lastly, to me, these are important elements of a risk management framework and policy. Do we have the setup of such policies at a corporate level or not? Across all policies, not just the cyber policy. If we think more broadly in those terms, and then based on the outcomes of those discussions, invest in the right technologies, people skills, training for our cyber team, and ongoing improvement in our cyber program, only then we'll be able to, I think, cope with this new threat which has come up. Pakistan needs economic development. And more we are seeing data that the digital enablers are a strong input into economic development. Therefore, we cannot stop this wave of digitization in the country. We should not stop it. I submit to you, it's good for Pakistan to become a more digital nation because it's going to help our economy, it's going to create jobs, it's going to increase the efficiency of the country's productivity and the productivity of the private sector. So it has to happen. Question is, how do we deal with the risk from it? I think continuous focus on the development of frameworks is going to be very important across industries. And here I think we should commend our regulators, where we are seeing some interesting developments in frameworks coming out, which are, for example, the national certification thing, the PTA, SBP, SECP, all of them are now engaging. My only request is then you start engaging within the verticals and across also. I think the outcomes will be far more positive and far more powerful when these regulatory agencies become cross-industry oversight bodies for this space of cyber. I think in the industry, strong need for greater collaboration across different sectors, where be it services, be it healthcare, be it infrastructure, we all need to talk to each other much more. Trend analysis, early warning signals will only be powerful if we look at them across the country versus in their verticals. I think, lastly, the concept of cyber resilience needs to now become a BAU process. Cyber resilience is about how you assess your risk correctly, which I talked about already, but then identify and detect. We have to work with the philosophy that most companies today have been penetrated. It's your ability to early on identify where you have been penetrated, detect what it is that they're trying to attack in your assets, and contain them and expel them from your systems. It's how you respond and recover from an incident. A lot of us focus on how to prevent an incident on the assumption that it will not happen. It will happen. One incident can vibrate the whole country. So we need to become much better at how we recover from issues also like this, be it a ransomware attack, be it a DOS attack, be it a new social media related attacks that we are starting to see. So I want to thank all of you for bringing this forum together. Where this forum itself is a very powerful tool to bring different industries together. In this room today, we have people from many different parts of the private sector and the public sector and the government. So I think such forums are very good in creating the platforms for these discussions. I want to encourage you to have an open dialogue on how to leave today's conference with a practical step forward on better collaboration, to exchange information, and to better understand what's happening in this space and keep each other informed, because together we are stronger than any one industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagir Saab, for sharing your experience and insight. Now we have a presentation on navigating the 2021 threat landscape of Pakistan by founder and chairman Reuters. Please welcome on stage Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja.
Thank you for inviting to this event. Usually I don't speak behind this. It's gets difficult to speak while standing. Usually I walk and then speak. But yeah. So when Faisal Saab mentioned that I have 10 minutes to speak about the threat landscape of Pakistan, I said it's very difficult to cover in 10 minutes. But Reuters is one of the companies that monitor the threat landscape of Pakistan. We are one of the companies that for the entire year, we basically monitor the threat landscape and see what kind of attacks are happening and what should be looking at. So, yeah, hello, that's better. So I think in 10 minutes I would like to cover what kind of news, what kind of attacks made the news, because we talk about threat intelligence, we talk about collecting, aggregating, prioritizing threat intelligence, but it's also very important to understand what kind of attacks come in news, what kind of impact do they create, and what are the measures that we can take to protect from them. So this might get very technical. So for a non-technical audience, I would try to be as simple as I can. But since this is all threat intelligence, so I would try to cover what kind of intelligence we have gathered, what are we seeing in Pakistan, and how do we go from here? What are the things that we should be looking at? So to start with, I thought that we should be covering at what kind of groups are targeting Pakistan. So just before giving background about the groups that are targeting Pakistan, so we call them APTs, as you all know, Advanced Persistent Threats. That basically sits in your organization, that they target for on average that FireEye releases a median time that an attacker stays inside the network, which is 100 days. So usually APT groups are very complex. They use complex tools. They use 0 days. They use multiple techniques to compromise the organization. They sit in the organization for 15 days, 30 days, 60 days. They do their reconnaissance. They plan their attack. They discover the information, exfiltrate it, and then get out the organization. So that's basically what APTs do. They execute a very complex attack against an organization, which is very difficult to identify, which is very difficult to detect. And besides that, there are two motives of these groups that we are seeing. And so there are two types of groups that we see. One is the state-sponsored, that don't have any financial motive. They have the motive for the disruption or causing an anarchy. And then the other one is the financially motivated groups, which basically ask for a ransomware, which exfiltrates certain financial information, PII information, and sell them on the dark web forums or other sources. So let's go into the groups that we are seeing and what kind of attacks we are seeing here. Okay. So APT activity in Pakistan. So this is basically a calendar of the attacks that are happening in Pakistan, specifically from the APT groups. These are all advanced attacks that we are talking about. So you can see that India is most active country which has been targeting Pakistan. Most active group among them is the Sidewinder, which has launched 14 attacks against different Pakistani organizations. After that, we have the APTC-35 Do Not group, which stands on 10 attacks in Pakistan. So these are all advanced APT groups targeting Pakistani organizations on different levels. And then we have some North Korea, Iran, and China groups, which are not as active as we see multiple Indian APT groups. So what's the profile of these APT groups, what they do, what kind of activities they are doing? So for last 1 year, if you see MITRE as well, they refer us for the Sidewinder. We track Sidewinder on a very detailed analysis. We monitor their activity, we release their advisories. So Sidewinder is one of the groups that has been very active and has been targeting multiple organizations in Pakistan. If we look at the Sidewinder, they have been targeting aviation industry, defense, financial industry. So depending, and they comes with different names. Rattlesnake is also one of the name that they come with, and they have been using multiple tools, 0 days, phishing attacks, social engineering, multiple techniques that they use to compromise a certain organization. Do Not is the, as I mentioned, Do Not is the other group which is very active. They have been targeting certain organizations. Operation Hangover, which you might have heard about as well, that has been, they come with this name as well. So Operation Hangover, Do Not is the same group that has been targeting multiple organizations. They usually distribute malicious Microsoft Office files through emails or through different mechanisms, and which basically access the organization and they take it from there, and their complete focus is on Pakistan. So these are state sponsored groups. They don't come for the financial motives. They just want to do the espionage. They want to gather the information, they want to misuse it, they want to get their intelligence. So this is all state sponsored groups, and we see that they have broken down into their expertise as well. Some target only mobile devices, some target specific businessmen, some target specific organizations. So they know what they are doing. And in the last slide, I would also explain what kind of operations they are running, but they are very organized. So this is all organized operations. They have teams that are doing it. Then the other group that we, other sector that we see is the other countries that we see: Muddy Water, Red Delta, Gallium. I would just talk about APT 38 here, which is the Lazarus group, which was active in Pakistan in 2018, which was the first attack that they did on Bank Islami after the Bangladesh hack. So APT 38 is the famous Lazarus group that has been targeting organizations in Pakistan. Besides that, if we see, these are the state-sponsored groups. Then the other group that we see is the financially motivated groups that ask for ransom. And here we see that Netwalker has been very active, which basically, which is ECR. These are all the namings that industry has done. The ECR2R tag, which is the Netwalker. They basically, this is very organized, ransomware as a service group. They have multiple models. You want to make money, you become their affiliate, you become their developer, and you can use their platform to launch ransomware as a service. You pay for X amount. You don't need to have your own, operations. You just, get the subscription of Netwalker ransomware as a service platform. You use them. You tell them how many users you want to target. You get the kit, you execute it, they get the money, and you get the affiliated money and all that. And then the other thing that they are doing, they are targeting employees of multiple organizations. For example, I talked to one of the organization's employee. I said, I will give you $10,000 if you just run this executable in your organization. So this is what they do as well. So they have very organized, service. They were asking for $7 million and then end up publishing their data on the dark web, which was available on the dark web. So this is the same group that targeted K Electric last year, and they asked for a ransom of $7 million. So how do we see, as I was talking about the Indian APT, so if you remember, there was this campaign, Operation Hangover, that was done against Telenor in 2013. This is the same group. The company was called Appin, which was caught by multiple agencies. Citizen Lab, reported that these are the same companies. So Citizen Lab basically released a report in which they revealed the operation, how state-sponsored APT groups are operating. So these are, multi-million-dollar companies operating in India. They have hundreds of employees, planting attacks, doing social engineering, doing ransomware attacks, targeting multiple organizations across the globe. And this is a Citizen Lab report that they have released, that how comprehensive their operation is, what kind of operations they are running, how many employees they have. And these are two organizations that they talk about, Appin and Beltrox, which is basically being running multiple attacks from India, and they have revealed a lot of details. If you go on internet and get the Citizen Lab report about the operations being run by the APT groups and these two organizations. You will find out what details they have released. But yeah, this is very organized operation. This is very organized activity. It's not something that someone comes up and do this. They have planned it. They know how to do it, and that's how they make it to the news. If you see the history of the attacks, these are the attacks that have come to the news. You don't see other attacks on the news. These are the attacks that have made an impact to an organization, take their infrastructure down for a couple of days. We have seen Bank Islami, we have seen Mizan Bank, K Electric, FBR a couple of months ago, and recently National Bank of Pakistan. So I wouldn't say that they have been what information we have. For example, Bank Islami was done by Lazarus Group, K Electric was done by Networker Group. So these are all the attacks that we see. These are all advanced attacks. These are not just common attack that anyone came in and did an attack. This is all complex attacks, and you can see the impact that these attacks have created on the organization. How much business they have lost. How much how many days of business operations they were not able to run. So. And this is the type of attacks you need to worry about. You don't and it all goes to the basics, but these kind of activities, these kind of attacks, that is something an organizations need to worry about. And there is no secret pill to for the protection. If you ask me how to protect from this, I cannot tell you, because there is no signature for them, there is no pattern for them, there is no hash for them. People ask me, what are the IOCs for these attacks? There is no IOCs. I give you IOCs tomorrow, you won't be able to see those IOCs. So there is no secret sauce to or a secret pill that you can take that you will be free. This is all continuous monitoring. Just as I mentioned, that there you put all the technologies you want. If you don't monitor, you won't be able to detect them. This is all it's very advanced attacks. It's fileless malware. What kind of hash you will discover? They don't deploy any files. They don't download any files. It's all fileless. So this is something that I suggest that it's very important to do continuous security monitoring. Stay up to the mark with threat intelligence, do the threat intelligence orchestration, see what kind of threat feeds are coming in, what kinds of attacks are happening globally and in Pakistan, and take it from there. One of the important points is protect your credentials. They are very important. Protect your credentials, because that's where attacker comes in. They target your employees, they target any organization's system in a remote office or in a branch in a far location. So protect your credentials. That's where they come in. They get your credentials, and from there it's all executed. So protecting your credentials, doing a user behavior analysis, seeing what kind of authentication attempts are happening in your organization is very important. And also, always, as the best practice, do the defense in depth. Don't rely on one technology or just like certain tools. It's always defense in depth concept, that if one control fails, you have another control to rely on. And finally, the last one, which is very important, have a cybersecurity culture and awareness. People usually don't want to set a complex password. When you ask them to set a 16-digit password or 16-character password, they said, I cannot do it. Make it 5-character or 6-character or 7-character. I cannot change my password every 15 days and have 16-character password. So I think it's all about culture. We share our passwords with employees that, please log in, check my emails, do this, reply to my boss. So I think it's very important to have the cybersecurity awareness, and it's more about the culture. It's very important. If you invest in all of these controls, invest in all of these technologies, and if your employee, get convinced by an outsider in $10,000 or $5,000 to execute a malware inside an organization, what controls would do. So I think it's very important to have a cybersecurity culture across the country and protect the Pakistan. So this was just a quick presentation about kind of attacks that we are seeing. I tried to be as quick as I could, but thank you very much, and see you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuja, for sharing the insights with respect to the advanced persistent threats. Definitely, we don't have any signatures for that, but one very particular and important thing is the backups. We should know that somewhere some organizations, servers or data center would be hacked. But the importance of the backup, we just can't ignore it. Your data might be sold, but the thing is, how soon you can be back up and running? Unless you don't have the backups and you don't have the systems in place for regularly checking up the backups, then it would be very difficult. So just remember that being blackmailed by the ransomware and such organizations is not the solution. Paying the ransom is not the solution. So the foremost thing, the pledging is that the people don't pay the ransom. There are some policies there in some countries as well. Might be such policies come up here. But the importance of the backup remains. So have a proper backup policy. That's good, and that would be the one step preventing or reducing the damage from the APTs. Next, we have a presentation on role of certs for cyber secure Pakistan. Challenges and solution. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ammar Jafri, former additional DGFIA and founding head of NR3C. Welcome, sir.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अल्लाह के पाक नाम से शुरू करता हूँ। इंटरेस्टिंगली आज मैं अपने सफ़र के 20 साल पूरे कर रहा हूँ। मैंने 2002 में NR3C की बुनियाद रखी थी और ETO आया था उस वक़्त। उसके फ़ौरन बाद एक छोटा सा यूनिट कायम हुआ था जो एक बहुत बड़ा साइबर क्राइम विंग बन चुका है। इसी हॉल में हमने ब्रूस शेनर को बुलाया था 2004 में। हमारा माजी बहुत अच्छा है। अगर हमारी यूथ ये समझती है कि माजी में कुछ नहीं हुआ तो आई एम सॉरी टू इन्फॉर्म यू, बहुत अच्छा है। इस हॉल में ऐसे बहुत लोग बैठे हैं जो इस सफ़र के न सिर्फ मेरे साथी हैं, गवाह भी हैं, और हमने इकट्ठे बहुत काम किए, आज तक कर रहे हैं। माइकल एंजेलो ने कहा था कि ख्वाब इतना बड़ा देखो कि लोग हंस पड़ें। प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि आपने बड़ा ख्वाब देखा और नाकाम हो गए। प्रॉब्लम यह आपने छोटा ख्वाब देखा और कामयाब हो गए। आइए हम सब मिलकर एक बड़ा ख्वाब देखते हैं, उसका नाम है साइबर सिक्योर पाकिस्तान। इसी हॉल के अंदर पिछले 20 साल से फैसल की मेहरबानी है, मेरी बात सुन लेते हैं। हम इवेंट कर रहे हैं, अब ये बहुत कराची, लाहौर, हर जगह हो गए हैं इवेंट सारे ये। आई थिंक टू माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग there is a clear difference between cyber crime and cyber security. And today I think it should be a very clear line. Cyber crime is a government mandate. We have laws for that. People sitting here, they are taking the cognizance of it, no two issues about it. And they are doing their work fine. I am very happy. That is my alma mater, that is my parent organization. I am the founding head of NR3C. So I am very proud of them. And I very frequently visit them, and I'm thankful to them. But to my understanding, cybersecurity is a shared mandate. No government on this earth can do it alone. So why we are trying it? It is a shared mandate. Everybody has to be on board. People at the grassroots, people in the secretariats, people in the assembly, they have to be on board. I spent 10 years of my life in cybercrime era, but the rest of the 10 years in cybersecurity. Today I'll talk about the cybersecurity. I believe that no development in Pakistan, let me tell you very categorically, no development. But we are talking about SDGs, attaining the target of SDGs. Trust you me, it is not possible. Forget about it. If we are not cyber secure. Just think for a minute, all of you intelligent people. We don't have Zoom, we don't have internet, and we have faced the history. Just think about Estonia, what happened there. Just think about Georgia, what happened there. It's not an era of foot on the ground war. A lot of army officers sitting here. It's an era of hybrid warfare. No, there will be no attacks, physical attacks. They will do what the speaker before me was telling me, all of you. It's very clear now. We have to think about the future generation. The future leaders of Pakistan are in universities. They are in colleges. They are in schools. We have to make them cyber scouts. We have to make them cyber warriors. We have to make them the cyber defenders of Pakistan. It is our responsibility now. But for that, we will have to bring in place an ecosystem. We will have to bring in place the required HEC must be on board, Vice Chancellor must be on board. I think a lot of people are doing it, but we need to make some sort of scheme of things about that. I'm very clear about it. Everybody is working in silos. Everybody is working in silos. Nobody is even talking to the other party. This is the main. Somebody was asking me, what's the one sentence? Sit together, like we are sitting here today in this hall. There's a cybersecurity knowledge. A lot of people know about it, but there's a need for cybersecurity skills. I feel a complete gap into it. I see a lot of gaps from the government, from the organizations. Okay, fine. You have the knowledge. Absolutely, no two opinions about it. The people sitting in university, they have the best knowledge of the world. But do they have the skills? No. We have to teach them the skills, not the knowledge. We have done a lot in the knowledge side now. Now it's time for certifications. There's a huge gap into knowledge and certification. I think gone are the era when we used to talk about basic certifications. It's the era of advanced certifications. Organizations must come forward. Apart from the theoretical side of the knowledge, we have to be the practical. I think gone are the days of the firewall, SOC, SIEM, SOAR. Gone are the days now. It's the era of proactive cyber threat intelligence, what is written here. The era of reactive has gone now. We have a problem, everybody runs after it. But do we anticipate? Trust you me, few people sitting in this hall, they can anticipate that we will have this attack after 1 week, after 2 weeks. I'm sorry to inform you that in number of the cases, all the speaker was telling me here, the people sitting there knew it's going to happen. I think they must be put behind the bars. Let me tell you very frankly. I've told the FIA, call the CTO, call this president of the bank. Why you have done it? Have you met the common criteria? Have you gone through these certifications? It's the time now. Trust you me, it's a now or never situation for Pakistan. Now or never. Either we will face it, God forbid, Allah maaf kare hame. We should face it. जो कुछ हो रहा है वो कितना अच्छा नहीं है. CERTs, कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टीम. इसी हॉल में 20 साल पहले मैंने ये बात की थी, आज फिर वही बात करके जा रहा हूँ. CERT आपके घर का बाहर का चौकीदार है. आपने अंदर के चौकीदार बड़े अच्छे बना लिए हैं. ये बाहर का चौकीदार सामने वाले चौकीदार से बात करता है, कॉलोनी के सिस्टम से बात करता है, शहर के सिस्टम से बात करता है, दुनिया के सिस्टम से बात करता है. वो क्यों नहीं बनी आज तक नेशनल सर्ट, इसका जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है. 20 साल से लोग मुझे सुन रहे हैं. मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कह के जा रहा हूं, हमने नेशनल सर्ट बना दी थी. आज भी जाएं पीटीए की वेबसाइट के ऊपर, 2014 के अंदर लोग बैठे हैं इस हॉल के अंदर जिन्होंने मेरा साथ दिया था उस काम के अंदर. मैं अकेला नहीं था. 40 लोगों ने 2 साल तक काम करके नेशनल सर्ट बना दी थी. वो क्यों अप्रूव नहीं हुई? उन लोगों से पूछ जिन्होंने अप्रूव नहीं की. FIA के लोग बैठे हैं. मैंने 20 साल पहले NR3C कहा था, आज मैं NR4C कह रहा हूँ. प्लीज़ कोऑर्डिनेशन में आ जाए, सिर्फ कोऑर्डिनेशन लगा लें. इंशाल्लाह सर्ट्स के ऊपर एक सेशन है पूरा. लंच के बाद मैं चाहूँगा तफसील से बात करूँ. मैं आप सब लोगों का मशकूर हूँ कि आप लोग मुझे बुला लेते हैं, मेरी बात सुन लेते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैं इस वक्त दुनिया के तकरीबन 15 इदारों के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ. 18 घंटे काम करता हूँ और बहुत खुश हूँ. आप सब लोगों का बहुत शुक्रिया. खुदा हाफ़िज़.
Jafri Saab, thanks for sharing your experience and insight. Let me assure you, not everything is gloomy. There are a number of people here, those who are with you and still with you. And inshallah ta'ala, we will move forward. We are progressing. I've been through part of that 20-year journey. We are progressing and inshallah ta'ala, we'll do more. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor for this ceremony, Mr. Tausif Farooqi, Chairman NEPRA, for his keynote speech. Welcome on stage, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I am probably as surprised as you guys are what a power regulatory authority chairman is doing in this cyber security or cyber threat seminar. I can't add much value, let me at the onset accept this. You guys sitting here are IT experts, cyber security experts. I am no such expert. Why I accepted this honor, for which I am grateful to the organizers, because when I landed 2 years and 4 months back in NAPRA as chairman on a 42-minute Skype interview, I was actually in Abu Dhabi for last 20 years. I'm basically electrical engineer, then I did my MBA from LUMS. I'm also a Columbia Business graduate in a executive program. And I have over 30 years of power and water sector experience. Coincidentally, when I was in Abu Dhabi a few years back, Abu Dhabi showing their interest as well as commitment to this cyber security protection for their national critical infrastructure, they made a National Electronic Security Authority. So they made a full-fledged authority to combat and take cyber security head-on. So I was working as commercial director for the single largest power and water plant in Abu Dhabi. I was with Marubeni of Japan. It's called Tawila B plant, 2,000 megawatts and 160 million gallons per day. Water production was there through desalination technology. I was chosen by my CEO, not because I was an expert, but I had probably the most frequent interaction with the IT because of my very IT intensive applications, settlement system and all that. So at probably the highest level, he found me to be the scapegoat or easy access. So he asked me to represent the entire Tawila area, we had about 27% coming, power and water coming from that Tawila region. We had 3 plants there. So I was representing all those 3, and I used to attend sometimes quarterly, and then we had more frequent monthly meetings with NISA. So what we did was we developed these cyber security, and they call it actually business continuity, because cyber security is a very small part of the overall business continuity regulations that we developed over a period of 4 to 5 years actually. And all the key stakeholders, generation companies, transmission companies, distribution companies from the power sector, as well as all the other key sectors were taken on board, and we jointly with, of course, European consultant, they got it developed, and we had to implement all those regulations within our plants to show our readiness. So that is my only exposure to cyber security threat or regulations or how to combat it. When I landed in NAPRA 2 years and 4 months back, and I took it as a challenge, I noticed that a lot of things were happening and a lot of things were not happening. Like, for example, we were expanding our capacity in Pakistan without having any scientific way of matching demand with supply or vice versa. So very first time I forced to bring indicative generation capacity expansion plan. What it means is that over next 10 years, whatever capacity expansion will be there, that will be based on demand projections. So this is the first time we did that. Another very, again, electronic or computer intensive program that we have taken up is we are opening up the market for the 16% industrial consumers. What it means is that right now government is the only buyer and we have multi-sellers. So we are bringing multi-buyers and multi-seller market. Again, all the settlement will be computer based. So now that we are having lots of computerization and lot of digitization or digitalization in our sector, we are going to be exposed to all the anti-bounties of having the advent of technology. So we have to prepare ourselves. So CTBCM is another very monumental decision that we took. Another 3 initiatives I took myself that was not happening in NAPRA. One was Power with Prosperity. What it means is I am now engaging all my 300 plus licensees, which are all the generation companies, transmission companies and distribution companies, and you would probably be happy to know that very first time we have given licenses to 2 provincial companies for setting up transmission lines within the provinces, giving a head-on competition to our National Transmission Dispatch Company, NTDC. Though one is Sindh Transmission and Dispatch Company, the other is KPK Transmission and Dispatch Company. This again happened very first time. Minimum NAPRA standards for all our licensees to comply with the IT regulations to combat the cyber security potential threats. Because you will appreciate that we have multi-billion dollars of power assets in Pakistan. We have probably fantastic IT risk coverage. But on the OT side, I'm probably ashamed to say that we are probably like sitting ducks. And if our turbines are not revolving in the opposite direction thanks to hackers. So we absolutely can't afford that. So very first time now what I'm doing is I am engaging, I'm sitting in these meetings myself. Is it me or you? I have some friends working in Saudi Arabia. I have some ex-colleagues working in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So they have all joined hands and they are so excited to help out NAPRA in this endeavor whereby we are going to now in the process of preparing the regulations, again minimum NAPRA standards. And as my friend just mentioned about CERT, very first time we are not only developing our own CERT within NAPRA, but we are going to now come up with a requirement through our regulations that every single licensee has to comply with to come up with their own CERT. So very first time we are going to have a very robust power sector CERT in Pakistan. And my only strength is for few people, it is much easier said than done. For me, it is much easier done than said. So I'm not revealing it, but we are already at an advanced stage of developing the CERT formation as well as regulations. And since we have a certain process whereby we have to engage the entire public, very soon you will see the first draft going to our website, and probably it will also advertise in the paper. I request every single person sitting in this room that you are the expert. Please help us develop fabulous, maybe the first draft might not be, probably airtight, but at least I know Saudi Arabia has taken more than 10 years, and I can tell you UAE has taken probably, or Abu Dhabi has taken more than probably 7 years to reach where they have reached right now. So we have just started it last month, so I'm not going to probably say that we are going to cover all that ground in a few months or a year, but then there is another logic that we absolutely don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheels have already been invented, so we need to capitalize on them. All of you sitting in this room, you have the knowledge, so I will request you that please step forward, come up. And my major reason of coming here today is that all those who would like to volunteer in this grand task that we have taken up, which we are no master of, please help us, and we would like to come up with the best regulations possible to safeguard our assets. We have set up our industry with lots and lots of difficulty. Every single month when you guys receive the electricity bill, I'm sure you must all be feeling a lot of pinch. My request is that now that we have set up these assets, it is our job to basically protect them. One little contribution your power industry has done last year that I would like to share with you is, last year we came up with an industrial support package thanks to Prime Minister's office, and we worked together as well as Ministry of Energy Power Division, and we offered 25% discount to our large scale manufacturing and 50% discount to our SMEs over and above their previous year's consumption. Despite COVID going, everything was going down because of COVID, our power sector industrial side has grown for about 17%, which is phenomenal. And you will all probably know that our projected growth last year by IMF or World Bank was 1%. We have actually grown last year by 3.94%. Your power sector, your power industry, which I am regulating, had a very, very significant role to play in that. Now a new finance minister has come up with a huge growth agenda. He's talking about 8% this year, 5%, but in forthcoming years. So one thing that is going to be of utmost importance to help him achieve what he wants to achieve is electricity. Right now we have almost 39,000 megawatts of installed capacity against our requirement of 25,000, which is much more than what we need, but there are few thousand megawatts which are obsolete technology. So if we sideline that, we still have good 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts more than what we require. It's a bad situation because we have more supply than what we can use, and you will appreciate one thing, that our product is such, we can't produce a single unit of electricity unless the demand is there, so the supply always chases the demand. The second thing unique about our industry is that we cannot store our product. So, but the only good thing is that even the cost of even most expensive electricity is still cheaper than having no electricity. So I met Prime Minister of Pakistan. It's very gracious of him. He invited me for a one-on-one meeting. That was February 2020. And I said, let me start this meeting in a very positive note, that we have ample energy right now to basically stand shoulder to shoulder. If you, being Prime Minister, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 actions whereby you would like to lift the economy, the power industry is standing shoulder to shoulder with you. So now the good news is that we are there, we have the electricity to provide. There are challenges on the distribution side, there are challenges on the transmission side, which we are handling, and we are going to, inshallah, with the help of people like you. But today's topic is cybersecurity. My request to is, whenever you see that our first draft, or if any volunteer from your side would like to even chip in at this stage where we are developing in the process of developing CERT as well as regulations, please come up, and we'll be more than happy to capitalize on your knowledge. With this, I close my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja, Chairman Reuters. Shuja, are you here? Mr. Amar Jafri Saab. Mr. Amin Sharif, myself, Master of Ceremony. Now I would request Mr. Faisal Rahim to present the memento to our guest of honor, Chairman NAPRAS. Now I would request our sponsors nominees to please come on stage. Mr. Asif Minai from HBL. Mr. Tayyib Aziz from Fortinet. Mr. Tayyib Aziz. Fortinet, Kaspersky, Reuters, S2, Ivanti, ePress, Access Group. These are our gold sponsors for this conference. Now I would like to invite Mr. Usman Qureshi from Kaspersky. Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja from Reuters. Anyone from Reuters here? Mr. Muhammad Salman, S2 Consulting. Mr. Safdar from Ivanti. Mr. Ahmed Munib Khan, eBricks. Nusrat Khan, Access Group. Nusrat Khan. We have now from our silver sponsor from Strike Ready, Mr. Adil Salahuddin. From Comtel Systems, Mr. Ashar Faisal Khan. Comtel is our tea sponsor, which we'll soon be having. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have two special awards for those individuals, those who have served this information community very well for the last 20 years or so. And Total Communications and our sponsors, they have actually, it's a way of acknowledging their contributions. These are the Lifetime Achievements Award. Number first is for Mr. Ammar Jafri. He's a former additional Director General FIA and founding head of Cybercrime Wing of FIA and Automated Immigration System of Pakistan. Currently, he is leading Digital Pakistan Vision 2025 as his post-retirement agenda for last 12 years. His main focus of engagement is cybersecurity and fast-paced development in Pakistan, especially at grassroots level, leveraging the power of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoTs, and Industrial Revolution 4.0. Throughout his 40 years of stay in government service and now in private sector, he has been proactive in anticipating the future needs in cybersecurity, youth empowerment, and fast-paced development. Currently, he is heading number of initiatives like Cybersecure in Pakistan's Sustainable Development Goals, Search Coordination Center, District Incubation Center, Rural Incubation Centers, and many more. He is also representing Pakistan in a number of international fora in all these initiatives. It's my honor to call upon stage Mr. Ammar Jafri.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। तमाम सुनने वालों को और जो इस वक्त सारे प्रोग्राम में मौजूद हैं, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मैं अपने आप को बहुत खुश नसीब समझता हूँ कि अम्मार जाफरी साहब के बारे में मुझे कुछ कहने का मौका मिल रहा है। अम्मार जाफरी साहब मेरे बड़े भाइयों की तरह हैं। एक सीनियर गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर हैं और एक वो शख्स है जिन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छी ज़िंदगी गुजारी और जहाँ जहाँ गए नाम छोड़ा और बहुत अच्छा काम किया। मेरी इनसे मुलाकात हुई जब मैं FIA में आया और मैं हैरान हो गया कि FIA में टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया को इंट्रोड्यूस करने में इनका कितना बड़ा रोल था। उन्होंने स्पाइसेस इमिग्रेशन कंट्रोल सिस्टम को बेहतर करने के लिए पाकिस्तान के 19 चेक पोस्टों पे बेहतरीन निज़ाम कायम कराया, लोगों की ट्रेनिंग कराई और फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री फीमेल पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को रिक्रूट किया गया जो कि इमिग्रेशन काउंटर्स पे बैठ के तमाम आने वाले लोगों का जो एंटीसीडेंट्स उसको रिकॉर्ड करते और बहुत ज़बरदस्त काम किया है। उसके बाद मैं देखता हूँ कि साइबर क्राइम विंग में इनकी बहुत बड़ी कंट्रीब्यूशन है इस यूनिट को बनाने में। और आप देख रहे हैं जिस किस्म का आजकल का माहौल है, एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, लेकिन ही इज द पायनियर ऑफ फॉर्मिंग अ साइबर विंग इन FIA एंड एज अ रिजल्ट बाकी पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी उसको अपनाया, कॉपी की और अब साइबर
Second Lifetime Achievement Award is being honored to Brigadier Retired Dr. Ashraf Masood. Dr. Saab holds a blend of top-level multi-domain professional expertise and experience of over 4 decades, including academia, military, ICT, research and development, industrial leadership, and high-tech engineering. He completed his MS and doctoral studies from Michigan State University, USA in 1990 and 1992 respectively with unique distinction. Since 1992, he is on the senior faculty of National University of Science and Technology, NUST, Islamabad, leading to the appointment of Dean MCS 2009 to 2016. His core research interest is the domain of cybersecurity and intelligence with a focus on technology development and product and system engineering. As academic CS&I researcher, he has supervised number of MS and PhD level thesis research and 100+ undergraduate projects, resulting in over 40 high quality publications in prestigious international journals. In recognition to his exceptional acumen and contribution in CS&I and ICT research and development, he has been decorated with several military and civil awards, including very prestigious National IT Excellence Award in IT R&D for 2 consecutive years, 2004 and 2005. He is also active member of IEEE, Pakistan Information Security Association, Cloud Security Alliance, Computer Society of Pakistan, Open Source Foundation of Pakistan. He is CEO and CTO of 3 IT firms involved in research and development and product development manufacturing in the domain of CSI. And he is also principal advisor to a consortium of IT companies in Pakistan and China. It's my honor to call upon stage Dr. Masood. I also happen to be his student. It's really great an honor. Sir, thank you very much for being on stage. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being us for the first part of the conference. Now, please requested to proceed to the refreshment area and have tea and coffee as you like. Thank you very much.
Inside Pakistan. So we have one of the biggest cyber security team inside Pakistan to help advise on cyber security related issues, to help during this year, and how these insights can help you plan for a security infrastructure that essentially has some kind of a detection capability in place that can provide you a continuous stress assessment of your security posture, and you can improve on it. So this is going to be the theme of this presentation that I'm going to cover. So Fortinet mission is to secure people, devices, data, platform and services that are consumed by the customers. And we are uniquely positioned to actually achieve this mission because of the fact that Fortinet is an engineering-focused company. By far, we have the largest number of cybersecurity patents. We have one of the broadest product portfolio that actually come together in the form of a cybersecurity platform that has capability to provide protection against known threats, detect unknown threats, and provide an incident response capability as well. And testament to our technology and testament to our leadership is the fact that we have more than 500,000 customers across different verticals. Specifically in Pakistan, we have been working for past 10 years. We have seen a tremendous growth over the period of last years, and we are here to serve our customers inside Pakistan, and we have a dedicated team here for that. So now I'm going to touch on some of the security threat trends that we have seen during this year, some of the insights that you can gain from it, and maybe try to improve your security posture along the way as well. So Fortinet has a 20 years of threat intelligence experience. Every year we produce two main threat intelligence reports, and then there are quarterly reports available on Fortinet website. Apart from that, there are weekly threat digests that we publish as well that you can subscribe to, and you can get insight from it. So we have around 6 million sensors that are deployed across the globe. In addition to that, we are part of a lot of threat intelligence alliances as well. So we receive a lot of rich data that we consume, that we ultimately convert it into a meaningful information for our security controls that are deployed in the customer environment to provide them, to help them to manage those enterprise security risks in an efficient and effective kind of a manner. So during this year, we've seen 10% growth in the ransomware, and in addition to that, every year, in a cybersecurity industry, you get, a designation of the year as well, based on the mutual consensus of the market. So this year, we assume that it's going to be the year of the outbreaks. I'm going to touch on some of the incidents that were very prominent, that we see a lot of activity across different geographies, different environments for those particular vulnerabilities, those particular exploits, and what we can learn from them actually to better improve our security infrastructures. So at the tail end of last year, there was a SolarWinds vulnerability that was exposed by FireEye. It is widely believed that this infection was in SolarWinds environment for past 8 to 9 months, and then this particular vulnerability or a vulnerable patch was actually pushed down to around 18,000 SolarWinds customers, and there were hundreds of SolarWinds customers that were actively exploited by that particular vulnerability. So if I just try to break it down, so how does it happen, this supply chain related attacks? So basically what happened was that SolarWinds has a vulnerability in one of their authentication service. Hackers got hold of it, they infiltrated their environment, then they identify the developers, they use spear phishing techniques to infect their compute instances, and then the update package was infected. That was ultimately pushed down to a lot of customers. The idea here was that this particular update was properly signed by SolarWinds, so your detective controls were not able to detect it. So the takeaway from here is that in addition to a detective control that can a preventive control actually that can help identify known threat, you need to have a detection capability as well. So that if something is in your environment, tries to move laterally, so you can collect those indicators and you can make an instant response on it. So apart from SolarWinds, there was one major activity that we saw was around Colonial Pipeline. So this is basically Colonial Pipeline is a petroleum. They have a large pipeline between Texas and New Jersey, and they pushed, refined petroleum over that pipeline. They were hit by a ransomware attack, and they had to halt down their activities for 2 weeks. That ultimately results into this petroleum-related shortage in the U.S. So that was again a ransomware-related activity. And as one of the speakers highlighted before, that OT side of the things has been neglected for a very long time. So there needs to be a focus, there needs to be attention that needs to be paid to the OT side of the things as well. And on top of our list is Microsoft. So there were 4 vulnerabilities that were related to Exchange. It is believed that the threat actor behind those exploitation was Hafnium, which is believed to be a Chinese threat actor. We saw uptake in Exchange vulnerability during May and June timeframe, where a lot of our sensors started picking up this activity, and later on the cyber criminals got hold of the POCs, and they weaponized it and turned it into a ransomware, and they started infecting other customer environments as well. In addition to Microsoft, there was an F5 vulnerability that we see a lot of activity around on their big IP platform. There was advisory published by the F5. So these are some of the notable nominations from this year for which we see a lot of activity. So now let's take those points that we discussed. Let's take how basically those vulnerabilities got exploited, the type of methodologies and techniques that were used by the adversaries, and what we can learn from them, and how we can translate into a better and improved security posture for our environments. So in order to effectively manage security risks, the first question that you need to ask yourself is, what's the missing piece of the puzzle? So I've been working in Pakistan for past 3 years. I see our market, matured a lot over that time period. There are certain, verticals that are very matured, and then there are other verticals that are catching up. But the first question and the main question that we need to ask ourselves is that, are we treating cybersecurity as a first-class citizen? And you find that on most of the verticals, that's not the case. So now it's just a matter of getting compromised. If you are not treating cybersecurity as a first-class citizen, so you are basically a sitting duck. So it's just a matter of time, and you are going to compromise in future. We saw a lot of incidents in Pakistan where customers they thought that by just having a normal parameter firewall, they are protected against all kind of threats, but this is not the case. So you need to keep it in consideration that now the threat landscape is evolving at such a rapid pace that we need to have a very kind of a broad architecture in place that can help identify our digital attack surface, can provide protection across different areas. So typically, when we have a discussion with the customer, so I refer them back to the security frameworks. So depending on what type of security framework you like, if it's NIST, if it's ISO, all of them, the takeaways from all of those security frameworks are same. You need to identify your digital attack surface. You need to have mechanism in place to detect the known threats. On top of it, for those unknown threat type of activities, let's say supply chain type of attacks, really, really sophisticated types of attack, you need to have detection capability in place as well. Things like, EDRs, things like, XDRs, those can certainly play an important role in this particular area to help you identify those kind of activities. In addition to that, there can be deception technologies nowadays available that you can utilize as well to detect any kind of a lateral activity inside your environment. So then, of course, you need to continuously evaluate, improve your processes, your procedures, your incident response capability, and ultimately you need to have some kind of a feedback loops and mechanism to ensure that your security posture is improving and your enterprise security risks are managed effectively. So in order to help our customers, Fortinet has come up with a cybersecurity platform. This is not something new. This has been with us for past 15 years. So basically what this platform is a collection of security controls organically built from ground up. These controls natively integrate with each other. They provide broad visibility across the entire digital attack surface, from your endpoint to your data traversing to the network, reaching to your data centers, your applications, whether they are hosted on-premise, whether they are in the cloud, or whether you are using a SaaS-based application. So we can provide you visibility across the entire digital attack surface. In addition to that, this ecosystem has capability to detect known threats, to act on unknown kind of activities, and then there is an incident response capability to help network defenders, to gain an advantage over the adversaries. Like adversaries these days, they are using machine learning, they are using such kind of advanced technologies to infiltrate environments. Network defenders need to be equipped with those kind of same technologies so that they can respond to those threats effectively. So a major portion of any security solution, if you want to evaluate its security effectiveness, is how effective is the threat intelligence. So when it comes to Fortinet, we process billions of security events every day. We have our own patented machine learning technology that has been matured and in production for past 10 years. In addition to that, we are participating with multiple cyber threat alliances as well. So we share a lot of information with them that we receive from our millions of sensors. We consume a lot of good information from their side as well, that ultimately is used to, let's say, further improve our signatures, further improve our machine learning models, and to effectively translate all of that data into, let's say, signature machine learning models, indicator of compromise, that are powering our cybersecurity solution, inline security controls that are deployed in our customer environments. Another important thing to note is that Fortinet as a company itself have discovered more than 850 zero-day attacks. So we are pretty good in this particular area, and we have a 20 years of expertise as well. So if you have any further queries, any further questions, we are over there on the right side. So you can visit us, and we would definitely like to hear from you, and we would definitely like to, brainstorm with those challenges that you guys are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tayyab, for your industry insight. Our next presenter is joining us online from Australia. Mr. Glenn Barkley is Senior Solution Architect from a company called Anomaly. Topic he will be covering is how to orchestrate CTI.
First of all, yes, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to speak here. I've been looking forward to it for quite some time. But what I would like to do is go through and discuss give you some information around how to orchestrate cyber threat intelligence, some of the benefits, the challenges, and I guess how to start. So if we kick off, first of all, a bit about myself. Glenn Barclay, I'm a Senior Solutions Architect operating out of Australia for Anomaly. We do threat intelligence, threat management platform suite with a number of tools. And it's orchestration is a strong part of what some of our customers are trying to do, and a very important part of moving forward and improving your security within an organization. We'll jump into it right now, but I just want to go through and essentially a bit of a refresher for some people maybe, but just set a bit of a baseline here around what is threat intelligence. And I'm not going to go deep dive. I'm just essentially going to, if we kick off, and essentially go through and cover a couple of definitions. So there's a number of different definitions around what is cyber threat intelligence. There's just a couple on the screen at the moment from Frost Radar and Gartner. But essentially, everyone agrees that cyber threat intelligence is that collection and aggregation of data, information, and knowledge, and the analysis of that information to help organizations and security teams make better decisions. They get quite fancy in their definitions, some of them. You can see they're very wordy, but if we look at it, essentially, it's just that analysis of that collected information to provide the leadership with the ability to make better, more informed decisions around the protection of the organization or the next steps in processes. So cyber threat intelligence doesn't have to be just related directly to cyber. So, IP addresses, email addresses, things like that. It's information that is also able to be used for outside of the strict security teams, mergers and acquisitions, customer expectations and customer engagement can all be informed and better decisions made around those types of areas by the use of cyber threat intelligence. It's very important to remember as well that cyber threat intelligence is not just a product, so a report to management, metrics based on who's attacking us and how they're doing it, but it's also a process. So the cyber threat intelligence process is informed and is essentially copied and translated from the military form of processing intelligence, and there's a direct relationship there. And you can see on the screen there just a couple of quick points there about the different steps in the process. It's a cycle. It's all about the planning, direction, that informs what intelligence you need to collect, then how to process it to make best use of it so that your analysts or your leadership or your management can make better decisions. And then you disseminate that. Has to be relevant, has to be timely, has to be in the format that your audience or stakeholders need it so that they can perform their actions in support of the business. So the business could be anything from a bank protecting its customers' private data, or it could be the Defence Force protecting information around operational information for whether it be prior planning or the actual execution of some sort of military action. That it can all be related and used throughout different verticals and industries. But it all starts with that intelligence process, so you know what you need to collect and what you're trying to achieve. So once you've got that idea about what it knows, so now we know what threat intelligence, cyber threat intelligence is, and a bit of an idea about who might use it there. There is a crossover, and many people use the terms interchangeably, and that's quite okay, between automation and orchestration. So personally, I see automation as a subset of orchestration. If we look at some basic definitions there. So automation, in I guess its simplest words, is the automation of a single task or small number of tasks to perform a particular action, a known action, to make it easier for users or security teams, etc. So it could be just as simple as the automated filling in of a form. So if you think of your password manager, you go to a website, it automatically populates the username password in on the page, on the login screen, and that's a good example of what automation is. When we start talking about orchestration is that that workflow and collection of automation or automated tasks based on essentially decisions. So which website are you at? Then this is the password you need. If you're not at that website, you're at a different website, but on the same domain, don't give it that password, give it this password. That's a very basic idea about orchestration. So it's that scheduling of those automated tasks in a large scale environment, and it's made simpler by the breaking down into those automated tasks and scheduling those and triggering those automated tasks based on more detailed information. So automation is that simple automation, that simple process of a single task, and that automation is that collection and triggering of those active tasks based on certain decisions and enrichments and information to create a business flow effect there where you can make better decisions and perform efficiencies. So how do we use cyber threat intelligence when we're talking about orchestration? If we're looking at it in a number of sample cases I've got on the screen here, if you're looking at cyber threat intelligence, you're wanting to know how to, what technology to purchase. Are our workflows working? Do we need to add some mitigation controls? How strong are we somewhere? Well, you can do that by having that understanding of who are the threat actors attacking our vertical or our organization, and what tools, techniques, and procedures do they use to do that. So once you have that intelligence, that information about those actors and how they do it, you can then start making decisions around whether it be purchasing, is it processes and controls, is it education for your security team. You can make those decisions around that. And then extrapolating that out to the orchestration side of things, you can automate and orchestrate some mitigations in your controls based on the understanding about what those actors do, the tools and malware that they use, and how they might do things like persist in your network or perform lateral movement or something like that. There's along those similar sorts of lines, if you're collecting high confidence malicious domains, you're doing that based on the threat actors that target your industry. That can then inform how you automate the blocking or the tracking of those actors in regards to what action you want to do. Monitor it your scene for suspicious activity based on those high confidence malicious domains, or do we want to block it at the gateway? So there's a large number of sort of types of or use cases around that threat intelligence that you can use to inform those decisions, and based on those decisions that you're trying to make about blocking or workflow improvements or purchasing decisions, you can determine which intelligence you need to be able to make those decisions. So where do we start? So prior preparation prevents poor performance. So it comes down to the planning. So orchestration is it can be quite a complex task. But where do you start? Well, first of all, again, based on that threat intelligence process, trying to use CTI to inform orchestration and your decision making, then you need to understand who's trying to attack us and why they're doing it, the techniques that they're doing, but you also need to have an understanding about what your internal systems look like, the controls that you use, and essentially how effective they might be against those attackers. That can then help inform what level of orchestration, what tasks need to be performed to mitigate against those particular attacks, or build efficiencies, or automate functions so that it's manual functions so that your security analysts aren't having to perform the same task the same way based on the same conditions all day, every day. You can automate and orchestrate those tasks to leave them for the stuff that humans are good at, which is the actual assessment of the information that you're provided with based on the orchestration of information and the automated completion of a bunch of tasks to further inform your next steps. I've mentioned there collaboration is key, and that's one thing that has been a struggle in the past with organisations globally, is that they don't want to share what they know themselves. So if they've been attacked or breached, they don't want to share that out based on the fact that they don't want people knowing that they were attacked or that they were breached. So I think things are moving away from that now, and threat intelligence wouldn't be where it is today without collaboration. So whether it be a vendor sharing information based on their customers, or organisations sharing back out either anonymously or attributing it to themselves, that information is key. By collaboration, you're extending your security team of, say, you're a small organisation, you've got five security staff, and you collaborate with other industry peers, then potentially you've got you've just extended your security team to hundreds, if not thousands, of people there. And that understanding of your internal network and the tools you have available. So when you start talking about orchestration, you need to have that understanding, because you need to integrate those tools into the workflow as part of that automation flow. So it's important to know what tools you have, and so that you're fully aware of what level you can go to for that orchestration. Okay. But the biggest thing with orchestration is it requires planning. Okay, so it's not a black box. It's not like antivirus, deploying antivirus. It requires planning. It's not a simple task. It can be quite daunting, but there's an easy way to start, and that's with automation. So automate a handful of tasks. If you have your mail gateway is a perfect example. You have emails coming in using threat intelligence. You can determine which high confidence phishing domains or phishing email addresses, or even compromised email accounts. And using that intelligence, you can create some automation. If you've got emails coming into users that are known to be compromised, then the reason you know that is because emails come in, you do a checkup of what is known for that email address. If it's in a compromised email list, then you can block that content. You can trigger a password reset. If, for example, it's a standard user, maybe it is just a simple password reset. But if it's a high-ranking officer or CEO or something like that, then you can enforce a higher level there, where maybe they need to update two-factor authentication. They've got to, provide some level of verification of who they are when they change their password, whatever it might be, whatever level of security you need to implement. But you can do that based on the intelligence that you collect and that you have access to do a lookup, to help enrich that information and make those decisions. And that's what it's about, using that threat intelligence to automate those simple tasks and make better informed decisions at all levels of an organisation. And as part of that planning process, I have a strong recommendation there where you create a phased approach. So orchestration is a continual process. It's cyclic. You start with the planning, and then it's an ongoing process. New technology, new intelligence, new capabilities, a new understanding of your external threats and internal threats means that you need to continually build and tweak and revisit that orchestration and those steps to be able to do that. So if we look at, for example, what I've got there on the screen there, you have a plan. So you have there's a number of phases there that I've sort of thrown in there, and I do recommend you have the now. So what what's that low-hanging fruit that I can use automation to be able to improve my security posture and be proactive in my protection, or even help me make better decisions. You can use automation to do that over and above orchestration, because orchestration can take time to plan out. There's a number of steps. So that automation is very important. And I would look at that in that first, the 0 to 3 months. Then you'd look for items for the next 3 to 6 months. So the next level of tasks based on, a lot of the orchestration will be based on, I would recommend, based on the risk to the organization, to your services. So looking at the incidents that have been occurring within the organization, you can have a look at those incidents and which are the high risk incidents with potential to be very serious for the organization. I would start to then prioritize activities around automating and orchestrating tasks to remediate or to action those automatically where possible, and that's the 3 to 6 months. Then the 6 to 12 months you become more comprehensive and building out some, I guess, you have some brainstorming sessions to build out those tasks, to be able to do things like maybe submit malware, suspicious attachments to a sandbox, and then compare the IOCs that come out of that, the IP addresses, the file hashes, user agent strings, whatever it might be. Compare that to the intelligence that you have access to then decide whether you want to automatically block that information, block those file hashes at the mail gateway so that emails don't even get in anymore, block from those mail servers or from those email addresses that are sending to you. You can then be proactive, and that can be all automated so that your analysts or your security team don't have to do it. It's a simple automation activity, orchestration activity, based on some basic information workflows and some basic decision making. You can automate a lot of those tasks. Okay, so very, very important to have that plan. Okay, so execution. So this is a handful of, areas that I would look at to do just to start with. So if we look at those, they're monitoring and detection. You want visibly into your IT environment, but involving someone in the entire process can be tedious and time precious in regards to effort. If you build in security automation, you can build those tools to be on the lookout for those threats and notify you when you need to step in. So, those high confidence domains, which are phishing domains, you can block them automatically. If there's other indicators that have a lower confidence, maybe they get sent to a queue for your analysts to look at, and then they can make some decisions based on that. But you can also use the orchestration to perform the next phase, which is that data enrichment. So they're not as high confidence. They go to a queue for the analyst, but as part of that orchestration, we do some enrichment. So you do a who is, who owns the domain, when was it registered, was it a free email address, was it a Gmail address or similar that registered the domain. Now, there's a level of information there that you can add to it to make that analyst's job a lot easier, a lot more efficient, a lot more effective. Incident response is another place where orchestration can really help, and it should be something to be looked at to help automate as early as possible in the planning process. So when you realize that you're under attack, that fast response is critical. So automating those steps in the response, in your response plan, means that you can really contain and remove malware, deactivate a service, disable a user, or even install patches, or perform a workaround. You might part of the step might be to set aside or a particular network IP address range, subnet range. So you can you can start actioning it, but you can automate that as part of your incident response. You have a decent incident response plan, then you can really get down into the nitty gritty there to automate it as quickly as possible. And then user permission. So this is probably quite an important one as well. compromised domains, you want to start doing things, or compromised email addresses, you want to start triggering password resets, you want to look back in time and get prepared to action those activities. So what I might do is I think I'm running out of time here, so I'll go through a couple of just the last couple of slides, and then I'll wrap up. So the benefits of orchestration, you build those automated, repeatable processes. You can respond on the known bad based on collective experience, and improve the remediation and response to those common incidents. So orchestration is very, very powerful to help retain staff because you're automating those boring, mundane type things that they really don't want to do. And so how can Anomaly help? So Anomaly provides the ability there to collect and aggregate intelligence, performs automated enrichments. We use machine learning to build out, to determine false positives and provide confidence scoring. And there's a high level of enrichment capability there. And the whole platform is built around APIs. So it works really, really well when it comes to orchestration because everything that you can see in the platform is run by API. So SOAR and orchestration is very powerful for what we do. But as well as that, we have a high level of automation and integration so that it gives you time to build out that orchestration plan because we automate those immediate tasks that need to be done. Look, I'm right on time now. I hope I've provided some useful information there. Thank you very much, and hopefully see you sometime soon.
Simon, you do my demonstration.
Thank you for joining us all the way from Australia and your expertise. Keeping up with the same topic, we'll be moderated by Mr. Pat Henderson, founder and chairman of Intelligeince.
Intelligence, something which is becoming a buzzword, yes. But I think sanitation starts from ground zero. We need to realize a very important fact that things that are coming from outside or attacks coming from outside are very, very important, but it's equally important to understand what is coming from inside. So we have to understand and realize the importance of doing that. And then when it comes to cyber threat intelligence, I think now it's become a need of every organization. It's not limited to government or defense or even enterprise. Everybody as an organization, has to have some sort of a threat intelligence connectivity and usefulness of this treasure of information which is available, but if you don't use it right, it's just garbage. So orchestration helps them, helps the organizations to understand what is useful for them, what is not useful for them, less false positives. So, instead of your SOC teams or people who are trying to grab the most useful information for the organization, that's critical for us to understand. So CTI and its related platforms, like Glenn just said a few minutes back, is very critical to have connectivity. And one thing which is very important, I've seen it happening internationally as well, is the knowledge sharing platform. Knowledge sharing is something which has to become open now, and because it's very, very difficult for people to create armies of resources just doing threat hunting or threat intelligence management, right? So it is vital for us to join hands together and see if we can develop something in Pakistan as a knowledge sharing platform, and which anybody and everybody can connect to, and every organization, rather than investing millions of dollars into acquiring a tool and then millions of dollars into operating that tool with so many people, it is something which is, I suggest, should be implemented as soon as possible.
No, I think you raise an important point, and some aspects. I think this is something that I have in mind to discuss, that how local threat intelligence helps and what kind of knowledge sharing should be in the industry, because we do go towards global threat intelligence, but having country-specific threat intelligence, having industry-specific threat intelligence is very important. So, connecting to this, I would give this question to Farooq. So, what kind of feeds, what kind of use cases that threat intelligence can address? And I think since there are millions of feeds that are coming in for an organization, what should be the feeds that they should be looking at? What kind of I would say threat intelligence an organization should be looking at that they should consume and process?
Okay. So, so I think a good starting point when we talk about threat intelligence is that, I mean, there are lots of sources for threat intelligence, be it through open source platforms, through commercial feeds, through public sector feeds, and to sectoral specific feeds. And I think to your point, Faiz, a big challenge is around managing them, aggregating them, and making sure that it's meant for that specific organization and it's not just information that is coming in. So one of the things that we have seen in North America is our various concepts, especially around sectoral based ISACs. So in North America, a couple of years ago, we had this concept which came up, which is known as Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And as far as I know, more than a dozen ISACs exist as of now, be it for the financial sector, be it for the healthcare sector, for the public sector, for the research and education sector. And they have been serving the relevant community to ensure they are providing them the relevant feed for that specific sector, and also making sure that there is some kind of refinement and aggregation that is being done. Because we need to be careful about threat intelligence, because if threat intelligence is not aggregated and refined appropriately, it would be considered as noise. So one of the things that we often say in the cyber threat intelligence community is that threat intelligence should be actionable and tactical also. So, yeah, coming back to your point, we have got lots of use cases. The concept of ISACs came from the US, being now used globally. In Canada, we have the Canadian Center of Cybersecurity, which is also working on providing threat intelligence and advisories to the relevant sectors. And when we talk about threat intelligence, we're talking about 3 to 4 kinds of threat intelligence: strategic, tactical, technical, and operational. So from the public sector standpoint, we have the Canadian Center of Cybersecurity. We also have the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange, which has its own feed for various sectors. And then we have all the commercial feeds coming in from other players also. 2 to 3 years ago, I started working on a project in Ontario, Canada, which was more specific around developing and aggregating threat feed for the higher education sector also. So these are just some of the examples that we have seen of cyber threat intelligence use cases in North America.
Yeah, thank you, Farooq. Yeah, I think it's we have been trying in a lot of sectors have been trying to have the ISEC, which is as Farooq mentioned, is the information sharing and analysis center, which aggregates multiple information, multiple feeds from various sources and provide those specific information to a specific sector, financial sector, telecommunication sector. So I think there is a need for an ISEC in Pakistan, which Salman Saab also mentioned, that local knowledge sharing, local threat intelligence sharing is important. And I believe there have been some initiatives taken by certain communities as well and industries to have such knowledge sharing. I agree that it's not formalized as it should be, but I think it's very important to move towards an ISEC which dissipates that information. So I think one of the next question I would have from Bruce, that okay, so we have ISEC, we have multiple sources, we have a lot of information that is being shared, but an I think there is a connectivity problem. So while our panel gets back, maybe I can route this question to Salman.
If you want to, you can repeat the question.
Yeah, can you guys hear us now?
Yes, we can.
So I was giving a question to Bruce as you were talking about ISAC and the need for having an ISAC which dissipates the information which organizations can consume. So I think the question would be that once an organization has all of this feeds available, how do they prioritize, how do they consume all of that, and which helps in terms of the organization, because and not everything applies to a specific organization. So it's very important to understand what's the importance of that for an organization. So what's your take on that, that as an organization, how should they consume it and what should be the workflow around it?
Yes, thank you. So the enrichment of data, as we just discussed, is obviously very important. Having the different levels of technology, bring that in, whether it be open or closed sources, having that information, then prioritizing it, taking that information and being able to sift through the contextual awareness components that are needed, understanding the threat indicators. So again, allowing that ability to speed up and have an improvement in accuracy. So again, having that information well, I guess, embedded into your workflows, but also not just technical, but also business. So being able to then correlate that information, look at that from a provisioning perspective, and then how that information is analyzed in an organization is also very key to that. And then dissemination. Dissemination probably, I think, is this one of the most important areas of that. And the last being feedback. So once you've got this information and you've put it through some levels of tools, you've given that level of information the ability to sort of have its rawness removed and have it in a state that is now usable, that dissemination to people to understand it, use it, is key. And then, as I say, feedback. Feedback is a very important area because this is where you start to have this circular process between your threat intelligence. The ability to be able to then re-ask new questions and understand the ability to then move that forward. The relevance of all of that threat information is key. So again, tooling, good analytics, being able to, again, disseminate that information so that the people that need it can use it, and then to continuously evaluate that information through a feedback loop style, I think is very important.
Very well explained by Bruce. As we so as this session is progressing, you can see that there is a need for ISAC, which aggregates all the information, a local ISAC or a global ISAC that you are part of. Then based on that, you aggregate that information into your organization, prioritize it, disseminate it, have a feedback loop. So there is a continuous life cycle that revolves around threat intelligence that is coming in. And in continue to this question and this feedback, I would question to Dio that So where does now, we have seen the security orchestration, automation and response platform, we are seeing threat intelligence platform. So where do these solutions come in into the picture as you are seeing panelists talking about aggregating, prioritizing, feedback loop. So what's your take on these tools and where do they come in the picture?
Thank you very much. I think the key thing is to look at it from the perspective of if we're solving complex crimes in the real world, it requires coordination between different authorities. Addressing cyber threats requires an equally holistic approach. Okay. And if you look at the different functions within security operations, whether that's threat intelligence, IR, VM, vulnerability management, threat hunting, they are all integrated within that space. But a key integral part of these two is essentially SOAR and threat intelligence. Now, these two, if you look at them from the perspective of the entire gamut, SOAR itself is the backbone, you would say, for threat response and management processes, while threat intelligence provides you the information that will guide the necessary actions that need to be taken against critical threats. Now, within that space, if you look at some of the points that Glenn was raising and also Bruce, the key thing is, one, you could say SOAR is kind of like the engine and threat intelligence is the fuel to drive what you're looking to accomplish. Bruce was talking about when you put together your workflows, it's not just technical, it has to be business driven. So what are you looking to achieve? Is it operational efficiency? Is it risk mitigation? Those are the things that you need to use in tweaking where these fit into play. Now, for your threat intelligence, that will provide you benefits around how you structure and unstructuring your information. It will help you prioritize the threats that come against you in terms of intelligence sharing and actioning. Your SOAR platform will help you with your automated IR. It will help you with human to machine orchestration and machine to machine, and help you standardize your processes. Going back to what Bruce was saying, if you look at the fact that there is a whole gamut of where your infrastructure is sitting today. So that might be in the cloud and on-premise. If you need to orchestrate that, it can happen overnight. So the key thing is planning. He was talking about phases 0 to 3, I think 6 to 9, and then 9 to 12. And then just trying to see what you can run through. So the playbooks with low-hanging fruit, you could use very straightforward things. For example, if you say you've got high-risk signings from one location, you can set it up to say it should block that and force the user to do a password reset. So within that space, those are some of the areas that I would say you could very easily get the benefits of these, and then ensuring that you integrate as much of your security telemetry as possible to get the benefits, to get the full visibility of, and to help to try and identify where your blind spots are internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo, for your feedback. So I think you raised some important points. So we, with a lot of organizations, deploy these tools. They see the need of SOAR platform or RIT platform. But I think it's very important to understand the use cases that you want to address with these tools. So I would give this question to Salman Saab that what are some of the use cases that an organization should start with, and what are possible use cases that can be used through these tools? Because having these tools is just not the end of the story. You need to have a use case map to it and how to basically effectively utilize these tools. So what's your take on that?
Right. So I think when it comes to SOAR or a CDI threat intelligence platform, prioritizing is something very critical, and then taking the noise out of that whole bunch of information coming through being thrown to you. So it is something really, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it is pertinent for you every nation. So
if you talk to FSI, probably they might have some other priorities, but let's say if they are an enterprise, brand protection would be something very, very important for them, right? Even to FSI, this is not down, people losing the trust, and they might not come back to put their money inside. So, this is just one example. So now the sectorial threat intelligence that you were talking about, I think it's very spot on. I think Chairman Namrak even started talking about OD security. So even industrial threat intelligence is something which is critical in the kind of zone or 4 IR this will also be very critical for organizations to look into it, start evaluating the solutions or creating the skill set. I think somebody, I think the FIA said that creating skill set is also very, very critical because it takes years for somebody to get trained and get good enough experience to even run those tools. So I think knowledge sharing, why I was saying that Pakistan being a young country and on the other end, something which is not dollar enriched, it is very important to see to balance both the sides as well. Instead of everybody trying to create their own platforms and then signing up and keeping armies, why not create sharing possibility and have something which is able to help everybody again working in silos. So when I've been working in Pakistan for the past 5-6 years before I was in Middle East. So what I am seeing at least in this part of the world is that even within organizations there are silos. And knowledge sharing within itself is sometimes become the challenge that finds one department from another one. So I think we have to open up, we have to understand and realize cybersecurity is not one person's job. Cybersecurity, starting from an email which can follow anybody, executive or anybody who's sitting on any corner of the world, to somebody using an ERP solution or a banking software, it can come anywhere. So we have to be aware of that and awareness side of it. And in terms of protecting information or protecting your assets, yes. There's so many areas, but I think this is based on industry and their own priorities, how they want to take this forward.
Thank you. Farooq, I would ask you, since you have been involved in multiple communities and organizations, what are the use cases for these platforms, automating and orchestrating threat intelligence? It's a good word that we like, but what would you suggest to organizations who are looking to aggregate all of this information? So what use cases they should start with, and what should be a possible roadmap that they should be looking at to these platforms?
I think use cases, I think before use cases, I think the most important thing is what kind of platforms are there to consume threat intelligence. I think both Deo and Bruce and Salman Saab actually also touched on that topic briefly. So I think there should be a clear understanding in terms of what platform is going to be used to aggregate and consolidate those threat feeds so that they can be easily be consumed by the SOC. That's the first thing. The other thing is that one of the things that we tried and tested was looking for common grounds. Like, for instance, in Canada, especially in the public sector, we have seen a certain pattern of ransomware attacks, a certain pattern of breaches, certain TTPs which were common. So we made sure that we have the right tools in place to make sure that whatever threat intelligence we are getting is optimizing the required information and providing the information in a more timely manner. So that's the first thing. So threat intelligence or TTPs more around possible breaches, possible ransomwares. That's the first thing. The other thing is that we have got third-party feeds, which is also providing help in providing information about compromised accounts. So password spraying attacks has also been seen as a very common attack vector. So feeds like You Have Been Pwned and other feeds have now been aggregated on platforms like security scorecard and BitSight. So it's not just those commercial threat feeds. There are other services which are also aggregating third-party feeds to provide more visibility to the security operations center and the IR team. So I think the main game over here is to make sure that the security operations team is equipped with the right information to ensure that they are able to prevent an incident from happening rather than responding to it. And of course, I mean, that is still a struggle. I mean, in most of the cases, the threat intelligence is treated to respond to incidents in a more timely manner. But I think this whole thing is evolving, and I think we'll see more refinement in the space also.
Yeah, you're right. And leading to this, I think Dayo, you mentioned about like getting a face, but it's very important to map it to your organization. For example, if you are getting 1,000 feeds about vulnerabilities in the Linux platform and you don't use Linux, there is no need to consume those feeds. So I think having contextual mapping and prioritizing based on the assets that you have is very important. So what's your take and what your recommendation on the prioritizing and just contextualizing these feeds based on the assets in your organization? You're on mute.
Sorry, could you just repeat the last part of the question?
Yeah,
sorry.
It was related to the contextualization and prioritizing based on the organizational, assets, because there is so much coming in. So, what best practices or what's your recommendation on that organizations can look into?
I think this is where I want to go back to. I think the last part of Glenn's talk and to look at. And also, what Bruce was talking about in terms of where it stands, in terms of when you categorize your threat intelligence, whether it's strategic, operational, and tactical. The next thing is when you're looking at tweaking, and also when you're looking at configuring your playbooks to your own specification. I think that is one of the areas where you can start putting together the scoring. I think Farouk was talking about sector-specific threat intelligence and things like that. So if you've got that information in terms of this is the threat intelligence for businesses within your sector, who are the threat actors, what are the IOCs for different kinds of campaigns, whether that's phishing, whether that's malware, and then you can start setting up your own data models in terms of how you take that information, how that information is used within your various correlation platforms, so that it begins to flag the data that is kind of like interesting to you. And then once you get that, that can then be scored, so that once you have that scoring in place, then you can start to automate the kind of activity that happens. So for example, you set it up in a way that if there is a score from, say, a 7 to 10, automatically some action is taken to block. There was a discussion about sending some things to Sandbox earlier. You could set up your SOAR platform to do something similar. Say you've got a scoring from 3 to 7, it sends it to the Sandbox. And then maybe something from 1 to 3, then it runs through the standard playbook. But I think that in terms of what your requirements are, I think this is where a lot of the work comes in terms of, I think I mentioned earlier, what are you looking to achieve? Risk mitigation, is it an issue around operational efficiency? Then you begin to tweak the various platforms you have within that SOC, within your security operations. And then going back to the issue of use cases you were talking about earlier, what are your key use cases? Is it incident validation and prioritization, incident analysis, containment and remediation, and threat hunting? Those various, those various use cases and the objectives which drive that would also be, would also be the key things for the strategy that you use to tweak your platforms. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Bruce, would you like to add something on this? And plus, if you take it forward, at what kind of integrations in terms of, as I mentioned about the use cases, aggregating, prioritizing, the incident response threat hunting. So what are the, what's your feedback on this? And if you can, mention about what kind of, integrations, internal integrations with SIM, with other tools that our organization has. What are some of the key integrations that you should have with the SOAR and the TIP platform that you can take further and get most benefit out of it?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. So again, I think both speakers already have covered a significant amount of the areas. So let's just again, I'm just going to reiterate some of the points again. I think it's key that when we look at this from an integration perspectives, we need to break this down into like internal sources, of which technical sources you've got human sources. So again, from an integration perspective, there is a significant amount of information out there, not only in your own environment. And the own environment is probably one of the very key areas to get your threat intelligence, because this is your arena. This is an area that is within your control. And there is obviously, I guess we'll get on to this as we move through the conversations. But again, we've touched on it with the sharing information side of things. So being able to understand information that is akin to your organization, your agency, is always going to be key. And as we've talked about those use cases, again, you're going to look at those from a technical perspective and a business perspective. Technically, you're going to be looking at how you block something like malicious IP ranges, how you deal with something in that respect. Business is adding the context of your threat intelligence information, adding and aiding to investigations. So again, the use cases should be driven and built around your objectives and your key questions around what it is that you want the threat intelligence to actually do for you. And then as to how or what you integrate, again, is to a level key to what it is your business vertical or agency does. So again, sharing that information, and I don't just mean, it's how you've seen issues, what you've done to address those issues. So those integrations are all key, because you're going to start taking feeds from all of the equipment technically you have, all your internal sources. Your human sources are going to give you feedback to the information that you've processed and analyzed. So again, being able to have that information. I read somewhere not too long ago, somebody said that basically a computer cannot produce threat intelligence, but the humans are unsuited to the task of collecting. So these are the key things about your integrations. It requires that planning from the very outset to make sure that the outcomes are what you need as an organization.
Thank you for your detailed response. So I think we have a couple of minutes left. So I will do the last question, Mr. Mamsa, that you have seen implementations, how, what are the things that, an organization should be looking at, and how the entire, the process should look like. So just, your take on from my last question, that what a cyber threat intelligence orchestration, journey should look like. What are your recommendations, and just final words on this?
Right. Thank you, Sridhar. So I think cyber threat intelligence would come into place when I think the basic fundamental securing your organizations are covered. I think one of the critical areas that we need to look at is to patch our systems. Because there are taking ways for somebody to make sure they are able to compromise the security is either they plant something and just go and endpoint protection or SDR to protect for you. But the other thing is, majority of the attackers who try to exploit the existing vulnerabilities, we like to do that, and there are already millions of them of those available and people still exploring more and more. So patching is something which is critical and people have to focus on something. So it's housekeeping. And we have to start from our basics for that time. If I'm able to protect my organization, at least, if not more, 60 to 70% of the threats would try for go away. So at least from 0 you're at 6 to 7. And then you can have seen, you have shown, you have schools, platforms, different kinds of fees, which are open source, which are paid subscriptions. So all in all, I think it's a journey, and of course, I think today's session, coming from Karachi, Islamabad, people knows quite a lot of interest in it. We got that promises, and I think I was saying, how to start at 0 point, to start with that, and then start working in the direction. So it's for everybody, not only exercise, not only defensive, it's something which everybody has to do.
Thank you. I think the key takeaway from this panel would be that all the feedback and the opinion that we have received that threat intelligence is a journey. As Mansa mentioned, it's a journey that we have to go on, and it starts from as we discussed, aggregating the information, analyzing it, what's relevant to your organization, what's the relevancy and context to your organization, prioritizing it, doing the response, taking actions, and automating and orchestrating it on a scale. Because there is so much information coming in, you have to rely on the technology to respond to it, to analyze it, to aggregate it on a scale. But it depends on what use cases you want to start with. There are multiple use cases, as our experts mentioned. Incident response, aggregation, threat hunting. So depending, pick a couple of initial use cases, see what are the use cases that you want to start with, and go on this journey. I think intelligence is all about staying ahead of the attacks that are happening, map it to your organization, and take it from there. So just I would like to thank you for all the panelists that were part of this panel. We are running out of time, so thank you very much, and thanks for joining remotely, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for such a great discussion. Lots of technical information for all the non-technical people in the audience. Two key takeaways. One is human resource development, and the other one is breaking organizational silos. Sharing information is the key. Thank you, Salmansa, for highlighting that. Next, we'll be having another panel discussion. Very exciting topic, cyber warfare and nation-sponsored attacks. Moderator of this discussion will be Brigadier Retired Dr. Ashraf Masood, CEO, Tech Solutions. Brigadier Saab, please join us on the stage. And sir, please invite your panelist.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We have Dr. Nazir Malik, Dr. Mehreen Afzal, Mr. Salim Rafiq, and Mr. Faisal Anwar, बस कहीं भी बैठ जाओ, you can sit, बस सेंटर वाली चेयर छोड़ दीजिए. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very unique kind of a topic. Cyber warfare, which is not generally talked in the public most of the time. Well, the warfare by itself is considered to be the exclusive domain of armed forces, whereas the cyber warfare is absolutely different, distinctive in its character. Every citizen is part of this warfare. In fact, the whole country is the battleground, not the traditional battleground as we look at it. And then it is not only fought in the battlefield. In fact, the whole country is battlefield, and it's again fought not only in the wartime, but even in the peacetime, this whole thing continues on. In fact, there is no peacetime in this. It's a wartime all along. Once we look at this one, the national agencies which participates in this warfare have a very distinctive role to play, and then most of the time those faces, they are not usually public. They continue on to the overt operations behind the industry, academia, or some other kind of faces. So that's why in the public, those activities and the operations, they're not generally visible, but of course they have their own signatures. That's why we have collected a panel consisting of experts and distinguished panelists from all fields, from government, military, academia, industry, and wherever, and of course the financial institutions. So all those relevant institutions have been included. So we'll try to cover this topic as far as possible given this short span of time. Okay, to begin with, I'll start with Miss Dr. Marine Afzal. She's the chair cybersecurity department in Air University. She has been working in strategic organizations and doing lots of work on making tools and techniques onto this subject. So I'll ask her, in fact, that whenever there is some incident takes place, it is generally a big brother who is always blamed for that thing. And then we have certain countries and certain organizations which are named after that, while most of the time it is not so. So my question to Dr. Marine is as to how we identify or classify the attacks which we can really count them in the cyber attacks, and so that we can equivalently prepare ourselves for any counteraction against those. Yes, Ms.
So thank you very much. Yes, you're right that most of the time when there is an attack on critical infrastructure, we label it as a nation state sponsored attack, and then we connect it with the cyber warfare. In my view, there are many other types of attacks which are connected with the nation sponsored attacks, and their motives might not be to directly target critical infrastructure, but maybe only to defame a nation or maybe only to check their level of protection. And for that matter, we really need, in that angle, this becomes a purely technical question. I mean, then it does not, we do not need to analyze it from the angle of the damage that has been caused, but from that side, that how the attack has been launched. In this context, I would also like to quote an example. A few years back, there was an attack on some of our organization, which was not targeting any big infrastructure, but only some computer systems. But then a threat intelligence company reverse engineered the whole attack, and they labeled it as a nation-sponsored attack because of the things that the attackers have used. And those were mostly the level of the zero-day exploits that were available to the attackers. We need to analyze that generally the hackers or the small organization which are attempting such attacks, they do not have access to such level of exploits or such level of vulnerabilities which are available to such nation-sponsored attacks. So from my point of view, this becomes, from here, it becomes a purely technical problem. And then we actually need to design a framework, and mostly threat intelligence companies and other such organizations do these, to identify the footsteps of the hackers, to identify their behavior, basically, that how they have designed the attack, what type of exploits they have used, what level of access they have. So these parameters, and actually there can be many technical type of things which I'm not discussing here, but so in my point of view, this need to be analyzed from this angle, and when we will try to look it from the technical point of view, then we will be able to identify it as a nation-sponsored attack. Otherwise, generally, whenever there is an attack, we call it that this is part of cyber warfare. Mostly they are not, and I would say that many small attacks can also be nation-sponsored, because at times they are only testing the level of protection. They are only making a first level attempt to see the level of accesses you have given or you have tried, so that they can make a bigger attack at some later stage. So this is my take on this. That yes, this is a technical question, and we can make a pure framework based on maybe artificial intelligence and on other techniques to identify that this is a nation-sponsored attack or not.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marine. While there is a kind of a techniques and the things, how can we identify whether the attack is part of the cyber warfare or it's just the individual efforts here and there. Then the question is that we need to understand that how good we are and what is our state of preparedness. Dr. Nazir Malik is again representing maybe military and academia both. He has done his PhD in information security from NUST, and he's a fellow researcher at Galloway University, UK, and he's a very distinguished researcher. And I would like to ask him about the second part, which I said is the how good we are and what is our state of preparedness as of today vis-a-vis any potential threat which we are facing in these days. Thank you. And Dr. Nazir Malik.
Sir, thank you very much for giving a very high introduction of myself, sir. Thank you very much. Taking the lead from Dr. Marine, where she was saying that the cyber attacks, every cyber attack may not be a what you call into the leading toward the cyber warfare. Once we look at the nation's preparedness toward the cyber warfare or cyber defenses, we need to be seeing from the top to the bottom. So if there is a cyber warfare attack going on, we need to be, first thing is going to be the monitoring mechanism. As the first question was the state of preparedness. The first thing is the state of preparedness is the monitoring. How good the monitoring mechanism from the strategic level to the sectorial level to the what you call the tactical and operational level is deployed. As per my knowledge is that though we have good organizational structures available, whereby the individual organizations are taking care about their setups, their system, deploying the SOAR and TIP solutions and even the SIME at multiple places. However, once we look at the overall national level, we see there is a lot of gap as far as the source contents are concerned, or the TIP platforms are there, or the SOC monitoring platform. So the first thing which comes into our mind is, if we are going to be defending our resources, that is the monitoring mechanism. That is where we get the complete operating picture, where we can see that what all kind of attacks are coming to us. We come down to the sectorial level. The preparedness level is that in majority of the cases, the Pakistani industry is dependent on the hardware, on the software platforms, and other tools. We are dependent on the outside world. The hardware, we have been hearing about the hardware Trojans and a number of things. So if we see from the strategic concept or strategic perspective, I don't think so that there are many things which are going on in our national side where we are going to develop the hardware at our own level. So that means the hardware Trojans which are embedded into the system, we again lack at the screening processes where the hardware Trojans can be detected. So we are mostly reliant on the outside world, and that goes down to the organization and sectorial level even. So now if we want to say that how do we do it, so I would go from the point of view that as it has been said many times before, that the cybersecurity is not what you call is one man's perspective. It has to be taken care by every individual. So in this area, we need to be creating more of the alliances. If we see the NATO, we have been talking about the Estonia. What they have done is they developed these center of excellence in the cyber defense, where the products are being developed co-jointly, and that is the way forward, where we can be developing the combine or the alliances where we are developing such kind of the products. And now those products could go from the again top tier to the bottom tier. We are again dependent on the commercial products in most of the cases, and we just buy them, we outsource them, we deploy them without knowing the backdoors, the Trojans, or the malwares which are embedded into it, or the level of access. Once those softwares or those hardwares are deployed into your organization, the level of access which is still exposed to the parties, to the third parties, or to the organizations who are deploying those hardware and software in the organization, that is still unknown. So the perspective which we could be looking at is that we need to be putting in alliances mechanism where the code development, code production of the hardware and going down to the individual application and tool is required. So that is the state which I personally think that we need to be putting a response in this way, sir. Sir?
Well, thank you, Dr. Nazir. I think I would like to just add on to him that probably while we are using quite a heavy equipment in terms of IT is concerned in our infrastructure, but the requirement of being able to design, develop, and doing its analysis from the cyber intelligence perspective is very low. So we have to develop that capability. Otherwise, the threat perception probably cannot be mitigated in the way we are looking at it. And I would say it's a blessing on one side that our whole infrastructure is still in a very vintage domain. Our, mashallah, our railway, power and all other things, they are still not that technically developed, that there could be certain attacks of that kind. I think we have some time and we should make use of this cushion which we have holding on to at this time. So this is a blessing, and I think we need to make use of that. Next question I have to Mr. Salim Rafiq. He is a very distinguished personality, worked in internationally in many financial institutions, especially including World Bank and others. And in Pakistan, he has been like the Director General of Nadra Technologies, and probably I would say the hallmark of his work was that e-Sahulat project. This is the first e-commerce kind of an activity which probably took over here in Pakistan, and he has got a diverse, I would say, experience in various kind of banking and other financial institutions as well. So I would ask him as to what is the role of industry in Pakistan, especially whereby it can address the problems we are facing, and maybe then being able to develop the technologies and for that purpose. And especially I would ask him as being the representative of an open source foundation of Pakistan, as a founding member, as to how the open source technologies can contribute towards doing this thing at large. Ji, Salim Rafiq sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Saab. My perspective is slightly different because we need to look at do we have the resources, all the points that were highlighted so far and during the day. We do not have the capability to develop tools ourselves. Even if we try, it'll take us quite a while before we get to develop tools that are at the level of fighting the complexity of this warfare. So it's first of all, it's a mindset that the entire technology world, or in fact entire business community as well, all the government as well, need to change their mindset, because warfare, as we say, is not anymore hardware or software or military hardware. It's vaporware which comes from nowhere, and then we need to face it. So, and there's even in military now, they have to face cyber, because technology is used in military as well. So defense has to, the difference between the defense related and the non-defense related cyber security, there's very little difference. So first of all, our mindset needs to be changed in that to take this thing as a serious thing, because wherever we have seen this has happened, it has stopped countries, it has stopped businesses, and a tremendous amount of losses. So in terms of the tools and techniques, there are hundreds of products available in open source. Since we represent Open Source Foundation, we have looked at all levels, at the development level, at the application level, network level, at all levels, there are tools available. And the reason we are suggesting to use and to seriously look at open source tools is that the source is available, that source is at your hand. And that eliminates one possibility of backdoors. And if there are backdoors, or if there are malware embedded in there, then there's a good possibility that with our own tools and the source code, we can identify if there's any. So there are recognized tools at all levels, and hundreds of those tools are available. If you look at what other governments are doing, in United States, the government has passed a law back in 2016 where all their government-funded projects are done on open source. Now, since 2019, all the projects funded by the governments are open source by law. Germany is using that. Singapore is using open source. I can name tons of countries. Russia, all their intelligence agencies are using open technologies. And they have developed their own doors, so to say, and their own flavor of operating systems and own flavor of various tools. So I think in short, our option to develop a full defense can only be, in my opinion, through open source. Because if we have any other technologies, like Dr. Saab said, that there's very difficult to know if there are anything embedded in there. So I think in terms of tools, at all levels, there are tools available. And if you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion after the session.
Thank you, Slim Sir. In fact, this open source has opened up a vast vista of tools and techniques for both sides to work at. The GitHub is full of all that thing, and then we look at it like the Linux. There are thousands of people who are contributing to its development, and then there are millions of eyes who are watching them. That there is not anything malicious taking place. That's why the entire world is using the open source tools, especially this Linux, this OpenStack, and Kubernetes, and all such things which are coming up in Pakistan also. The entire community is using this open source technologies. And the entire fintech, which is seeing there for the confidence of the users, and of course the regulators, the entire code is made an open source for the evaluation and all that. So here is the part where Pakistan has to take place. And my last speaker, we have Mr. Faisal Anwar, very distinguished person, CIO of UBL. I just want to ask him a question which is relating to this, is that in recent past, the banking sector has been the direct victim of this cyber attacks in the past. Mizan Bank case, the National Bank case, the Bank Islami, and all that. Of course, there were some other organizations too, but the banking sector was probably the direct victim. I just need to ask him that what is the state of affairs now as to regarding protecting this banking infrastructure from such attacks in future, and in which direction we are going, and what kind of protective measures are being taken both at regulatory level and of course at technological level. Over to
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I think a lot has been discussed on the forum. So I'll kind of use the collective wisdom for the speakers who have spoken before me, and I'll try to shed some light, in my humble opinion, what we are doing in the fintech industry. So with the emergence of and adoption of technology, we opened up the gates, and naturally the national assets have become now open and vulnerable and accessible to actors who can potentially be the anti-state actors. However, first and most important thing for any organization, whether that is national or in a private capacity, it is for them to understand that they have the classification of attacks very well defined. Dr. Saiba has mentioned it earlier, but it is important for you to create your own defenses. You need to understand what is about to happen with you. So number one, classification of attack at all levels, that what kind of attacks would be coming in. Dr. Saab also used, and I'm going to use the same narration, how far you can actually create that defense, and how close you're going to let that attack come closer to you. That raises a question that do we have the geo-friendly states defined that could act as an actors for providing the threat feeds? Because when a threat emerges, it's a slow build-up. It doesn't happen overnight. Somebody intrudes into you and it's going to sit there, might be 15, 20 days, and in certain cases it may sit there for a couple of months. But it is very important for us as a state that we know and we have the friendly states from where we can see the potential build-up towards our critical infrastructure. Because once the person is at your gate, then your best defense is your strength. And then it depends for how long you're going to stop it. So it's a fight that goes on, and your best defense is your best intelligence. So what is far more important while you are defending, so in case we take a scenario, because aapne specifically you asked a question that something did penetrated into the bank, so I'm not going to get specific to any bank, but at that point in time it is far more important that what is the state of readiness for that organization to react to that emergency. And what is the level of urgency to which an organization look at its security? I was having this conversation a while ago here, that there are times when security is being looked at as a cost. And my opinion at that point, and very humble opinion, was that an organization, we need to review that what is it that we are trying to protect and against what we are trying to protect, and is that cost good enough? If we cannot react to a threat, because normally we do get the threat intel, and if we cannot collaborate, so normalization, a threat information is also what we lack across the nation. We need to normalize the threat intel and we need to spread it laterally to the other organizations to make sure that if it has happened to one organization, it should not happen to another organization. Whereas we say that, okay, it has happened to me, let me protect myself and not make a disclosure. It's okay for not to make a disclosure about the critical infrastructure, but it is okay to normalize that information and spread it as quickly as possible. So coming to your question, at the regulator end, they have created a forum which has a representation for the first time where the CISOs and the CIOs are collectively sitting there. What is the difference? It is not a China wall between the two designations that are well defined. It's a collaboration, it's a first line and a second line of defense. We well understood it on the commercial side. We said, okay, business will do the business, the compliance is the second line of defense, and they're going to do all the time defense. Why is it that we can't take that view on the technology side? So the sooner we take that, the better it gets. Rather than within the same organization, two organizations try to fight out a point, they become the first line and a second line of defense. That means that if I, as a CIO, has to guard it, somebody has to do the vigilance and reconnaissance for me, for the threat feeds, for the threat intelligence. And one thing that has happened nicely, and most of the banks are collaborating on that, is how can we disseminate this information across the financial industry. And this is where we are moving to, because financial industry in itself is a critical infrastructure in the country. So threat vectors needs to be shared, that we are trying to build up a collaborative environment. The defenses could be far better, but it is important that we do the intel, we share, that we can see a potential threat build up, and we have started to collaborate and share that information. We have also made requests that other organizational bodies, there should be representation of the financial sector so that we can collaborate better. Dissemination of information from a national CERT to a secretarial CERT with the normalization has to be much swifter. So if the information became available at the national CERT, within a fraction of time, it should get disseminated downstream. Because once I am in it, then I am in a different situation. Whereas if I would know the actor in point in time, I could create a better reaction and a better collaborated effort rather than making a desperate move. So just to recap on what I'm trying is regulator has recently set up the CIOs and the CISOs collaborative workforce to set up FinCert, which is a financial cert, eventually will collaborate into the national cert. We are actively working to develop a combined cyber threat intelligence platform which should serve all the financial entities, the banks and the fintechs and all of that. We are very actively working on the forum to be able to very quickly normalize the threat feeds that we receive specific to the organization and be able to disseminate that information across the banking industry. So if I have a knowledge, it's not a knowledge to me, it becomes a knowledge for the industry and the critical infrastructure can be saved.
Thank you very much, Faisal sir. I think we can continue discussing this subject. I think due to paucity of time, we have to close it down. I would like, if there are any questions out of the August gathering, if somebody wants to ask a question to any of the panelists. Yes, please.
It's not working. Can you hear me? Actually, I'm from Dice Analytics. My name is Ahmed Shoaib. We are working on the same notions that our respected sirs you are working right now. Basically, the main concern is that how we be आप लोग एक infrastructure के ऊपर काम करना चाह रहे हैं, the bigger picture. We want to become the base of that picture. That how the data security should be mainly focused on that. So we are already working with like one of the banks you have said it's already that there's a consortium, there's a collaboration with the things going on. So this is how we are working. We want to have a collaboration on your platform to move around for the data security part. That's the backup. How you can take the backup by foreseeing the threats that are being observed. So this is our thing that how we people like Dice Analytics can collaborate with you guys. So kindly let us know.
Sure, we can collaborate on that and we can have a discussion after the...
Well, thank you very much for the comments and the question. Any other question, please? Okay, well, thank you very much. Let me summarize it out because we have already run out of time. Is that there are many tools, techniques available to classify the attacks, and we should not just panic on every event which takes place, and need to look at it more, I would say, considerately into the thing as to how that has taken place. There are signatures for everything on that account. And also, we have got an opportunity here, actually, in terms of time cushion to react, to be able to develop our own tools, techniques, and do the R&D, and the academia has a bigger role to play. The universities have already started taking some of that task, and special programs are coming up in terms of cyber security and related fields, and the government has to take its own part. Recently, we have the cyber security policy. I think it was approved very recently, but I think it needs to be implemented in letter and spirit. For that, all relevant people have to be trained, and all infrastructure has to be developed. So the implementation is the question mark, where we have to look at it, and this is an opportunity for the industry also to come up and contribute towards this field to take care of this whole problem holistically. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for such an interesting discussion. Our next presenter is joining us online from all the way from USA. Mr. Yasser Khaled is CEO of Strike. Ready? Is he online?
Assalamualaikum, everyone. Yeah. So it's a great privilege to be in the presence of everyone over there. And it seems like I just joined a couple of minutes ago. Seems like it's a great event that is going on. Unfortunately, I'm based out of US in Dallas, Texas, which is 2 a.m. right now over here. But the excitement for the event and being part of something that is happening in Pakistan was like big enough for me to be awake at this time and join this call. A little bit about myself, I think, before we go into the topic of how to operationalize threat intelligence. My name is Yasser Khaled. I'm CEO of Strike Ready. I have been in cybersecurity for more than 13 years. Before starting Strike Ready back in 2018, I was part of FireEye, a very prominent cybersecurity company based out of Bay Area. And it has a huge presence and contribution from Pakistani community to the success of FireEye. I was one of the I led FireEye's a lot of operational programs like threat intelligence, and also like was one of the core architects for core detection technologies at FireEye. That experience and that led to like more than 15 patents in the area of cybersecurity, in threat detection, threat intelligence, and all those aspects. That helped me gain my next role with Blue Hexagon. I became part of Blue Hexagon's founding team. It was one of a premium technology company that focused on deep learning, leveraging deep learning to help detect network-based threats. And my expertise in the threat intelligence in that area helped achieve their goals and missions. And so, without further ado, the topic, today's topic, I think no topic can like associated with threat intelligence can start or be disassociated with this slide, a saying from Sun Tzu. It very like correctly captures the essence of how much value threat intelligence brings to any organization. It's a quite an old saying that where if you know your enemy and you know yourself, only then you can win all the battles that you have. Like knowing only your enemy, which are vast when it comes to cyber threat landscape, or yourself, may only help you win partial battles. So it's very, very important to know yourself internally, situationally aware of yourself, and then also who is going to come after you to have a successful program. And how then it applies to threat intelligence, right? And before getting deep diving into how to operationalize threat intelligence, it's understand it would be good to understand at a very high level, at a brief level, what the threat intelligence is. Like a lot of companies, a lot of people in the industry define threat intelligence differently, but it's an agreed upon concept that okay, threat intelligence eventually is the raw threat data that is in the form of IOCs or data that may be associated with threat actors or threat vectors that may be coming after you, or the infrastructure information like domains, IPs, ESNs, servers where you are going to get attacked with. When it actually get processed by human means and non-human means, machines, both process and add context and situational knowledge to it, then only it becomes like quality threat intelligence. Then only it becomes actionable information. Otherwise, it still remains like in piece of information that you may be lost or you may be overwhelmed with that amount of information that may come in your way. And we will get into a little bit detail, okay, how what are the different stages for that. But threat intelligence can be a very key part of your strategy. Any organizations that is looking to be proactive and reactive, managing their current risk, threat intelligence can be very valuable to them across the team. Now, in our industry, different depending on the maturity level of the organizations. Teams are segregated differently, but in one way or the other, traditionally there are teams that are primarily focused on your day-to-day alert triage, threat incident triage, that is like associated with the SOC analyst, threat intelligence analyst, threat hunters, vulnerability management teams, and incident responders. All alike, they can all leverage, they can all consume threat intelligence to make their life easier, and they can make their life more proactive to move forward with their day-to-day operations. Just to give you an example, SOC analysts may utilize threat intelligence to enrich the alerts that they are triaging, investigating. It can be in the form of lookups to certain feed sources, finished or unfinished intelligence like virus total, or it can be finished intelligence that you may receive from a threat intelligence vendor, just like FireEye, Mandiant, CrowdStrike, or those kind of vendors. It can be equally valuable to incident responders when you are responding to an incident and you have a vast amount of data that you may have to sift through. Over there, utilizing threat intelligence can help you surface key pieces of information that can help you further in the investigation. For example, it can surface what kind of threat actor may have come after you, who may have attacked you. This critical piece of information can be a very starting point of understanding what the threat actor's motive could be and what they can try to achieve, or what kind of impact that they can have. Then you can pivot your investigations into that directions. So that actually comes with the threat intelligence. But it may not have to be limited to the traditional threat intelligence or those teams. It can be reactive measures. It can be on the proactive sides as well. Threat analysts can actually leverage threat intelligence and they can actually generate a new piece of information from your own organization's data. For example, like the incidents that have been triaged or the cases that have been resolved, the threat intelligence analyst can actually generate your own raw insightful information. For example, there's a concept of predictive threat intelligence where from a particular domain that you saw got hit in your environment, you can actually generate more actionable information, like all the IPs, all the ASNs, all the like subdomains associated with that particular domain, and that can be your own internally generated intelligence, and that can be shared among your teams. It can also help vulnerability management teams. I think there's a whole concept of risk-based vulnerability management and prioritization that is gaining traction, and this becomes quite relevant where there are tons of vulnerabilities that may come across that an organization may have to actually patch or prioritize. Threat intelligence can play a key piece of role. It can actually help you surface that, okay, of all these vulnerabilities that may exist on your critical infrastructure, which one of them are being actually exploited in the wild as of right now, or which one of these are being like talked about in the dark web or other sources, social media. So at least those can be, the known knowns can be prioritized a little more than before you move into your additional set of vulnerabilities. And so the practical applications of threat intelligence, like we discussed briefly, it does not have to be only like futuristic or preventive concept. It can be past, present, and future. In the past, like solar winds, like incident happens, right? Where the piece of information was not available when the incident happened and when the organization suffered that attack. In that case, the piece of intelligence was made available to the community, and then you actually sift through your logs, historical data to surface information, and you may see if you may have been compromised by that data or not. It can be present as well, which is a very key strategy, which should be very key strategy for you when you are investigating all the incidents and alerts, and you have to actually prioritize the alerts that are true positives. There can be a lot of false positives. Threat intelligence can actually help surface those as well and suppress those as well. But because we are all overwhelmed with the amount of data and alerts that we get in our organizations, threat intelligence can help you provide context into prioritizing certain alerts over the others. It can be futures part of your future strategy as well, where you start to enrich sensors or your critical assets or infrastructure with the threat intelligence that may come in. The key here would be actually the speed at which you operate. to make this practical application successful or the threat intelligence successful is, do you have means, do you have people, do you have resources, or you have products in place that can help you move faster? Because the threat intelligence also in one form or the others, threat actors move through their infrastructure quite fast. So it becomes essentially key that how fast you are able to operationalize. So the future strategy actually has to be aligned with the speed at which you operationalize the threat intelligence. What are the different means? I think there are different frameworks, and you don't have to actually follow this. In my presentation, I'm a big fan of OODA loop. I think it's again an old concept that was introduced by certain services in US, but there can be other frameworks as well. Where you are analyzing data and you are operationalizing it. But essentially what OODA loop helps you do is like you observe all the structured and unstructured data. That can be in the form of advisories that are coming in, or maybe you come across certain blogs in your that which all the threat vendors, cybersecurity vendors come up with, or it can be just a raw piece of information that is available through social media. So all of these things become key part of observing. It can be structured data as well, or premium feeds in the form of threat intelligence feeds. Not everybody can afford it. There are open source means of acquiring threat intelligence feeds, but where you have to actually invest in building your own tools. But you can always buy feeds as well. But you have to observe all that data, and then you have orient that data with your own information. So it can be, you can correlate those with your assets, alerts, or data, because at a given point of time, they're like our industry is overwhelmed with the amount of threats that they see. The threat landscape is such that new threat actors actually come in and gain traction every day. So it becomes essentially to focus on what matters to you more. Otherwise, you are going to just burn out and also overwhelm your technologies and processes and people. So it becomes very important to orient that information with your own thing. And then you have to decide actually what strategy you are going to go with, like based on the time and resources that are available to you. Are you going to focus on the risk element of it, proactiveness, or you are going to do some reactive measures of are you targeted? It goes back to again enriching your sensors, or you're operationalizing the threat intelligence on your SIM or other products, so that it actually surfaces any past previous compromises. In the end, actually, one way or the other, you have to actually act also. And as part of the actionable measures that you can take, it can be just if you're lucky and fortunate enough, you haven't seen any compromise surface when you are operationalizing threat intelligence, you can just put it in for monitoring purposes. You can also apply blocking rules on your security tools that you may have invested in, or you can your hunt teams can actually continuously monitor and try to hunt any activity in your environment. But like having said all of those things, all of these things looks good, but it's very hard to actually get it operationalized by all organizations, right? There are like a lot of challenges that are faced by defenders today. And some of them I pointed out earlier. It is kind of an information overload, right? Like there's like vast. It's not like in 2021 we lack information on how threat actors operate, or how they're going to go after you, or how you have to protect yourself. It's like prioritizing that data better. That becomes a key challenge. But we all know, okay, there's a cybersecurity gap. Cybersecurity is a new field, and in that threat intelligence also, you first have to actually put your house in order, then you move into your proactive measures where the threat intelligence and those things become relevant. We haven't invested much in building a cyber workforce that is on the proactive side of things, which means they are like existing teams becomes understaffed, undertrained, and they are under stress to perform. And there have been many conversations as a vendor also, where we carried out with our prospects and customers, where they were very much focused on they were not even coming out of defending or taking care of their existing alerts or threats. very much reactive focused. Proactiveness was not in in the roadmap at all. But one of the challenge actually, major challenge that contributes to this is a limited collaboration. And I think in the conversations that have happened in the event also, the limited collaboration has been the key, and it is across the globe. And surprisingly, it's not just like across the industry or organizations. Within the teams also, we have enough silos that we don't collaborate better. But so how can you solve it? What you can do is maybe invest in platforms that are very dedicated or next gen security operations platform, like maybe a little bit bigger in scope than SOC. There's a concept of cyber fusion centers where you actually bring together all your teams, not just your SOC team, but your threat intelligence and vulnerability and other teams on it. But we haven't seen as an industry many tools that may be able to actually productize that whole cyber fusion center. The key elements for those would be the intelligence, a system that actually manages the intelligence, threat intelligence, operations, day-to-day operations, and also the risk management, vulnerability management program, and everything on a singular platform. We know our industry kind of has a very vast amount of number of cybersecurity vendors, which means a lot of cybersecurity products. Every organization's layout is going to be different with respect to the tools and how they have been set up. So for the security operations platform, then the security operations platform that actually help the defenders should be able to customize very easily to every organization's need. Like we right now, the tools like SOAR or SIM, they require quite a lot of investment in terms of resources and expertise and professional services to get things right. We have to make it a little bit easier. In the end, it has to augment the platform. The next generation of cyber security operations platform should augment all of the operations, not just focus on one key elements like automation, data, AI. It has to combine all this together. So SIM brought the visibility or the data together, like SOAR brought in automation aspect to it, but we have to actually grow and then make it a little bit more easier, augment humans into doing their work easily. One effort that we have been trying to make at Strike Ready, we just wanted to bring that to the attention, is around the concept of virtual assistant, because the key here is, the problem here is not the processes or products. Like we discussed, like we have enough products, we have enough processes, but the people aspect lacks augmentation, right? So where we have been like busy building industry's first virtual assistant, conversational assistant, it comes pre-packaged with best practices that we observe from our customers, prospects, and experts, our own years of expertise. We operationalize that in the form of virtual assistant, and she continuously, her name is Clara. She continuously learns from every other prospect or every other users of the platform, and it actually augments all the users of Clara. So, for example, if there is a threat that started to emerge in a particular industry sector or vertical or at a customer, we would learn how that customer was able to operationalize this better. What worked for it and what didn't work for it. Yeah, this is my last line, and then I'm just wrapping it up. And then it operationalizes that for the next customer that may have the similar pattern, similar persona for that. In the end, it's augmenting. Anywhere you are stuck, where your analysts are not able to operationalize or are stuck or enriching the data, they can ask Kara questions as easy as what is Emotet, and the answers would come in. The full thing, it will guide through the process of how to operationalize and mitigate based on what your preference is. And that I would just like to say thank you. If there are any questions, feel free to reach out. Would happy to answer those things. Thank you so much.
This session is about the CERTs. What is a CERT? Computer Emergency Response Team. As I told you this morning, that CERT is like a watchkeeper outside your house. Inside your house, you can do any security you like, but unless your house, your person who is communicating with the community people, with the local administration. So CERT is an entity in which we communicate with the national CERT, with the organizational CERTs, and with the global CERTs. So I am honored to announce that right now we have with us Mr. Tural from Azerbaijan and Mr. Hatham from Oman. I have the honor of working with them, and they are running their certs, and they are doing some wonderful things under OIC. Let me briefly explain you about OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries. This was established back in 2005 in Langkawi, Malaysia, and actually there was a meeting of OIC countries. So in that meeting, we discussed about the cyber security in OIC countries in 2005. And Alhamdulillah, I have the honor of being one of the founding member of that community. So since 2005, this OIC CERT is organizing number of cyber drills and number of conferences of cyber security. And there are, I think, plus 30 Islamic countries who are member of the OIC CERT. Our two guests from Azerbaijan and from Muscat, they are also very active member of this OIC CERT. So, Mr. Tural, my first question to you, I would very thankful if you can kindly introduce yourself, then I can put question to you. Over to Mr. Tural from Azerbaijan. Tural, can you hear me? Okay, if there's some problem with Tural, I can request Dr. Admi to please kindly introduce yourself, your cert, then I can have few questions to you. Tural, would you kindly unmute yourself? Tural, can you kindly unmute yourself? You are muted.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh yeah, now we can hear you. Tural, please go ahead. Tural is a police officer right now in Baku, Azerbaijan, and he is also heading their cert. Over to you, Tural. Please introduce yourself and tell us something about your cert, then I can have a few questions to you. Over to you, Tural. Tural, kindly introduce yourself and tell us.
Can I start?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I want to greet all our guests, and it's my honor to speak from Azerbaijan for this event. And I want to thank Mr. Ramar for invitation. I'll talk about national certs, and in our case, we are government cert, and I'll talk more about how do we act and how do we collaborate with different certs, and how do we how are we getting to our customers, to government organizations. First of all, I want to mention that in 2021, the cyber threats and cyber attacks increased, and it showed that the pandemic also has an influence of this increasing. So I want to say that as a cert, we focus mainly for area. First is awareness of the staff, awareness of the citizens, and awareness of the government bodies about the cyber threats and how to react to the cyber threats. And the other issue is monitoring, gathering, and sharing this all this information so that everyone could secure himself or his organization. So how do we provide the awareness? First, we do it through our websites. Then we have information security journals that we publish quarterly, and we share it with all government bodies freely. Then we have a special information security library for government organizations, and they can find a lot of security stuff here in this library, and like frequently asked questions, how to do the security issues, how to fight against some kind of malwares, and so on. So there are lots of categories, and they are if they are facing with something, they're going into this library and finding the solutions. And we have the system where we gather all government bodies, they are responsible people, and they can they can get a consultation via this platform with our cert.
Tulal, thank you very much. You know, in Pakistan, we are in the process of forming our national cert. And although we are late, but definitely we'll catch up very soon. And we'll definitely get back to your national cert, to OIC forum. My question to you is, a lot of people are sitting here from the government, from the technology center, that when you started this process, I know that stage when you were there, what difficulties you faced by linking the police force, the investigating organizations, and the universities, all other stakeholders, to communicate with you as a CERT very smoothly. Over to you. Your challenges and how you did solve those problems.
So I want to talk more about the challenges during the 44 days war, patriotic war in Azerbaijan. In these days, we got a lot of cyber attacks, and to gather all these attacks and monitor them, and also to deliver the indicators to required government bodies and citizens, it was kind of hard. But actually, this is the slide I wanted to share, the blacklist platform, where we gather all the information from different feeding centers, and also from different indicators that we analyze from the attacks, and we share it internal with government bodies, and also some public parts we share with the citizens. They can use the plugins of this platform in their browsers and computers, so that they can block such kind of attacks in their computers. We also tried to design cyber defense activities as a competition, like a game, let's say, and we created cybersecurity index for the government bodies, awareness index, and also block list involvement index. And each government body gets a cybersecurity index calculation, and they compete with each other who get the better result. And for the awareness index, it's also the same. They compete with each other to respond the incidents that we simulate, and who reacts the first gets more point in indexes, and it's how we challenge them to make them competing each other, and to have better security. And another thing is in a block list system model, they involved to block list model, where do they see any suspicious activity, any suspicious domain, IPs, and so on. They send it to our CERT, and in by this mean, we try to involve much more people, to much more organization, and make a community built feeding center or system. And via this system, we share the all feeding information data with other bodies. After we approve that this feeding is really threat or the part of the attack.
Thank you, Tural. How do you interact with the other Russian states? I understand that there are a lot of other CERTs in your region. So how do you communicate for information sharing in the region?
Sorry, I have hardness to get the voice.
Okay. How do you communicate in your region? You are in the region of Russian states. So how do you communicate with other Russian states in the region for sharing of information on cyber security, cyber threats?
As we are the government said, we communicate via the special design platform, and all government bodies have their specialist assigned by their authority, and they are responsible to get information from that platform and share within that organization. And in other part, it's international collaboration, and we get feedings from different kind of laboratories, CERTs, and so on. And after we parse them according information we have from the government organization, according their IPs, domain names, and so on. And it's the way we share. And also, according to attacks, we share the information with other CERTs as well.
Thank you. Now I'll take up Oman's CERT, but you stay tuned. Maybe some audience have some questions. Maybe I'll come with a question also. Ladies and gentlemen, Oman's CERT is a very effective CERT of the region. I have the honor of being there.
At night. Our next discussion is about cloud adoption and where we stand. Moderator of this discussion is Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza. Mr. Mirza is CISO of Askari Bank, Chairman, Cybersecurity Forum, Pakistan Banks Association. Sir, please come on the stage and introduce your panelists.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum all. Topic is pretty relevant today. I just want to call upon my distinguished panelists to join me. Mr. Asif Vinay, please come on stage. He's CISO HPL. Zerar sir, please come on the stage. Mr. Imtiaz Khan from Rabbit Compute. Dr. Rafi will join shortly. I think he's out somewhere. I will take this panel on a mixed mode conversation in English as well as in Urdu, ताकि हम इसको more conversant कर सकें और ताकि हम audience से भी question ले सकें, ताकि मतलब हम और deliberate कर सकें, क्योंकि cloud is a myth around, especially for Pakistan. Sure, let me start. Is a question for all of you guys. Where we stand as a nation in adoption of a cloud? Where we stand as a nation in adoption of a cloud? How we embark this journey as a nation?
I think as far as Pakistan is concerned, we are fairly at the infancy level as far as the cloud implementations are concerned. And I think one of the primary reasons behind that is that we have been quite reluctant to adopt a lot of cloud solutions within the country. There have been certain regulations, there have been certain impediments around that. And as the industry is kind of maturing and moving forward, there are certain relaxations being given from a regulator perspective also, as well as I think the realization is at the country level also, because it's a combination of a lot of areas which drive this overall implementation in the country.
Thank you. These are awesome.
Thank you. I think in order to answer this question, we have to segregate it by segment.
Sure.
So currently, when you look at organizations, we have the government and public sector, then we have the large organizations, and then the small and medium enterprises. From a government point of view, because they have to follow the PDSP and they have to follow PEPRA, one of the challenges that they're facing is that it is much easier to get budget allocated on a single shot than over a multi-year sort of plan, because every year you have to fight for the same budget.
Yeah.
So the mindset of the government at times is to take a total cost of ownership of, let's say, 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, and then just get it done with on one shot. That unfortunately conflicts with the whole concept of cloud, where you are actually operationalizing a lot of your capital expenditure, and this is how you're creating value. On the large enterprises side, I think there is a lot of traction that is going on, and the traction is being driven primarily by the vendor while focusing on cost optimization. So they would talk about that your adoption on cloud would deliver you optimized cost, and this is the underlying sort of focus that is there. But again, like everybody else, there is a lot of focus on internalizing your infrastructure. So, going towards public cloud at times becomes a little bit of a challenge because you have to let go of the control. SME side, then when you're looking at it, I think this is the area where there is a lot of growth that is coming, especially on the SME, which is tech-enabled at this point in time. With the rising inflation, I think they are seeing a lot of value in terms of adoption of newer technologies that can make them more enabled, not just reduce their cost, but make them more enabled. And that is how we are seeing, at least in my view, that the SMEs adoption journey is much faster than either the government or the large enterprises.
That's great. Jeev Imtiaz.
So I would like to add, just like Zarar Sahab added, there are some few other segments as well, which are adopting cloud very fastly, which are fintechs, startups. Okay, so there are a few other, you can say that organizations or the business verticals which are adopting cloud very fastly. And these fintechs, the startup companies, which are owned on cloud basically, and they have adopted the technologies which the enterprises or the large banks or the large enterprises have not adopted yet, which includes the containerization of the data, of the services, going to microservice architecture. So those organizations which are born on the new technologies, they are born on the cloud. So they are adopting cloud very fastly. And so the churn, you can say that the new organization or the new startup companies, the fintechs, or also the freelancers. So there are a lot of freelancers which are also adopting cloud very quickly. But the enterprises, yes, there are challenges with the enterprises because of their legacy applications. So their legacy applications are not cloud ready, they are not cloud optimized. The issues with the government sector, as Ras informed that there are some issues with the government sector because of this PPRA and the PDP policy. So that's the reason which hinders the government organization or the large organization which are regulated by any regulatory authority. So those organizations have a reluctance to adopt the cloud, but with the if you talk about the other organizations which are not SMEs, but they are fintechs or the technology-oriented companies, they are adopting cloud very organically or very fastly.
Dr. Fee, not wearing a Minister of IT cap, it's a general question for you. Where we stand as a nation in what is cloud build?
Thank you so much, Jawad sir. Hope I'm audible. I think we are just, if it's not the ground zero, we are just above the ground zero. We have very fragmented kind of infrastructure-based approach, and so as the software are the technology adoption approach. Every department or any organization from the public sector side are, somehow private sector is more structured, but for the public sector it's a fragmented approach for adoption of the infrastructure, services, and there was a kind of a lack of any governance framework as well, which can enable the cloud adoption or kind of an accelerate the cloud adoption as well. And I totally resonate what has been said before, that the procurement processes were not aligned. There were no kind of roadmaps for the organizations to be cloud thirsty or hungry. And we have seen quite a lot of downside to it, because a lot of organizations were kind of investing in a lot of physical infrastructure and underutilizing it, and the same kind of a software would be just kind of replicated by a lot of other organizations without considering the SaaS and PaaS models. So that's not a good sign to have for a country with like fifth most populous country in the world.
Yes.
So I think that's just above the ground zero, I would say, and that the only way is up, in fact.
So that's great. Asra, I have an exclusive question for you. Representing financial industry over here, financial industry के लिए शजरे महबूबा है cloud. Then I have his opinion on cloud adoption. Why FIs are reluctant to fully adopt cloud, and what would be the strategy to adopt it?
I'll take you briefly in some history, because I think as far as the regulators are concerned, they had issued the guidelines for cloud adoption some time back. But unfortunately, they were quite stringent in terms of adoption by the industry, and that's why a lot of stakeholders had concerns from the financial sector in terms of adoption of the relevant cloud solutions. That is where at the Pakistan Banking Association, Jawad, you're also part of it, so we had a very specific dialogue and interaction with the regulator, and we had engaged some of the international stakeholders in that conversation also. We had actively basically defended the cloud solutions in terms of adoption in the country if we want to move forward in the digital space. And that is where, after a lot of efforts, they took into consideration certain relaxation,
yes,
which had been rolled out earlier in the year, which are now providing certain provisions to the banking industry to adopt certain aspects of cloud into their environment. And that's a very encouraging sign.
That's fine. That's good. To update you guys, we are working with regulator to ease out cloud computing guidelines for core services. I think they will be out just a little later from the regulator side. Thank you, Asra. This question for Zarar Saab and Imtiaz Saab for local CSPs or cloud service providers. Do you see international cloud operators as a threat or opportunity to all? But exclusively for both of you guys, I think you can, Dr. P and Asra Saab, you can answer that as well.
Sure. So when you look at international cloud operators, they can be segmented into two brackets: hyperscalers and non-hyperscalers. I think the market is so big that there is now, I think, some space for everybody. If you look at the hyperscaler ingress into Europe and United States, hyperscalers on their own may not be able to deploy the sort of solutions that would be needed, primarily because their key core area is either the infrastructure or the platform. What is happening, if I give you an example of AWS, for example, and what they have been doing in Europe, they have been aligning with Vodafone and British Telecom in UK, Deutsche Telekom in Germany, because in order to utilize the services of the future which are going to be cost-wise efficient, low latency, high availability, you need to make sure that the consumer interaction with the cloud is going to be end-to-end governed by this, and this cannot just be the cloud infrastructure. It has to be the connectivity infrastructure. It has to be the last mile networking infrastructure and everything. Now, when you come to the non-hyperscalers, I think that is one very key market, because with the passage of time, we started with infrastructure as a service, then we came up to platform and then software. But the future is that we are becoming to an era where it is going to be application-specific hardware. So the future softwares are going to be ASIC-driven, hardware, rather than coming up with an x86 or some other standardized architectural platform. And I think this is going to necessitate that the niche players, they will be creating a market where hyperscaler may not be able to compete with them. Of course, this may not be a very big sized market, but the hardware and the software and the marriage of hardware and software through the application specific integrated circuits is going to create a new vertical that we would see that from 2022 onwards would start to make an ingress all over the world, including Pakistan.
Well, we also don't take the international cloud service provider as a competition, because we have some USP which where we have enabled the enterprises and to go to adopt the cloud, while the international cloud providers, they will provide the hyperscaling services, they will provide the cloud services, but they won't they won't do the hand holding of the customers so that they can adopt the cloud, rather than they just provide the services, be it the IaaS or whatever services they are. So the first thing is that, for example, if any international cloud service provider came to the market, they will also create an opportunity for us, rather, because of them, they will offer new services which we are not yet providing, because our market is not ready and our industry is not ready. And when the other players here will provide those kind of services, we will be forced to provide those kind of services. So it will help us to grow as well, where we will be able to provide the services which will help us to develop the new technology, new products, and also it will help the organizations to choose among either the local or the international player, or who can offer them the best support services. Because in Pakistan we have, after the service is not important, we have the importance is what is the support services, and what happens after you have acquired the services, how they are treating you, how the service providers is handling you, how they are helping you with the additional hand. For example, if the customer is stuck at any end, how is a service provider is helping them to, for example, solve their problem, which is not only the service provider problem, which is a customer problem. And that's what our USP is. That's the reason we don't think that international cloud provider will be a threat for us.
Sure, that's fine. Again, last question for both of you guys. Are local CSPs ready to bear upcoming challenges with respect to infrastructure it is, with respect to cybersecurity compliance issues in mind? Are local service provider bear the challenges while operating in Pakistan? Jasper, please.
So I'll give you the answer on behalf of PTCL, because as PTCL we are 62% owned by the government of Pakistan and 26% owned by Etisalat. If you're talking specifically, let's say in the banking context, so Secretary Finance sits on our board, Secretary IT sits on our board, Chairman NITB sits on our board. So a lot of decisions that are made by PTCL, they are not short-term decisions, but there are decisions of long-term national interest. So the two questions that you've asked, that whether our investments and our capabilities in the cloud be sufficient in order to efficiently serve the needs of the market. And the second, the similar question for the cybersecurity. I'll quickly give you the answers for both from the context of PTCL. Now, in terms of cloud, what has happened is that before the start of the Cloud First policy or the Personal Data Privacy Act that is coming in, we were mandated by government of Pakistan to set up multiple clouds for different verticals.
That's fine.
Like for example, we were given the budget to set up a specific banking cloud that is going to be a totally isolated cloud that will be compliant fully to state bank regulations, which were not even on the horizon. I'm talking about, we got the budget in 2020 for deployment in 2021.
That's a big relief for us.
And now the discussions that, I mean, is being happening with Pakistan Banking Association or, between other elements with the State Bank of Pakistan is specifically tailored to this, that whatever regulations are going to come, because we have a totally separate cloud which is absolutely air-gapped, which is based on the IBM Zero Trust and all those sort of things, we will mandate that, all compliances will be there for the banking cloud, and this will only be for the FI sector. Of course, because of there is a certain cost of compliance, we don't want to do that. Similarly, there was another task to do that, to bring in the hyperscaler, it is the journey. So we started to work with Microsoft. The only Microsoft Azure pod in Pakistan is with PTCL. And our banking cloud is GDPR compliant, ISO 27000 compliant. Our Microsoft Azure pod is GDPR compliant and ISO 27000. So if there is any requirement for Microsoft Azure where the data residency mandates, it is there today, it is ready. Now coming up to cyber security. Again, cyber security is a very capital intensive business.
No doubt.
So from our side, we were aligned that there has to be a single body which makes the investments beforehand in order to make sure that the capability is there for the public sector primarily, but also for the private sector, so there is best in class. So again, in 2020, investments was given. So an entire suite of MSSP portfolio was deployed. SOCs for external customers were built, and now hopefully we would be launching it, because cloud without cyber security is basically a honey nest that everybody would come and ingress it. Today we have done multiple compliances again from SOC. Another good thing that we have is that within the Etisalat portfolio there is a company called Help AG. Help AG is globally one of the top 10 companies in the world from a zero-day detection point of view. Their vision is to become the largest cybersecurity professional services provider in the Middle East region. Now within that, the key challenge that comes in Pakistan is the cost. Because we work in lower margins, but with Etisalat being our shareholders, there is a full program that we have done that the entire portfolio of Help AG services will be available in Pakistan for large organization government in order to make sure that the compliance would be there. So from our strategy point of view, cloud and cybersecurity form the core of our investment portfolio, both in terms of equipment as well as professional capability development.
That's fine. Joseph?
So, being the oldest and largest cloud service provider in Pakistan, so we started way back in 2011 when there was no public cloud service provider in Pakistan. So, and we have the largest portfolio of the enterprises in the Pakistan. So the security was primarily focused from was us from the very beginning, and we were the first public cloud service provider which was done ISO 27001 in way back 2011, and so we were the first which was non-financial institution which have done the PCI DSS certification. And beside that, we have done the 27017 to 27018, which is also related for the data privacy, and we were the GDPR compliant. So if the security posture is concerned, that is our core value to provide the cloud services, because we think that data is more important of any organization, be it a financial institution or any other organization. And where is the readiness is concerned, so we can see that we are the indigenous cloud in which we have developed all the services from the provisioning portal to the billing portal to everything. It is all built in, all developed by our team and local team. We have local data centers. Everything is owned by the Cybernet. And so we started from the one city, one data center, one data pod from one city, and every 2 to 3 years we started opening the city. So currently we are operating in 2 different cities, but we are about to launch in the third city very soon, within a month time. Our commissioning is complete. And the focus is to provide the services which are now have the multiple geolocations available within the state countrywide. And the security is also focused. The readiness, where the readiness is concerned, we are ready. Also, we are working with the various government. So we also are part of core draftee of the various policies which you and Rasa was talking about, be it the personal data protection bill or the other policies and also. So we are also the member of different policies. So we know that what exactly is the requirement of the government or the banking sector. So we are also part of those policies as well, where we are helping them to develop the policies which will be beneficial for all the people or all the government as well.
That's a sigh of relief that local CSPs are adhering to that challenges. Dr. Rafi, I have a very exclusive question for you, especially for you as a government head, you can wear it. You are, working on cloud first policy, and just want to give that audience what are the salient features and what are the shots you are playing into that policy.
So thank you, Jawad sir. I think this is the right time to open up the policy because it's almost, from ministry's end, it's been approved. So it's in the last leg of its journey of approval, which will going to the cabinet in a couple of weeks. So you can see this policy getting approved in next 2 months maximum. So as we said that we discussed that the issue with the ecosystem was fragmented approach. There were no enabling models. So one thing, two different aspects we are trying to transform this ecosystem is opening up the public data, public government, the PSC's data to the accredited or approved cloud service providers who are resident in Pakistan, whether they are state-owned or privately owned. So all the CSPs who can get the accreditation from the cloud office. So there will be a cloud office, there will be a cloud board representing private and public sector both. And under that cloud board, there will be cloud office will be just mandated to two major aspects. Helping the PSCs, in opting the right cloud model for the government organizations. And most importantly, setting up the accreditation criteria as well, right? And after the criteria setting up, they'll be going out, giving out the accreditation benchmarks against the government cloud, public cloud, based on the classification of data in the sector they want to serve. So there's a good, 4x4 matrix. So we have 16 parts in each services where we can pitch in our services. For example, we want to pass for the government sector, we want to pass for the banking sector, we want to go for the SaaS model for G2G services. So it will enable, and the most important two aspects which are there is we are basically stopping any funding going to the fragmented infrastructure by the public sector. So if this policy is implemented in true letter and spirit, no government department would be investing in kind of a data centers or anything requiring the computational or data storage. So it has to be the cloud first policy. And if any department, be it so critical such as NADRA, they have to seek the NOC from that cloud board if they want to invest on their, so no public money should be going there. And it's a huge business in fact. So if you see the PSDB portfolio for Pakistan is between 500 billion to 600 billion. If the 10% of those, this portfolio is technology specific and 5% of that, that portfolio is infrastructure specific. So we are just, going out, giving out the business for approximately 10 billion rupees every year, which will be specifically not going to the fragmented approach, but to the cloud services. So that's one deliverable. Another deliverable, we totally understand that the cloud procurement has to be enabled and empowered in line with the international best practices. So we have recommended PEPRA kind of agreement where a new framework would be developed. Rather that framework is already in progress, where the accredited bodies under certain categories would have a whole of government or all of government kind of agreement with the cloud office. And then there'll be kind of a mini competition so that if I am actually the health department, I can just open the portal and request 4 VMs or 8 VMs, and by the end of the day, I'll have the logins. So the go-to time for the market, for the technology development will be accelerated from like 1 saal se kaam we'll be having it like 2 to 3 days. So that's the ultimate objective, ultimate dream, I would say. So we have been with consultation with a lot of local and international stakeholders how to devise it, because India did it for approximately 6 years ago. There's a European model as well. we were with talks with Pepra. They were kind enough to listen to us, and they have agreed to devise that framework which will enable the cloud adoption, fluid and acceptable for both entries. So this is another deliverable, and the third one is the cloud procurement. In fact, so that's more of a devolved subject. So we are proposing cloud procurement offices both in federal and the provinces, so that the PSCs, after having the checklist and accreditation and that mini competition, they would be in office which will be actually helping hand-holding the public sector offices, public sector entities. So we can see quite a lot of transformation. For example, if we want to have the email deployed or kind of a e-office, kind of a ERP deployed, I don't have to bid for the software. Right? I'll just go for the SaaS model, because if I get the logins app for my 100 employees, 200 employees, benchmark software. So I think these two aspects will transform the Pakistan's journey towards the technology adoption, whether it's infrastructure-based technology procurement, other, the traditional software-based market, which was actually selling the software. So the companies have to opt for the SaaS model, and they have to go for the accredited partner where they can host their services and come at as a venture. So once that is been enabled, I think there's a 6 months time window between the acceptance of the policy and the implementation of policy. And meanwhile, we'll make sure the cloud office is set up, the PEPRA is on board with a new framework. And we already had a meeting with the Planning Commission. They were very happy that, okay, we will basically stop any public fund money going into the fragmented infrastructures from that date onwards.
Thank you, Dr. Rafi. Well spotted. At least we are pleased to hear this, that government of Pakistan are really thinking on those grounds. Sir, you can speak.
Just like to ask a question to Dr. Rafi. Vizab, how are we actually ensuring that the international players in this space come to Pakistan and offer these services? Because this is something that they have been trying to do for a while. I think it's been almost 7-8 years that a lot of international players have been trying to get into the space, local space, and providing those services offering. So are we looking at that aspect too?
I think there are two-pronged approach for that. In the personal data protection, it is by default data, cross-border data has been enabled for the public sector. So new draft is out. I think that's been well appreciated by the private sector. But in the critical section, critical data segment, it's only the PSC's data. And that's where the cloud policy is mandating the resident cloud. So it has to be local cloud, working with the PSCs. Cloud office will accredit the partners, whether local or foreign, but they have to have the compliance list. But there's no thick compliance list. We were actually outlining it. It has to be aligned with the international best practices, no more, so that they find it easy to find local partners and kind of contribute to the local ecosystem. So there are two ways of for them, because the government will be dishing out its business, because the biggest challenge for us to convince our own organizations such as NTC that you're not the sole service provider. So NTC will be facing a tough competition from the private sector. So there will be huge business. If you see one use case, for example, a driving license for 220 million population, that's kind of a data they would be dishing out. So it's the fifth most populous nation in the world. So I think this is a good business case for them as well to find local partners and set up the clouds.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rafi. I think this policy will open up much more horizons for the private sector and the government sector. With the interest of time, आप लोग कोशिश होंगे कि खाने के दरमियान दीवार बन के खड़े हो गए हैं. बस I'm ending up. Thank you so much, Dr. Rafi, Imtaz Saab, Zarar Saab, and Asif Saab for your valuable inputs and suggestions and recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for such a fruitful discussion. Our next presentation is on approaching CTI the modern way. Presenter is Mr. Ahmed Munib Khan, lead DFIR, CTI eBricks.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. So, the topic of our talk today is approaching cyber threat intelligence the modern way. So, एक डिफरेंस है किसी थ्रेट के बारे में जानने में और उस थ्रेट के अगेंस्ट इफेक्टिव होने में. आई नो देयर इज़ अ थ्रेट, बट क्या मैं इफेक्टिवली उसको मिटिगेट कर रहा हूँ, इस चीज़ के बारे में हमें जानना पड़ेगा कि इंडस्ट्री इस वक्त किस पॉइंट के ऊपर खड़ी है और हमें एक्चुअली किस अप्रोच को जो है वो अपनाना है. जी, सो इससे पहले कि हम स्टार्ट करें, a little background of myself. So I have been leading the digital forensics and incident response operations and cyber threat intelligence operations in eBricks. And I have been involved in more than 20 digital forensics and incident response engagements in Pakistan, more than 15 compromise assessments in the financial industry, and I have been actually tracking, along with my team, more than 10 persistent threats that have been recently active in Pakistan. Also, we have actually responded to certain nation-state attacks, certain e-crime attacks, and saying. So, us experience ki base ke upar, what we know about Pakistan and the industry is, the industry is currently focusing on these 4 points. Meet the compliance requirements no matter what happens. Contain, create the ticket, move on. So what actually happens in the security operations is the analysts identify an intrusion, identify a compromise of certain machine, etc. And then they just create the ticket, block the IOC, and move on. So there is no studying of the adversary, what actually happened, what led to this compromise. There is nothing like that. Also, there is a huge emphasis on consuming the indicators of compromise. What we usually see is एक organization certain indicators of compromise लेके आती है, and everybody starts sweeping those IOCs. Nobody actually cares कि क्या वो indicator of compromise actually फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर के साथ जो है वो रिलेटेड है, टेलीकॉम सेक्टर के साथ रिलेटेड है, मे बी गवर्नमेंट के साथ रिलेटेड है या नहीं. वी आर जस्ट कंज्यूमिंग इंटेलिजेंस एंड it's actually carrying on like this. Incident response and digital forensics जब भी actually perform होती है किसी भी organization के अंदर, तो it stops where the availability comes in. जैसे ही आपकी services available हो जाती हैं, जैसे ही business impact reduce हो जाता है, उसी तरह incident response या forensic engagements जो हैं वो ख़त्म हो जाती हैं, right? There is no studying of adversary again. So moving forward, जो चीज़ हम इस अप्रोच से मिस कर रहे हैं वो ये है कि वी आर नॉट जनरेटिंग इंटेलिजेंस, वी आर जस्ट कंज्यूमिंग इंटेलिजेंस. इंटेलिजेंस अगर हम फीड भी लेके आते हैं तो हमारी प्रायोरिटी इंटेलिजेंस जनरेट करना होनी चाहिए. कोई भी बाहर की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आके कभी भी हमारे पाकिस्तान के अंदर से कोई इंटेलिजेंस नहीं दे सकती अनलेस दे हैव टेलीमेट्री फ्रॉम हेयर. जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस यहाँ पाकिस्तान के अंदर काम कर रही हैं, दे हैव द टेलीमेट्री जिसकी बेस के ऊपर पाकिस्तान से रिलेटेड इंटेलिजेंस प्रोड्यूस की जा सकती है. तो जो चीज़ें मिस हो रही हैं हमारी इस क्लासिकल अप्रोच की वजह से, दैट इज़ हमारे पास कोई थ्रेट मॉडल नहीं है. मोस्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस दे डोंट नो व्हाट देयर इंट्रूजन पॉइंट्स आर, एडवर्सरी कहाँ से आ सकता है, कहाँ जा सकता है, दे डोंट नो अबाउट इट. इसी तरह वी डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड आवर इंटेलिजेंस रिक्वायरमेंट्स. کوئی ایک ابھی تک I have yet to see an organization that understands the intelligence requirements, why they need cyber threat intelligence, right? They are consuming threat intelligence from threat feeds. Actually they are consuming threat feeds from FireEye, from Mandiant, from local industry, but nobody knows why are they doing this, right? Uske baad kya karna hai, nobody knows it. اسی طرح there is no emphasis on understanding adversaries. ایڈورسریز جب بھی آپ کی کسی بھی انوائرمنٹ کے اندر آتے ہیں ان کا کوئی موٹیو ہوتا ہے. دیر از این انٹینٹ بیہائنڈ دا انٹروژن. دے ہیو اے کیپیبلٹی وچ لیڈ ٹو دا انٹروژن. ٹھیک ہے, دے ہیڈ این اپرچونٹی وچ لیڈ ٹو دا انٹروژن. اس طرح کے انالیسس کے اوپر ہمارے آپریشنس کے اندر کوئی بھی آرگنائزیشن جو ہے وہ ابھی زور نہیں دیتی. اسی طرح whenever we perform digital forensics and incident response activity, it never leads to intelligence production. So correct intelligence ke andar there is a concept that if you perform digital forensics and incident response and it does not lead to generation of intelligence, then you did it wrong, right? Most organizations do not know how they actually need to protect themselves. تو اس کے لیے ہمیں intelligence requirements سمجھنی پڑیں گی. ہمیں کیوں تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس چاہیے, ہم نے اس کو کنزیوم کیسے کرنا ہے. کنزیومڈ تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس میں سے اگر انٹروژن آئیڈینٹیفائی ہوتی ہے, وہاں سے فردر انٹیلیجنس کیسے ڈرائیو کرنی ہے. جی, موونگ فارورڈ. سو فرسٹ آف آل وی نیڈ ٹو انڈرسٹینڈ واٹ تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس از. ہمارا مین گول کیا ہے تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس کے اندر. سو وین ایور وی ٹاک اباؤٹ تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس دیر از کلیکشن. آپ کو اگر اپنی انٹیلیجنس ریکوائرمنٹ کا پتہ ہے تو you go after collecting data for fulfilling that intelligence requirement. Then you start processing that data, exploiting that data, and then you perform your own analysis. اب اس کے اندر there are intelligence analysts, intelligence teams ہیں جو کہ intelligence analysis perform کرتی ہیں. Certain intelligence analysis یا analyst, he can say that this threat is X, this threat is coming from India, this threat is coming from some other country, but at the same time in the same team there can be an intelligence analyst جو کہ کہے کہ کہیں اور سے یہ اٹیک ایکچولی آ رہا ہے, and both of them may not agree. And this is the beauty of threat intelligence analysis. وہاں پہ آپ کے پاس اس انالیسس کے تھرو, اس ڈیٹا کلیکشن کے تھرو آپ کے پاس وہ ساری انفارمیشن آتی ہے جس کی بیس کے اوپر یو کین سے ود اے سرٹن اماؤنٹ آف کانفیڈینس دیٹ آئی نو دس از ہیپننگ, آئی نو سرٹن ایڈورسری از کمنگ اگینسٹ می, آئی نو واٹ از اباؤٹ ٹو ہیپن. یہاں پہ انٹیلیجنس کنزمپشن کے بجائے آپ ایک اسٹیپ آگے چلے گئے ہیں اینڈ یو آر ایکچولی اسٹڈیئنگ دا ایڈورسری, اسٹڈیئنگ ہاؤ دے ایکچولی آپریٹ, اور آپ اس کے ایکشنز کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر رہے ہیں, رائٹ. اس کے اندر اگر آپ دیکھیں انٹیلیجنس کے لیے اگر آپ انڈرسٹینڈ کرنا چاہتے ہیں اس کو پراپرلی, IOC feeds are never intelligence. Intelligence is knowledge of the adversary. IOC feeds is just a threat feed. ہمارا پرائمری گول اگر تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس کے اندر بات کریں دیٹ از ڈسرپشن. None of the organization in Pakistan is currently talking about disruption and gaining tactical advantage. None of the organization currently is actually talking about gaining tactical advantage over the adversaries. جب ہم ڈسرپشن اور ٹیکٹیکل ایڈوانٹیج کی بات کرتے ہیں تو ہمارے پاس 3 میجر پوائنٹس آتے ہیں. دیٹ از وی کین ڈسرپٹ دیئر آپریشنز آئدر بائی امپوزنگ کاسٹ. کاسٹ کسی بھی طریقے سے امپوز کی جا سکتی ہے, ویدر وی ٹرائی ٹو آئیڈینٹیفائی دا ایڈورسری, اس ایڈورسری کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کرنے کے بعد وی ریٹیلیٹ اینڈ ٹیل دیم دیٹ یس وی آر کیپیبل آف ڈوئنگ واٹ یو ڈیڈ ٹو اس, رائٹ. اور اس کے علاوہ آپ ان کی ریسورس ایگزاسشن کر سکتے ہیں. سو دیر از این ایگزامپل from one of our engagements which also included threat research and digital forensics. We actually released some detection rules that were taken by the adversary. Adversary نے ہمارے detection rules کو understand کیا. So ہم ابھی adversary کو understand نہیں کر رہے but they are trying to understand us. ہمارے publicly released جو ڈیٹیکشن رولز تھے ان کو انڈرسٹینڈ کیا. انڈرسٹینڈ کرنے کے بعد دے چینجڈ دیئر میل ویئر ٹو ایویڈ دوز ڈیٹیکشن کنٹرولز. ٹھیک ہے, تو وین یو ٹرائی ٹو امپوز کاسٹ آپ اس ریسورس کنزمپشن کو اس لیول کے اوپر لے کے جاتے ہیں ویئر دیر از اے پوائنٹ جہاں پہ ایڈورسری اپنے آپریشنس کو اس سے زیادہ چینج نہ کر پائے. یا تو اس کو اس کے بعد اپنے آپریشنز بند کرنے پڑیں گے یا پھر اپنے ٹوٹلی آپریشنز کے اندر ایک میجر شفٹ لے کے آنا پڑے گا, وچ از ایکچولی آلسو امپوزنگ money and some other kind of cost that they have to pay. اسی کے ساتھ there is counter offensive. Once you have understood the adversary, either it is performing espionage, it is an e-crime group or something else, آپ counter offensive کے اوپر جاتے ہیں and then you tell the adversary that what you are doing, we can do that to you. And then again counter intelligence and deception. جب آپ نے ایک ایڈورسری کے آپریشنس کو انڈرسٹینڈ کر لیا ہے, آپ نے اس کے سرٹن انفراسٹرکچر کو جس سے ابھی اٹیک لانچ نہیں ہوا, آپ نے اس انفراسٹرکچر کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر لیا ہے, یو کین ایکچولی پلانٹ فیک انٹیلیجنس آن مشینز وچ آر ایکچولی گوئنگ ٹو بی ٹارگیٹڈ. ٹھیک ہے, اس کے اندر آپ کو فائدہ یہ ہوگا کہ یو ہیو ایکچولی ڈائیورٹیڈ دا ایڈورسری ٹورڈ سم تھنگ ایلس, اور آپ ایکچولی اپنے گول جو ہے وہ ان کو اچیو کر رہے ہیں. Moving forward, understanding the identity, understanding and identifying the intent, opportunity behind the attack. The intent and opportunity behind the attack. So, what actually enabled the adversary to launch the attack? کیا میں vulnerable تھا؟ کیا میری کوئی assets جو تھے وہ publicly exposed تھے؟ ایسی کیا وجہ ہوئی جس کی وجہ سے adversary نے مجھے چنا اٹیک کرنے کے لیے؟ ایڈورسری کا گول کیا تھا؟ میں اگر اپنی ڈیٹا بیس کو اپنا کراؤن جیول سمجھتا ہوں, کیا ایڈورسری اس کو میرا کراؤن جیول سمجھتا ہے؟ ایڈورسری کسی اور چیز کے پیچھے آ رہا ہے یا وہ میری ڈیٹا بیس کے پیچھے آ رہا ہے؟ رائٹ, سو دس از انٹینٹ آف دا اٹیک. آلسو ونس یو اسٹارٹ انڈرسٹینڈنگ دا ایڈورسریز, یو فائنڈ لنکس بٹوین ایڈورسریز. اس میں آپ کو ایک ایگزامپل دے دوں. وی پرفارم تھریٹ ریسرچ ویئر وی فاؤنڈ سرٹن نیشن بیکڈ اٹیکرز ور ایکچولی لنکڈ ود ای کرائم گروپس جسٹ ٹو اوائڈ ایٹریبیوشن. وہ چاہتے تھے کہ وہ ایٹریبیوٹ نہ ہو پائیں, صرف اسی لیے انہوں نے ای کرائم گروپس کے تھرو ان کے انفراسٹرکچر کو استعمال کرتے ہوئے میل ویئر ڈپلوائے کیا, وچ ایونچولی لیڈ ٹو سیورل اٹیکس ان پاکستان. اسی طرح once you have identified the infrastructure, you already know that there are certain events جن کو آپ پھر آئیڈینٹیفائی کر کے ان کو میٹیگیٹ کر سکتے ہیں. جی اچھا, اب جب ہمارے پاس یہ ایشوز ہم نے آئیڈینٹیفائی کر لیے ہیں کہ ہماری انڈسٹری اس وقت کہاں کھڑی ہے اور ہم کیا چیز مس کر رہے ہیں, تو ہماری اپروچ اب انٹروژن انالیسس ہونی چاہیے. انسٹیڈ آف کنزیومنگ دا آئی او سی اینڈ جسٹ ریزنگ اے ٹکٹ, وی نیڈ ٹو موو ٹورڈز پرفارمنگ انٹروژن انالیسس, جس کے اندر ہم ایڈورسری از ایکچولی ہیومن, رائٹ. ایڈورسری کے جو ایررز تھے جو ایک انٹروژن کے دوران اس سے کچھ غلطیاں ہوئیں, ہم ان کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر سکتے ہیں. فار ایگزامپل, ایڈورسریز میل ویئر کمپائل کرتی ہیں. میل ویئر کمپائل کرنے کے دوران دیر از اے پی ڈی بی پاتھ. پی ڈی بی پاتھ کے علاوہ دیر آر سرٹن مشینز جہاں پہ آپ میل ویئر کمپائل کریں گے تو آپ کی مشین کا جو نیم ہے وہ بھی آپ کے میل ویئر کے اندر آ جاتا ہے, رائٹ. سو دیٹ از دا پوائنٹ ویئر یو آئیڈینٹیفائی دا ہیومن ایرر اینڈ یو کین ایکچولی آئیڈینٹیفائی انڈیویجولز دیٹ آر بیہائنڈ دا اٹیک. اسی طرح بیہیویئرز اور اٹیک پیٹرنس کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر کے, اور جو ڈیسیژنز یا چوائسیز ایک ایڈورسری نے لی ہیں ایک انٹروژن کے دوران, ان کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر کے آپ کسی بھی تھریٹ کو اینٹیسپیٹ کر سکتے ہیں. فار ایگزامپل, دیر از اے سرٹن انڈین ایڈورسری دیٹ وی آر ٹریکنگ ایٹ دا مومنٹ. We all know that it is Sidewinder, right? So there are certain characteristics, وہ جب بھی اپنا انفراسٹرکچر ڈیولپ کرتا ہے یا اپنا انفراسٹرکچر سیٹ اپ کرتا ہے, وہ انہی کیریکٹرسٹکس کو استعمال کرتے ہوئے اپنا انفراسٹرکچر ڈیولپ کرتا ہے. آج ہم نے ڈسکشن کے اندر ایک پوائنٹ جو ہے وہ ڈسکس ہوتے ہوئے سنا کہ اٹ از ہارڈ ٹو ایکچولی فنگر پرنٹ دا ایڈورسریز. But I would like to add that it is actually possible to fingerprint the adversaries. We just need to perform intrusion analysis the right way. Once we have identified the way they work, we can identify whatever they are doing and even go after them. Once we have fingerprinted them, then there comes the point where we start generating intelligence. جب ہم انٹیلیجنس جنریٹ کرنا شروع کرتے ہیں, we start hunting down the infrastructure that has not been yet used. We start performing attribution. ہم بتا سکتے ہیں کہ کس آرگنائزیشن یا کس کنٹری کی طرف سے ایک سرٹن اٹیک آ رہا ہے یا کس ای کرائم گروپ کی طرف سے ایک سرٹن اٹیک آ رہا ہے, اینڈ بیسڈ آن دیٹ وی کین ایکچولی decide what we can do about that threat, how to be effective against that threat, right? اسی طرح جیسے میں نے پہلے ڈسکس کیا کہ ہمارا انٹیلیجنس کا گول ہے کہ ہم کاسٹ امپوز کرنا چاہتے ہیں یا پھر کاؤنٹر انٹیلیجنس پرفارم کرنا چاہتے ہیں, اور مے بی وی وانٹ ٹو گو آن اے کاؤنٹر آفینسو. تو جب ہم انٹیلیجنس جنریٹ کرنا اسٹارٹ کریں گے, دیٹ از دا پوائنٹ ویئر وی ول ایکچولی میٹ دیز 3 points. سو آر باٹم لائن از we need to chase adversary, not just contain the incident. We need to chase them down. So next slide please. 2 slides. So this is how we perform attribution, and this is how we perform our intelligence analysis, or you would say intrusion analysis. So these red points are actually the domains that the adversary used. The blue points are the cities and the countries where the infrastructure is hosted, and similarly there are certain characteristics that have been mapped against a certain adversary. اسی طرح ملٹیپل ایڈورسریز کے اوور لیپس کو فائنڈ کر کے ان کے درمیان میں جو کوآرڈینیشن ہو رہا ہے ہم اس کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر کے وی کین میٹیگیٹ اٹ. پلیز نیکسٹ سلائڈ. رائٹ. سو اس ایمبیشیس اپروچ کے ساتھ دیر آر سرٹن challenges کے اندر the primary challenge we face is organizations do not have the required skill to actually perform the intrusion analysis. The second challenge we face is that academia is not pushing enough skill pool in the industry. And the third point is that the regulators actually focus on compliance requirements that are related to governance more and operations less. So jab tak if I get punched, jab tak mujhe جواب میں واپس مکہ مارنا نہیں آئے گا, تب تک میں چاہے جتنی مرضی کمپلائنس ریکوائرمنٹس پورا کرتا رہوں, آئی ول اچیو نتھنگ. رائٹ. تو سولوشنز ہمارے پاس ابھی کرنٹلی یہ ہیں. وی کین آئیدر اسٹارٹ ٹریننگ دا ٹرینر ان ایکیڈیمیا, بیکاز انسیڈنٹ رسپانس از این ایکسپیرئنس. یہ کسی کو آپ یونیورسٹی میں پڑھا نہیں سکتے. آپ انسیڈنٹ رسپونڈر کو یونیورسٹی میں یا تو لے جا کے پڑھا سکتے ہیں, یا پھر یونیورسٹی میں جن ٹیچرز نے انسیڈنٹ رسپانس ریلیٹڈ یا پھر ڈیجیٹل فورینزکس ریلیٹڈ کورسز پڑھانے ہیں, آپ ان کو جا کے یہ چیز اس چیز کے اوپر ٹرین کر سکتے ہیں, اینڈ دے کین ایونچولی ٹرین آر نیو جنریشن. Moving forward, hands-on internship programs need to be conducted, جس کے اندر جو کینڈیڈیٹس یا جو اسٹوڈنٹس ہمیں سائبر سیکیورٹی کی طرف, انٹیلیجنس کی طرف, فورینزکس یا ڈی ایف آئی آر کی طرف آتے ہوئے انٹرسٹڈ فیل ہوں, ہم ان کو انٹرنشپ پروگرامز اور آرگنائزیشنس کے اندر اسپیشلی جو وینڈرز ہیں وہ ان کو آفر کریں, اور پھر وی کین ایونچولی اسٹارٹ بلڈنگ این آرمی آف سائبر سیکیورٹی اینالسٹ. اسی طرح ہمیں بلو ٹیم ٹریننگ پروگرامز کنڈکٹ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. بلو ٹیم ٹریننگ پروگرامز آر لائک انکیوبیٹرز. آپ وہاں پہ you can throw students and then they will come out as your cyber warriors, right? And finally, regulators need to step up. They need to actually create regulations that are more directed towards operations. So finally, what I would want to say is digital forensics and incident response and cyber threat intelligence are directly linked. If we try to grip one, we lose another, and if we try to grip the other one, we lose the first one. So thank you.
Without any further delay, can you hear me? Without any further delay, we'll be taking a 30 minutes lunch. Please don't go anywhere. We have a very exclusive session right after that. The topic for this discussion will be National CERT, the way forward. So please don't miss that. Stick around. But we are open for lunch. Please.
This is the second term, and I think we must appreciate that Oman has done remarkably well in the region. So we are proud to have Dr. Hatmi with us. Would you kindly introduce yourself first, and please tell us that I understand that in Oman you had a very close interaction with like our PTA, your telecommunication organization. I have been there. So would you kindly introduce yourself first, then about your Oman CERT, and then finally how you are interacting with other government and private sector organizations. Over to you, Dr. Hatmi.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you and appreciate our gratitude for inviting us today to speak with you. and share our experiences here from Oman National CERT. And thank you for having us. And Dr. Omar, thank you for your contribution for the past couple of years to the story of CERT and your efforts in that area. My name is Haytham Al-Khatri. I am Executive Security Officer here at Oman National CERT, and also you're working with our membership with the ARCC, Arab Division of Cybersecurity, and also OIC, Organization of Islamic Certs, which Engineer Badr is heading for the past 3 rounds. And basically, we have helped our collaboration through our certs and through the region. We hosted a couple of events, and we are always believing towards intelligence sharing and also threat sharing and so on. First of all, I would like to talk about the importance and emphasize the importance of the role of CERT at a national level. As you see, that CERT plays a huge role in communication, not only locally through the sister agencies and law enforcement, but also aid in collaboration with other CERTs in the region and help providing a better space for cyberspace and collaboration in that field. I want to emphasize that the role of CERT at a local level only shows that the country is maturing, and not only that, but also focus in the areas. As a CERT, we know how many type of threats and attacks that comes to the nation, and therefore we can make a plan where we need to increase and make more collaboration and also training and development and awareness in that specific area. As CERT, we will have that information and collaborating that information with our sister agencies and law enforcement and also critical infrastructure is really important, especially highlighting in research and development area, which you can really appreciate the results that comes out from such studies in number of attacks and what they are specifically targeting in the region. As an oil producing country, you could say that the critical infrastructure, oil and gas and energy sector is a higher the level of attacks. And we have seen recently, even through the pandemic, that there was an increase on the attacks, not only in the critical infrastructure, but also health sector and also the public as whole. So the playing the role in, as a local CERT, having this information conveyed to the public and telling them about the different kinds of threat that attacks the society or the digital society within the cyberspace of the area is also crucial. Again, I want to emphasize CERT's communication with other CERTs from their membership is really important, and it plays a role in having a better protective safe in the environment that we have here in the region. Back at you, Omar.
Thank you very much, both of you. As we are about to launch our own.
Your voice is
okay,
I'm
fine.
sorry.
Thank you, both of you. As we are about to start our own next CERT, so I will request both of you to help me in organizing the next OIC CERT competition with Pakistan. And definitely, I understand that you guys are doing a wonderful job in this area, and we like to benefit because being the Muslim countries, we like to get benefit from your experience. Thank you both. I think if you want to continue, please stay tuned. Our next session with our own panelist is on the CERT. So wherever you want to have some information or you want to have some question, definitely we'll be available to you. Tural, you and Dr. Hadmi, thank you very much for your kind time. I'm really grateful to, on behalf of participants sitting here, and we are looking forward to see you very soon in Pakistan. And definitely, there's a meeting due in Pakistan. Definitely, I would like to have the same meeting in Islamabad. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and we're looking forward for collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jafri Saab. Next, we'll have a panel discussion moderated by Syed Ali Naqvi, DGM Information Security, HBL. So please come on the stage and introduce your panelists.
Thank you everyone for joining for much needed session. I would like to invite my esteemed panelists, Dr. Hassan Islam and CISO Nadra, Mukarram Khan Saab, DG PDA, Dr. Rafi Shan, representing the Ministry of IT, please, Ali Shahbaz, representing eBricks, if you can come on stage. Then we have got Tausif Aslam, who is the Head of Information Security, Telenor. He would be joining us from Zoom link. Uwais Ejaz, CISO, Allied Bank Limited. Then we've got Barrister Jannat Kalyar. He is a member of Advisory Committee for Cybersecurity. We'd like to invite Jafri Saab, if you can come on stage, please. And last but not least, Ashar, CEO, Comtel Systems, if you can come on stage. Thank you. And Faisal Anwar Saab, please. Mike. Okay. So I would like to start the opening remarks. The COVID-19 and post-pandemic has actually pushed organizations and industry actually to go towards the digitization. But in that rush, the cybersecurity area has been left behind. And I would say that we are left behind. We are there, but we are kind of left behind. And to manage the flip side of the digitization, this particular initiative answered would play a key role, not just to individual organizations, not just to the specific regulators, but the whole country as well. So I would like to start my question to my first panelist, to Dr. Rafi. Dr. Rafi, if you could just start by telling us, just for the beginners, what is answered and what would it mean to the country?
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. It's, just a bit answer to it. It's more of a dream for a lot of us to have that, unified, response against the threats which we all see in day in, day out. So it's more of a coordination center. It's more enabler for various sectors, which will enable this ecosystem and kickstart ecosystem. So we understand that we have done it than that, but one of the key deliverable was thank you. So one of the key deliverable was to enable that ecosystem which can generate that, a trend in Pakistan and generate the demand side as well and the supply side as well. So NCERT would basically synergize both demand and the supply sides as well, because it will be kind of a focal point for various sectoral certs, whether the telecom cert and the state bank, the financial sectors and a lot of others, the power, energy and educational sector, and the provincial certs and the government certs. So it will act as, initially it would act as an enabler for all that sectors to look up to and provide kind of a guidance and hand-holding, most importantly, and sense of direction, right? But obviously it will evolve into a different status while we see a lot of sectoral certs maturing up. So NCERT would be kind of elevated to a place where it would be a more of a coordination role than the technology intensive role.
So the idea is to, again, monitor the national critical infrastructure all along. And from what I hear, it's just not about the national cert. It's actually you plan on building the provincial and the industry certs as well. So how would they collaborate?
Right, very, very interesting. So there were two routes for doing that. The one was to have a cybersecurity act or kind of a law in the country which will generate this demand or make it compulsory for various sectors and the application custodians and the organizations to take enough measures to make cyberspace safe enough for the citizens, right? So that was a pretty long route, and there were various efforts being done in the past as well to have that ecosystem enabled. But luckily we had a kind of a very niche window with us that is under the PICA. There was Section 49, which basically empowers the federal government to designate and nominate various certs, including the federal cert, in fact. And the Section 51I, I think it was basically focused on we can devise the rules for those certs to operate and interplay. So based on that, Ministry of IT initiated a cert rules consultative process back in August. So rules were drafted with the involvement of various stakeholders at various levels. And then those rules were shared with the various regulators. I remember in the first meeting there were like 18 regulators from NAPTRA, PEPRA, State Bank, telcos, provinces, and a lot of others, aviation and education, you name them. So after the first consultation, we refined the draft, and that draft is under review with the various stakeholders. In fact, so what that will deliver is it will deliver a kind of an interplay between the various certs, how they will enact. For example, one of the obligation is if there is a data breach, the CEO of that organization would be responsible, whether public and private organization. And that will create a lot of demand, in fact, and they have the mandatory CISOs requirement as well, and there are a lot of, I think Section 15 of those certs, they can actually see the delivery of information security policy and strategy, incident management plan, vulnerability management plans, a lot of other deliverables which we think we take it as an option. They are mandatory. Obviously, because, for example, sector as SSCP, so SSCP has 150,000 companies registered with us. So it is very challenging for them to have a overarching policy for all of their licensees or the companies. So they have to strategize, they have to prioritize it, they have to be risk-based approach. So those cert rules enacted maybe 5 or 6 months down the line will enable that ecosystem, that how these certs will connect to each other, what would be the responsibility matrices for each stakeholder, and how this whole ecosystem will evolve over the next couple of years. But definitely one thing is for sure, that it will create a lot of local demand on the technology side as well and the capacity side as well.
So you've been part of KP Cert as well. So any rules of engagements, any suggestions for the industry experts here? Because again, moving forward, we will be establishing the FinCerts, Telco Certs. So any suggestions from your experience?
I think the biggest challenge for us at that time was, because we were just incubating a concept, was the governance. It's not a technology. The capacity evolves over time, but it was the governance. So with this, again, the cert rules, part of the governance challenges has been addressed, because a lot of that will be addressed through the upcoming any law which can there was a discussion to improve the PICA law. In fact, you might see certain, but overall the ministry mindset is not to over-regulate, not to create kind of not to increase the cost of doing business, but ensure a safe ecosystem where the businesses act responsibly and kind of ensure a safe cyberspace for the citizens and ensure the quality delivery of services in fact.
Thank you, Rafi. Jafi Saab, so you've been a part of several cybersecurity initiatives in the past, and somewhere you have built the foundation as well. So from your experience, what do you think, what does NCERT will mean to the country? And second question is, what would be the critical success factor for successful completion of this project?
बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। कहते हैं if you are not part of the solution, what is the problem? तो मैं नहीं चाहूँगा इस हाल में बैठा हुआ कोई भी शख्स part of the problem बने। मेरी ज़ाती राय ये है कि मैं 20 साल से इस काम से मुंसलिक हूँ,
اور میں نے دنیا کی بہت سر کام کیا. جو ان کے پرابلم کو فیس آئے وہ میں شیئر کروں گا تاکہ وہ پرابلم. سب سے بڑا پرابلم ہوتا ہے جب یہ بات شروع ہوتی ہے کہ انفارمیشن شیئر کریں تو ہر آدمی ڈسکمفرٹ ہو جاتا ہے, ہر آدمی. تو اف یو ڈونٹ ایگری ود می, مجھے کوئی اعتراض نہیں ہے. میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں ہمارے ملک کی سائبر سیکورٹی میں کچھ ایسی انیکوریسیز ہیں کہ ان کو فالٹ لائنس کو ٹھیک کرنا بہت ضروری ہے. اگر وہ نہیں کریں گے تو جو عمارت بننے جا رہی ہے میں دعا کر سکتا ہوں اس کو. کوئی انیکوریسیز کیا ہیں وہ یہ فورم نہیں ڈسکس کرنے کا, شاید وہ ہمیں کہیں بیٹھ کے آرام سے بات کریں گے, ٹائم بھی نہیں ہے, ورنہ ہم ضرور ڈسکس کرتے ہیں. ایک بات بتاؤں کہ اس وقت طاقت کے 4 منبع ہیں ہمارے ملک کے. ایک جن کے پاس اتھارٹی ہے, ایک جن کے پاس پیسہ ہے, ایک جن کے پاس نالج ہے, اور چوتھا جو ہے وہ جو باہر بیٹھے ہیں. ان میں کنیکشن پیدا کرنے بہت ضروری ہے. دیکھیے ہمارے کچھ پاکستانی بھائی ایسے باہر بیٹھے ہیں, بچے ہمارے, جو امیزنگ کام کر رہے ہیں وہاں پہ, امیزنگ. اب ان کو یہاں پہ اسپیس دینا بہت ضروری ہے. ہم نہیں دیں گے وہ نہیں آئیں گے یہاں. پہلی بات, یہاں جو کریڈور آف پاورز ہیں, جن کے پاس پیسہ ہے یا جن کے پاس نالج یونیورسٹیز کے پاس ہے, میں بڑا کلیئر ہوں, مڈ ڈے 1 سے کلیئر ہوں, نالج ان کے پاس ہے. یہ اکیڈیمیا کو اپنا مائنڈ سیٹ ٹھیک کرنا پڑے گا کہ وہ جو اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں وہ فیوچر لیڈرز ہیں سائبر سیکورٹی کے. وہ آج اسکولوں میں ہیں, وہ کالجز میں ہیں, وہ یونیورسٹیز کے اندر ہیں. ان کو پلیز وہ نہ پڑھائیں جو آپ کو آتا ہے, ان کو وہ پڑھائیں جو فیوچر کی ضرورت ہے. اچھا اب وہ کہیں گے کہ ہم تو ایچ سی اور ہمارا تو کریکولم, ان کے اپنے مسائل ہیں. میں پڑھاتا بھی رہا ہوں نرس کے اندر, مجھے آئیڈیا ہے اس چیز کا. آپ ایک انچ نہیں پڑھا سکتے اس کے علاوہ, تو اس کا کوئی حل تلاش کرنا پڑے گا. اور یہ بیٹھ کے کولیکٹیو وزڈم سے ہی تلاش کرنا پڑے گا. یہ بہت بڑی, دیکھیں ایک اچھا کام جو ہو چکا ہے اس کو اپریشیٹ کرنا چاہیے. منسٹری نے پالیسی بنا دی ہے, ابھی اس میں کافی مراحل باقی ہیں, قوانین بننے ہیں اس کے اندر. سب سے بڑا جھگڑا جو نظر آتا ہے مجھے وہی نظر آئے گا کہ وہ کون سی فائن لائن ہے جو سیکورٹی کو دور کر رہی ہے کرائم کے ساتھ. اس کے اوپر بہت ڈیلے کرنا پڑے گا. آخری بات میں کرنا چاہوں گا اس ٹاپک پہ آپ کے ساتھ کہ 3 چیزیں ایسی ہیں کہ جو ڈسٹرب کر دیں گے ہماری ہر چیز کو, اور یہ اگلے 2 سے 3 سالوں کی بات ہے. میں نے ماضی میں بھی بہت پہلے ایک بات کی, وہ نہیں سنی گئی, مجھے کوئی فرق نہیں پڑتا, میں اپنی بات کرتا رہوں گا. کہ جو فن ٹیکس کو آپ کہہ رہے ہیں, کرپٹو کرنسیز کو آپ کہہ رہے ہیں, آئی ایم ویری ہیپی کہ ہماری بات سنی گئی ہے اس کے اوپر. اگر کوئی اس کا ممبر نہیں ہے, موسٹ ویلکم جوائن کر لے. اسپیشل انٹرسٹ گروپ بن چکا ہے, 160 لوگ ہیں اس کے اندر, سب ریلیونٹ محکموں کے لوگ ہیں. آپ بھی جوائن کر لیں, کوئی ایشو نہیں ہے. اس کی میٹنگیں شروع ہو گئی ہیں, ویبنارس کے اوپر ہیں. اس کو ہمیں ڈسکس کرنا پڑے گا. اس کا 0 ڈرافٹ تیار ہو رہے گا. اس میں جو متعلقہ محکمے ہیں ان سب کو ہم نے آن بورڈ لیا اپنے ساتھ. اس کو ڈسکس کرنا بہت ضروری ہے, کیونکہ وہ جو ڈارک ویب ہے, ڈیپ ڈارک ویب ہے, وہ اسی کا فائدہ اٹھا رہا ہے کہ ہمارے پاس کچھ چیز نہیں ہے. یہ پھر گورنمنٹ کا فیصلہ ہے کہ جو بھی قوانین بناتی ہے, لیکن اسپیڈ ورک ہمیں کر کے دینا پڑے گا. کیونکہ گورنمنٹ کے پاس نہ وہ مسل ہے, فائنینشیل مسل ہے کہ لوگوں کو انگیج کر سکے اپنے ساتھ, نہ وہ ابھی کیا ہو رہا ہے, نالج یونیورسٹیز کے پاس ہے, ہم نے ان کو بھی ساتھ لے لیا ہے گا, جو اتھارٹی ہے ان کو بھی ساتھ لے لیا ہے. اور یہ سب مل کے ایک 0 ڈرافٹ بن جائے, اسے پھر کوئی بھی امپروو کر لے گا. اسٹارٹ لینا پڑے گا. دوسرا جو میں دیکھ رہا ہوں یہ ٹرانسفارمیشن, اس میں اے آئی جو ہے وہ بہت امپورٹنٹ رول ادا کر رہا ہے. یہ ہیک کریں گے, مشینیں ہیک کریں گی آپ کو, ٹھیک ہے, اور وہ اتنی ایکوریسی سے ہیک کریں گی آپ کو کہ آپ کو سمجھ نہیں آئے گی. تو وہ جو صبح سے بات ہو رہی ہے کہ ابھی ہمیں ری ایکٹیو نہیں پرو ایکٹیو ہونا ہے. پرو ایکٹیو کے لیے کچھ میں پھر کہوں گا کوئی ایسے انہیرنٹ انیکوریسیز ہیں جن کی فالٹ لائن کو سیٹ کرنا بہت ضروری ہے. اس کے اوپر میں ریکمینڈ کروں گا ایک نیشنل ڈائلاگ, اور وہ کوئی بھی ادارہ کر دے. میں سمجھتا ہوں یونیورسٹی کا زیادہ بہتر ہے. اگر کوئی نسٹ کے لوگ بیٹھے ہیں میں ان کو ریکویسٹ کروں گا کہ وہ کریں اس کو, ہم کو فل سپورٹ دیں گے. میں یہ نہیں کہہ رہا کہ صرف سجیشن دے رہا ہوں گا. پیسہ کے بارے میں صاحب آپ لوگ جانتے ہیں, یہ جن سے میں بات کر رہا تھا یہ موجود تھا اس میٹنگ کے اندر. الحمدللہ ہم نے پانی رول ادا کیا ہے پیسہ نے. پچھلے 15 سال سے کوئی سائبر ڈیل نہیں ہے دنیا میں جس میں پاکستان کا جھنڈا نہ لگا ہوا ہو. الحمدللہ ہم ٹاپ 3 پوزیشن میں آئے ہیں. آئی ایم تھینکفل ٹو مائی ٹیم سٹنگ دیئر. یہ سارے والنٹیئرز ہیں میرے ساتھ, کوئی پیڈ امپلائی نہیں ہے اس کے اندر. لیکن الحمدللہ ہم نے کسی سائبر ڈیل کے اندر دنیا میں کہیں ہوئی ہے کہ جھنڈا لگا ہوا تھا پاکستان کا. بس یہ مجھے فخر ہے, اور یہ میں اعلان کر رہا ہوں اس فورم سے, جس دن نیشنل سرٹ بنے گی, جو بھی اس کا چیف ہوگا, میری پوری ٹیم جائے گی, اور ہم نہ صرف ان کو اپنے سارے کانٹیکٹس دیں گے, ان کو سب کو میل کریں گے کہ آج کے بعد اب ان سے بات کیجیے گا. 65 قائم رہے گی,
वो रिसर्च में चली जाएगी और 50 हम काम कर सकते हैं। लेकिन मैं ये डे 1 से कहता था कि नेशनल स्टैंडर्ड बनाना हमारा काम नहीं है, ये इदारों का काम है, वो बनाएं। अब थैंक गॉड बनने जा रही है, तो जितना नॉलेज बेस हमारे पास है हम सब उसके CEO को जो भी उसके होंगे उनके हैंड ओवर करेंगे। बेशुमार चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो सिर्फ टच से शेयर हो सकती हैं, वो हम कर देंगे उनको। और ये नेशनल डायलॉग की जो मैंने बात की है, इसका बहुत जल्दी होना ज़रूरी है। उसके ऊपर फ्रीली बात करें, टाइम ज़्यादा हो और प्रेस में बात करें। बहुत शुक्रिया आपको, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू जाफिर साहब फॉर योर वैल्यूएबल रिमार्क्स। इनफैक्ट उनके पॉइंट को लेकर मैं कहूँगा, आई थिंक वी हैव बेसिकली कम फ्रॉम नोवेयर टू समवेयर। पहले कहीं नहीं थे। आई थिंक विद ऑल दीज डेवलपमेंट्स वी हैव कम टू सम पॉइंट और वी मूव फॉरवर्ड। पीछे जाना ही नहीं है, आगे ही बढ़ना है। My next question is to Wes Ejaz. You're representing the banking industry. So, Wes, as an industry expert and from the banking industry, what are your expectations coming from the NCERT?
Okay, a lot has been said about CERT and NCERT. I think I would agree with Rafi Saab that establishing an NCERT is the first task, first priority of the government. And then the establishment of the sectoral certs and the individual certs and SOCs, and the hand-holding, helping the sectorial certs to establish their certs and then the individual certs. So hand-holding is one part. Secondly, I think the regulation, the regulatory aspect is important from the NCERT point of view to regulate all these sectoral certs and individual certs, because the main objective of an NCERT or other certs would be to have zero tolerance against cyber attacks and to protect your information assets, be it the financial sector or the public sector or any other the telcos. Now translating this main objective to have zero tolerance against cyber attacks, I think information sharing, threat intelligence sharing, and relevant to Pakistan, relevant to this region. That is more important. And I think Faz also discussed this in his speech about the relevance of threat intelligence to Pakistan. We've seen APT actors from India. Secondly, I think NCERT should also have directives to assess the security posture of the organizations, especially top-level organizations, so that we have a bare minimum security posture in terms of people, process, and technology. Then advisories, education, awareness campaigns from the national CERT, and then effective communication in case of any disaster, any unforeseen situation where you have, a national crisis situation or an incident happening, which we saw, a couple of weeks back. So this is my take on the expectations from NCERT, and then collaboration and harmony is the main key, which we expect from the national CERT.
Actually, you have raised a very good point. In fact, I want to talk about it further. We have seen the incidents, and it's not the first incident that we have seen. We have seen the incidents in 2018, 16. Even before the National Cybersecurity Policy came out, we did have some regulations on board. Why is it that this incident is happening again and again, and we somehow fail to respond to those incidents still in 2021? What is the gap? What can be done further to further basically, close those gaps?
I think every organization has to look into its information security posture. That is important. Because what we have seen that the organizations having weak security controls, having weak processes, and unskilled people, they are more prone, more vulnerable to these cyber attacks. So every organization on its own and the regulatory bodies should work together in harmony to address these gaps in terms of all the controls and processes. That's the major key. From a risk point of view, risk cannot be zero, but we have to fill all the gaps so that we minimize risk to a residual level. We have that residual risk in place. So that's the key, I think.
Thank you for your inputs. Ashar, now, the kind of attacks that we are seeing right now especially with what's going on, ransomware, AI-based attacks. Do you think we have got the right tools and technologies and even the resources in place to actually even detect those kind of incidents that this is actually happening? And I quote you an example I was discussing with my colleagues last night. There was a ransomware attack somewhere in UK actually. वहाँ पे उन्होंने जो first incident response जो दिया, they closed down the 445 port to stop any CIC connection. Later on मुझे पता लगा कि उनका after 2 days 80 GB का जो data है वो dark web पर पड़ा हुआ था. And they were like shocked how it happened. पता लगा था lateral movement के through वो basically file server के through उन्होंने data ले गए. So the point is कि इतनी sophisticated attacks हो रहे हैं. Do we have the right technologies and tools in place even to detect those or respond करना?
I think if you talk about the technology, one thing which I always say is security is so scattered. There's so many verticals to look into when you go into a security technology roadmap. Even if you look at ISO 27002 framework, if you're trying to implement that, you need to look at your databases. You have so many like different points to cater for. So bringing all the technology to one point and then have the resources to monitor and respond, I think it's very complex, number one. The problem is really complex. Another thing which I feel is how we are trying to address the problem. When I go talk to the customers, and I know a lot of people, I think we need to change the way we are trying to tackle this problem. And I was having a discussion with one of the customers as well. I think globally, if you look at how companies are now tailoring or they're trying to solve the problem, is they're looking at the end result. So when they talk to a security vendor, they're more interested in now addressing what SLAs can be met, what will be the turnaround time, what's the detection time of breach, how quickly you can mitigate, and how early you can respond to it as well. So those vendors, they're not very focused on the technology. So they're more interested in actually solving the problem. So maybe we need to rethink how we are tackling the problem as well. Because when we get into the technology discussion, there's so many different silos, verticals, different areas, and expertise are really less, right? And when you talk about technology and AI-based attacks, I think there is a shift going in the technology as well. If you look at the total market of security as a revenue, maybe $100 or $200 billion, the largest player might be doing $10 billion of business, right? I mean, I don't know if you can look over there, like if I count those vendors, there might be like 50 or 100 vendors and all different vendors, right? So I think every particular field has a different vendor, right? So there's a transition going in terms of technology as well. As we are going on the cloud bandwagon, the vendors are going over there as well. So we have a lot of vendors who are providing AI-based security, ML-based security. So I think it's an egg and chicken situation. People who are trying to steal the data, they have more time, they're more focused. I think CISO is focused in terms of addressing the compliances, the internal audit, external audit, hiring issue. So there's a lot of things when you talk about a CISO in order to actually have a clear focus on the protection of the assets only. So there's so many things they have to look into it. So I think there is a technology shift, things are getting improved, but maybe in my point of view, we need to look at the problem in a different way now.
So is it safe to say they are always one step ahead of us? Is it safe to say they're always one step ahead of us? The CISO is actually chasing them.
Of course. If you look at threat actors, especially who are financed by state-sponsored, I mean, they don't want to steal your, bring your network down, right? They just want to sit there, monitor everything. They will never try to let you know they're there, right? Because they're just trying to monitor, and when they want to bring something down, then they will act, right? So I think it's a complicated situation because it's very expensive proposition as well. As Faisal was saying, that when you go to your board for approvals and all that, it's difficult to get a lot of money for it as well. But these state-sponsored people who are trying to get into your bank, into your telcos to steal the data, they have unlimited resources and good resources, I'm sure, better than what we have, right?
Great, thank you for your valuable remarks. Well, so with the evolving threat attacks that's been taking place locally, forget about international, and with that changing threat landscape of Pakistan, I think 2015 was a different picture, 2021 is a scary picture. So with that evolving threats, especially in the banking industry, how do you see the role of FinCERT and how important, and do you think this is a very, very right time and it should have been done 5 years ago?
Thank you very much. I think 5, I would rather say 10 years ago might be. Faisal, my counterpart, said one thing and I'm going to rephrase it and re-say it. So he mentioned about time. So as they say, it's a game where they say you have the watch and I have the time. So the problem starts that people, and I'm not being very specific to any discipline or work, but normally the way it is being looked at is that people get very mechanical and the job becomes very time bound. So you look at your watch and you're done in 8 hours, the next shift comes in and the next shift comes in. But that guy is sitting there and he has the time at his disposal. And that is something we need to be very vigilant of. So rather than looking at things superficially, and I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to slightly deviate and then come back to it because I think that makes more of a relevance. It's far important so we can take two approaches. We can go bottom up or we can go top down. So top down is that while we're doing the end set, we do the regional set, and the end set becomes a subset of the regional set, so that in advance they would know that there is a reasonable level of material information which can provoke your thought that there is something building up. And I'm using the word something building up against your critical assets. NSET, at the same point in time, and I'm going to make a cross-reference without getting into too many details, in a conventional warfare, we used to say, this is my strategic building, this is my strategic road, this is my strategic railway line. So we need to define what is the strategic infrastructure that we need to protect, and then the NSET needs to have an ample amount of intelligence through the regional probes coming into it that something is building up against your national infrastructure. The national set, with a degree of normalization, needs to feed into secretarial set, that now there is going to be a reasonable level of information to believe and say that there is going to be an attack launch against a power plant that is in somewhere in Pakistan, or there is going to be a railway system that is going to be attacked, or there is going to be a bank that is going to be attacked, or as they say, the financial industry is going to come under the fire. Only then, coming to your point of FinCERT, a FinCERT which is operating under the NCERT with a reasonable level of feed coming in from NCERT and from its own intelligence, because naturally there is a access to all material and information, including the deep dark web and all of that, where we can get very concise information. When you correlate all of that, you can come out specific to a sector, and in that case, a FinCERT. In a financial sector, which includes the banks and non-banking sector, which is the FSI sector, as we say, must have a collaborative framework with a normalized set of information available across the board. So it should not be one bank against that it is going to come under limelight. It has to be first identified and said so that the financial ecosystem of the country will come under this threat. And what the threat looks like. Then comes that as a FinCERT, what kind of information and how quickly that information can come. Because, and again, I'm going to make a correlation to a conventional warfare. Your best win is not your best defense. Your best win is your best intelligence, that how quickly you get up to respond to that. So whether you want to go offensive or you want to go defensive is a choices that you make at a point in time. You say that, okay, I'm going to go very specific. I'm going to only maintain my position. I'm not going to go offensive. But I have a reasonable intel to say that a non-friendly state activity has started on my border, so I'm going to move. And you say that, okay, I'm going to show my muscle and I'm going to stop it right there, which means you're saying that I will react, I will act, and I will ensure that before an action is being taken against your nation, I will suppress that. So the same analogy needs to be built into the fin sets and subsequently to the sets above, that with a reasonable level of information available, the security posture of the national infrastructure, including the financial sector, must evolve and ideally should have a view, if not longer than at least 2 weeks from now, that how the vector of attack and surface of attack is changing to the financial sector and how I need to reposition my security posture. If we are able to achieve that, that means we really are in a position that we can protect. And this is how, in my very humble opinion, how a FinCERT eventually at a last stage, as a nirvana stage, as they say, must be operating in collaboration, starting from the regional CERT down to the FinCERT.
Now, it comes to now 2 more interesting questions to you. So, IT is very, very important stakeholder when it comes to incident response and incident handling. Very, very critical stakeholders. So in your experience and the kind of attacks that are taking place in the banking industry these days, what do you think, what further alignment should be there between the InfoSec and IT, and I would say the whole business and executives, what is needed for the IT to work with InfoSec to respond to such cyber attacks in a more better way? Second question related to this. Usually when we plan the cyber drills and DR drills, we are very conservative in terms of creating the use case scenario. हाँ यार वो बंद हो जाएगा तो उसको DR से up कर देंगे. Do you think it's time to prepare for the worst in a way that all things have been compromised, everything has been ransomware encrypted, we have been isolated, and we need to go to the leisure era maybe? Should we do that?
I think that is going too far into it. So, might be on a personal level, I may like that opinion because I would get rid of my cell phone. That means no more emails and no more calls randomly waking me up in the middle of the night. But I think we've come too far and we burned the boats. So, I think the only way is the way forward. To your first point, I think the collaboration does exist. What needs to change? What needs to change is how we are looking and what is it we are looking for. So between the InfoSec and IT, there is a collaboration. If there is, or somebody have an opinion, there is none, I would disagree. In my humble opinion, I would disagree with that because people can have opinion and it is okay to have opinions and that's why they are there. And as a mature nation, we should all come to the table and have the difficult questions being asked. And unfortunately, if we can't answer a difficult question, then that, in my humble opinion, is a wrong person at a wrong place. Then it's a different question that needs to be answered. So that's number one, the collaboration is there. But what is missing is, in a normal state, as we are living now, what is it that we should be looking for? Is it that we are looking for that one rule may break and that may trigger? Or might be, I need to build an enough level of deep intelligence into my network that I can predict that today when somebody turned up to work, he or she is acting differently. That leads you to user behavior analysis. We should, as an organization, if you're taking security very actively, we need to be able to predict. I don't say hold people hostage to technology and create the fear. But for corporate structures, for national infrastructure, we need to make sure that we are able to predict that whatever we are doing, so that we can actually pinpoint what is the anomaly that is happening into the network. It's not about what Faisal is doing in today at his office. Might be a person X is already compromised without him knowing, because he was using his or her laptop last night to watch a movie. And while watching that movie, unknowingly, without any intent, the machine got compromised, and the next day when he or she comes into the work, the magic starts. So we should be able to locate, find, and look for the anomalies which may not exist in a daily routine life in an entity, and jump to a conclusion later. And as there is a saying, you are innocent unless proven guilty. Unfortunately, it's my humble opinion, we work by a principle that you are guilty unless you prove yourself that you are innocent. So do the investigation, do the forensics, and look for the actors which are not normal in a normal state of an organization. It will help you to identify the early alarms of detection, and in that case, whether it is IS or IT, because the CERT as a team which is going to respond to an emergency can not only predict but act upon it before the damage is done much earlier. To your second question, that's very close to my heart, and that's about setting up a DR site and working for a state. The best thing to do is, it's always prepare as what a worst can happen. And that's how the God has made us. I drive a car, I wear a suit, and I live in an air-conditioned environment. God forbid something happens, I retune myself and I can live in a bunker. And that's called a growth mindset. Right? So as a human, you can adopt very quickly to what is happening around you. So security is something that the best thing is, do not go out and buy the boxes. Identify a problem, what you're trying to protect. So if you have your problem statement very, very well defined, bringing up something from a DR side is perfectly fine. That's why that we made that investment of 0.01% as a CIO. When we stand in front of any approving authority and we say that I need a DR site, he said, why do you need a DR site? I said, I need that investment for the 0.01 probability of a percentage that an event may occur and I have to move this institution and run it from the other side. However, when you are planning, the problematic part that happens is that we only see a loss of technology in case of a DR. We tend to forget that the first thing that can happen if there was a fire in a building or a collapse of a building, God forbid, you will also lose your human capital that was residing in that building. So the first thing before you set up a DR as a data center, disperse your people, do a geo spread. Then look into that how you're going to protect your information assets, classify them. Then while you are classifying them, make sure that you also know that how a lateral infection can be protected moving into an organization. That means either you will have a bunker site, either you are going to have an offline copy of your data store, or you're going to have an encrypted offline point-in-time copy which is not fully in sync. Because what can also happen is your DR side could be fully sync, which means an organization which is, and I am cognizant to time, that it could be fully synced. That means you are replicating before you're committing, and an infection can go on either of the two sides. So for you to recover with a minimum level of financial loss, you should be able to bring an organization back fairly quick. This means your commitment to your customers should be fulfilled. That needs to be very well defined. You must have a data store which is fully secured, encrypted, from where you can restore your organization, and you have people dispersed, and you have your technology partners with whom you have an SLA of assets being made available to you in a time of a need. So whether that could be on rental, whether that could be on procurement basis, that could be a loaner, that's a point in decision as an organization you should make. But that's how I see it in my very humble opinion.
Very correctly said. And one of my friend who's also a risk professional, Alexei, he defined the risk definition as thinking of unknown. This is what the risk is. And another guy said, very rightly said, think outside the risk registers. These attacks that is happening locally and internationally, they are not in the risk registers. Get out of them. Think of unknown. As Professor Saab said, think of a worst case scenario if you can. And this is how we should move forward. Dr. Hassan, so NSET will be built. How do we classify the national critical infrastructure? How do you prioritize them? How do you classify them?
Thank you very much. Before answering your question, I would just like to supplement the comments made by one team member. Bihari was? To me, risk analysis is the foundation and the fundamental pillar for laying out cyber defense as well as launching a cyber attack. The more accurate and comprehensive is your risk analysis, the more lethal is your offensive operations and more protective and defensive you are. And incidentally, after going to discussion with my colleagues and other organizations, I have seen that this is one of the most neglected area. We carry out risks once and then we forget that. On the other hand, we need to have it revised at least once in a year or whenever we are facing some challenges or some anomalies. That's one thing. Second thing I have observed, we have a big gap in the funding of our risk analysis and the policies and SOPs we devised. And the third gap which I have observed is the technical controls we implement. So these three gaps gives a lot of space for a hacker to come into the organization. So I was just supplementing from my own experience. Now coming to your question, what is the critical organization? That question might seem to be a very simple question, but answer is a complete strategy. So first let me define what is a critical organization. A critical organization is an organization whose debilitating services or discontinuation of a service can arrest the state capacitated. The state will not be able to perform its functionality. That is the definition of a critical organization. The next thing comes, what is a critical organization? And who is going to define it? So the first point is, no organization can himself or itself define that I am a critical organization. So it is the job of the government or maybe some industries who are going to carry out a complete methodological survey, and there is a policy and method defined that. They are going to identify the critical organization in the countries. And another thing, it is not necessary that every organization which has been already defined as a critical has the same level of criticality. For example, a hospital may be defined as a critical organization, but State Bank is also a critical organization, but has a more critical level than a hospital. That is the point where we need to define the level of criticalities. During that research, I have also observed that only there are few countries, advanced countries, who have actually approved lists of critical organizations. Like in America, Homeland Security defines what are the critical organizations. European Union, their parliament defines what are the critical organizations. And then government takes the responsibility of carrying out their risk, and those organizations are bound to submit a report of their compliance initiated by the government. So this is not a simple concept that I am a critical organization and that's good. Because running of the state depends on the functionality of the organization, and the functional organization, government takes the ownership that the organization should run. So this is what the critical organization is.
So my second question to you, Dr. Saab, is, again, NSET will be, again, a lot of steps have been taken to establish that answered. A lot of things are going on. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हमारी कोई responsibility नहीं है organization. And we cannot just say to and go management के दीजिए answered बन गया, अब कुछ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, 2-3 बंदे रखो, security चलाते. This is where my question comes in. How important would be to establish the internal CERT teams to again, because again, a lot of advisories will be coming in from them. Vulnerabilities will be reporting from the NCERT, FinCERT. Now, our job, having a dedicated insert, how important it is for the institutions, banks, organizations?
Again, first of all, we need to insert and need to understand what is a CERT. CERT is basically an enabler which enable an organization to face and mitigate and become resilient against a disaster. That is the objective of the CERT. Then coming to the structure of the CERT, it is not necessary and must that every organization have the same structure of a CERT and every organization must have a CERT. It is not necessary. So we need to analyze and carry out a survey what all organizations need a complete CERT or who need to have a bit of small element, maybe in the form of incident response team. Why I'm saying it? Bringing a CERT is adding a full-fledged department in an organization. That it means you need to have people, expert people, and we have an extreme shortage of expert people. You need to have funding. You need to have qualification and many technology aspects, which is going to cost a good money to the organization. So what we can do, we can make a group of organizations like banking sector can have one CERT, telcos can have one CERT, and in each telco, we can have an incident response team who, based on their detection of some anomaly or some anomalous activities, they can report to the CERT. But things do not finish here. We have to complete the loop. For example, if we have detected some anomaly, it should be reported, communicated in a much faster and as accurate way as possible. And then we need to rectify it. So that is the thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. All the points well taken, and thank you. Mukarram Saab. NCERT is going to be a big change, not just for the country, for every organization as well. And I think everyone has to play the part. It's like you're building, I think, a skyscraper where every one of us actually play their part to build the whole skyscraper from bottom to top or top to bottom. So that change again would come to organization like yourself where you work. So what did change means to your organization, to your executives, to your technology team, engineering team, and everybody there?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would quote the statement of Hamar Jafri Saab in the morning. He said, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It's not basically, regulator cannot do it in isolation. We have to act as a team. And we have been emphasizing to the telecom industry that we are a team, and PTA is your team captain. So captain have to plan the strategy and then give it to them, but we have to play together. So what we are doing, basically the concept has come up now, and now we are making with the courtesy of Ministry of IT, the CERT rules, but PTA has taken an initiative in the last year. We introduced CTDISR, which is Critical Telecom Data and Infrastructure Security Regulation. And in that, we make it mandatory that our telcos have to undergo the third-party audits. And also, they also have to set up the SOCs. And those SOCs have to be connected to the National Telecom SOC, which is going to form the sectoral SOC in the context of National CERT and National SOC. So we would be playing a role of regulatory and a subset of the National CERT and National SOC. So we took on very religiously. We approved a concept paper. We got it approved from the Ministry of Information Technology. We consulted whole the industry, our telcos, and the cybersecurity firms. And now we are in the next week or next to next, we are going for open tender. We are going to set up
the national telecom, SOC, and CERT with all the three components of SIEM, SOAR, and threat intelligence. And we are, while we are considering the commercial products also, we are encouraging the indigenous players also. We have done a lot of a survey, and we are glad to know, like, Routers, Trillium, Ebrix, and so many other companies, Transulus, they have their own indigenously built solutions to these. Though we are not fixed whether to buy commercial off the shelf or encourage these, but would definitely, we are open to all. And if in the preliminary technical study, if they qualify, whosoever qualify, we are going to go and we are going to give a chance. And also we have seen that except leaving aside the major telecom operators, the others have not implemented the SOC. So we are asking our indigenous SOC providers to make short version, economical version of the SIEM solution so that they can be affordable to the small telco operators, so that at least we should have bare minimum, a SOC component placed onto them. Then sky the limit, we can keep improving, and we would help with them, we would stand with them, and we would, when we are going to connect it to the national telecom SOC, it would be a two-way traffic of the SIEM, threat intelligence, and things like that. So we are going to evolve together. And the second challenge is all the telcos, they have heterogeneous SOC solution. So once we are going to have it in the center, there would be a challenge how to integrate them. But we are working together with them. We are working on the common services, common standards, whereby the input of one can be ingested to the other. And we seamlessly, without being technology agnostic, without being vendor locking, we should have all the favors in place, like internet, where different brands are working together and they are giving the services to the user. So we are very open. In fact, in a few months from now, we would have, and we would be the leading sector where a functioning SOC and CERT would be in place, and then it would be giving the feed to the national SOC. Thank you.
Okay, sir, I would just like a couple of more minutes on interesting topic as well. One more. Again, a critical part of any national CERT is the national cybersecurity awareness. Again, much needed. People need to know what the PII information is. People need to know how is this important, why is this relevant. I understand that PTA itself runs a lot of awareness programs itself, but from the context of NCERT and again within institution, how important forward-looking approach towards, what would be the forward-looking approach towards the national cybersecurity awareness? If you just spend a couple of minutes on that,
yeah,
please.
Thank you very much. Basically, there are three things, people, processes, and technology. Technology is the least important thing. The most important are the people. Unless the people are not trained, and as again Amar Saab said in the morning, there's a disconnect between the expertise and education. We need to create the experts or skilled people. So I have seen, the background I come from, we have a SOC and it is working for last 10 years. But we have evolved over a period of time. Initially we had our were not trained. So here we are emphasizing on the same aspect. We are working with the telecom industry in training their people. We are having sessions, regular sessions, interactions, where we are imparting the training. We are, we are in touch with ISOC and PAC. On those platforms, we are imparting the training, then we are sharing, experiences. So the most important thing is dialogue. We are having dialogue with the industry. So industry have their own apprehension. For example, sharing of the data, the connectivity, security of the connectivity while, establishing the national SOC and national telecom SOC. So if, for example, we all are connected, but there's a, the strength of the chain would be known by the weakest link. So if there's a weakest link on that, so whole the network would be compromised. So we are taking on the people wherever they are, not only training them vertically so that they are at the expertise level, but at least minimum level of security awareness is important to all the people in the telecom industry so that we can fight with the insider threat. So that we have seen, you must have seen on the WhatsApp and Facebook, so much of users' data is on sale. So this cannot happen because of so many things, and insider is not an exception to that. So we are trying to emphasize that there should be a minimum level of threshold of cybersecurity training imparted to all the people in our industry. And our industry, by the way, make more than 85% of CNIT infrastructure in Pakistan. Either directly or indirectly, everybody is using this motorway to run their traffic. So if this, we as a motorway police on that, we have to make sure that everybody is following the rules and there's no violence. So in that, the awareness is the most important thing. We should be, our role should be the minimum as a regulator. It should be the joint responsibility. People should understand and they should not be violating the things in the first place that we have to react into this.
Absolutely, and this awareness thing is actually a shared responsibility, and this is where I think Pakistan Banking Association also take out some TV ads as well. PTAs is spreading a lot of awareness through the SMS, and I think this is where the industries from infrastructure side, they can also come in. Again, they interact with the customer as well through bills and stuff, so maybe it's a good idea to spread that kind of cybersecurity awareness among the consumers as well. My next question is to Tausif, who would be joining us through Zoom. Tausif, again, an integral part of whatever we're discussing is the incident response plan. Even though it's been mandated by many regulators, but now that the answer is coming with this national cybersecurity already exists, can you just tell us more about basically what incident response plan entails and what would be the critical success factors to actually act upon them when there is actually an incident going on? Tausif?
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me. If I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So bit of apologies, I am not able to understand your question very accurately, but I would like to start building on what Mukarram Sahab said. So being in telecom industry, so what PTA has done recently, so that regulation has really helped us to start working on this national CERT initiative. So we have in the industry, we have established those SOC and CERT functions. The regulation is really playing part to uplift the security in the industry. And I think telco industries have responded it very well. And in short span of time, so we have moved we have made very good progress on that. But national CERT, I will say that is a big thing, as Mukarram Sahab said. So for that to work properly, so we need those initiatives in our industry, and then how it coordinate to the sectoral level, and then how it go back to the national level. That will definitely require a lot of things to establish, and these include the communication channel, the point of contact, the organization that we need to mobilize all of this. So that was the first thing that I wanted to comment, and then maybe if you can repeat your question so that I can answer that precisely.
So Tausif, I was saying that in the incident response plan, what are the key areas that should be put in? Again, we have got industry experts over here, so they would like to learn basically if they want to make a plan. So what key areas should be included in the plan?
Okay, so if I understood right, what are the key areas that we need to focus for this initiative, right?
Absolutely, yeah, from the incident response perspective.
Yeah, So, in my view, to move forward with this initiative, there are many small steps that we have to do. So, we already have the national cyber security policy that asks us to move forward towards the national CERT. But then this cyber security policy should be backed up by some legal framework that make it happen in the country, and then we have to bring in the organization and the right point of context and experts who then start delivering on it. And that organization definitely need to have the visionary leadership so that it can be developed. But if we go a little bit more deeper into it, so there are some operational and human resource perspective. So the operational perspective is how this will work. What are the internal and external stakeholders? So what are the processes with which this national CERT will communicate with the sectoral CERT, and then how this will cascade down to the industrial CERTs, to some telecom industry, to maybe someone in the banking industry, then the digital, and then so on and so forth. So all of this will require some internal and external processes. And then definitely there are some tools and technologies, the platform that will be required to get this done. Like we can take example, if someone has to report an incident, then that definitely require a platform, how we contact it, and what is the security of that, as Mukarram sir was saying, because this is very sensitive information. And then what are the protocols to handle that information? So these are the small petty things that when once converge together make this dream possible.
Absolutely. Tasif, as we move forward with the incident, I think all those rules of engagement, of reporting the incidents and all, will be defined momentarily as we move forward. Thank you, Tasif, for your remarks. Again, my last question to Ali Shehbaz, representing eBricks. Again, Ali, two things. One of the critical parts that I've seen in various inserts around the world is this vulnerability management program, where security professionals can report the vulnerability, how key it would be. And again, Rafi can take this point as a key takeaway as well. And secondly, from the cyber resilience perspective, I think, what's your take on for the industry? That what should we do in terms of cyber hygiene, preparedness for such kind of cyber attacks?
All right, thank you for having me. Some gems being dropped around here, especially the one regarding going back to conventional warfare. All the definitions that we have within cybersecurity, we do find their roots going back to conventional warfare, and I think that makes it easier to explain the concept to board executives, to C-level executives at times. Because when we speak of cyber threat intelligence, for instance, even if we speak about vulnerability management, अगर एक national CERT की हम बात कर रहे हैं, and we are expecting banks and all the stakeholders to be reporting all the intelligence that they're gleaning out of the incident that they respond to. How can we create a safe environment for them to be able to report those incidents? We need to give them the trust that it's all right if they got hacked, as long as they're ready to learn from it, as long as they're ready to take the industry forward based on their learnings. यही trust है जिसकी basis पे आप लोगों को encourage कर सकते हैं to be open and to start sharing that information, जैसे आप traditional intelligence में भी देखते हैं. If you find it convenient and you can trust the authorities, then you will go in with whatever intelligence you find out about something fishy happening, right? That's the same concept that we need to bring into cyber threat intelligence. और अगर हम एक vulnerability program को इसकी basis पर चलाना चाहते हैं, so then what needs to be done after we have that centralized threat intelligence available is to be able to disseminate it properly. And once it's disseminated, we need to have a process in place to see it actually go into action as well. कि उस intelligence की basis पे क्या जो target organizations हैं, क्या are they all revisiting their risk scoring again? कि एक certain threat intel आई है कि this is an attack which earlier we did not consider to be of a very high probability. But now, given this new threat intel, is everybody revising their risk scores based on that? Is it actually feeding into their incident response programs? क्या अपने incident response की strategy में वो उन चीज़ों की drills incorporate करना शुरू कर रहे हैं? So this is something which is completely connected, as Ahmed earlier mentioned in his talk, Okay, it's a whole 360-degree thing, which one process needs to feed into the other. And this, apart from building the trust part, that's where the regulator comes in as well. So you do incentivize people sharing information. مثال کے طور پہ organizations کے علاوہ اگر کوئی individuals ہیں جو share کرنا چاہتے ہیں, we've had individuals come up to us at events and share certain information, certain intelligence with us, which has actually helped us track other threat actors later on. انڈیویجولس کے لیے کیا ہم کوئی انانیمس پورٹل رکھ سکتے ہیں جہاں پہ وہ انفارمیشن تھریٹ انٹیل شیئر کر سکیں, سائبر تھریٹ انٹیلیجنس. In case we do have their identities, how much confidence and trust have we given them that their identities will be protected, just like we do for conventional, right? So, and after we've done all of this, is sari intel ko ikattha karke humne karna kya hai? What are we going to do with it? Incident response is something which we've done for a number of banks. We've done compromise assessment services for a number of banks, digital forensics and so on. And what we've realized is there's a huge gap as far as incident readiness is concerned. جس طرح ہم نے ڈیزاسٹر ریکوری ڈرلز کو, بزنس کنٹینیوٹی ڈرلز کو عام کیا تھا, اسی طرح ہمیں انسیڈنٹ ریڈینس اینڈ آفٹر دیٹ انسیڈنٹ رسپانس کی ڈرلز کو عام کرنا ہے. انسیڈنٹ ریڈینس میں پیپل ہیو ساکس, پیپل ہیو سمز ان پلیس, but are the right logs coming in? Are the right resources dedicated to that? And the most important part, آپ کی جو human resource ہے اس کا لیول کہاں کھڑا ہے. How do we ascertain that the human resource across a given sector, say banking, is able to respond to those incidents? کیونکہ اگر ہم ایک سیکٹر کی بات کر لیں, the weakest link is going to let in that attacker. جیسے ہم ایک آرگنائزیشن میں کہتے ہیں کہ the weakest link will let them in and then there will be lateral movement. اسی طرح the weakest link is going to let the attacker in. Using third-party services, we've already responded to a cross-sector attack recently. So these are the areas which we think are very important, اور اس میں obviously regulation plays a huge part. We saw how compromise assessments were driven in the past couple of years, 2 to 3 years, and we feel the next step, اگر ہم CERT کو actually use کرنا چاہتے ہیں to be able to respond to incidents, the next step needs to be an incident readiness assessment and an incident response drill that needs to become a part and parcel of something which is done either internally or through a third party as well. So that's something that we've been advocating to our customers as well, and that's something I wanted to point out here too.
Thank you, Ali. That's come to our end of the discussion. But just to recap, we have some really good thoughts. I think we covered all the major areas of the NCERT. We discussed about what are the critical success factors of having a CERT. Jab sahab would like.
میں ایک چھوٹا سا جوک سنانا چاہوں گا آپ کو. اینڈ میں بڑا سیریس بات ہو رہی تھی. میں نیا چارج لیا تھا FINR3C کا, تو ایک ویب سائٹ تھی zong.something. وہ انفارم کرتی تھی گلوبلی بھائی کہاں کون سی ویب سائٹ ہیک ہوگی, کیا ہوا. میں اس کا ممبر تھا. میں آپ سے کوئی 2002 یا 2003 کی بات کر رہا ہوں. تو میں کراچی میں کانفرنس پہ گیا ہوتا, شیلٹر میں ٹھہرا ہوتا. رات کو مجھے پڑھ رہا تھا, میں لکھا ہے کہ میں نام لوں گا, اس بینک کی ویب سائٹ ہیک ہو گئی ہے پاکستان میں. میں کہا یہ تو بڑا مسئلہ ہو گیا, چیک کرتے ہیں. خیر وہ میں نے نیٹ ورک یوز کر کے اس بینک کے پیرنٹ صاحب کا نمبر لے لیا. رات کے 11 ساڑھے 11 بجے ہوئے تھے اور وہ سو گئے تھے وہ. تو میں نے وہ کال کیا, میں نے کہا جی اپنا نام بتایا, میں کہ اس طرح میں بول رہا ہوں اور آپ کی ویب سائٹ ہیک ہو گئی ہے. کہتے آپ نے ہیک کی ہے؟ ایک دم میں نے کہا بھائی میں نے ہیک نہیں کیا, میں بتا رہا ہوں آپ کو. خیر بہرحال اگلے دن پھر کھانا بھی کھایا ان کے ساتھ, سب بات کی. تو ہم نے کہاں سے شروع کیا تھا کہ بینک کے پیرنٹ صاحب FIA کے افسر کو کہہ رہے ہیں کہ آپ نے ہیک کی ہے. میں کہا نہیں جی ہم نے کوئی ہیک نہیں کی.
Yeah, Jafis have rightly pointed out, and that's the kind of change and awareness we have seen. If you go away 5-6 years back, جہاں پہ بورڈ اور پریزیڈنٹ کہتے تھے یار یہ سائبر کیا ہوتا ہے, اینڈ دس از ایکچولی ٹرو اسٹوری. اب بیسکلی ڈسکشنز ہیو چینج. اب ڈسکشن کیا ہوتا ہے یار وہ صاحب نارمل کوشچن, ہم لوگ سائبر سے سیف ہیں, یہ جو وہاں پہ ہوا ہے ہم سیف ہیں کہ نہیں. آئی تھنک دیٹ اویئرنیس ہیز کم again at all levels. So with that, thank you everyone.
One single point, with all due apologies, I didn't mean to take more time, but because it's a very important topic and sensitive one, I do want to emphasize one thing, that whatever we do, please make sure that we do have this incorporated into the communication plan. So every organization, whether national or domestic or a private entity, must have a communication plan that in case of an incident, minor or major, how that will be communicated internally and publicly. we have seen major fiascos taking place just because there could not be a single unified messaging coming out from an organization.
Absolutely true. Absolutely, without a doubt. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all the panelists for their expert opinion. Please have a seat, stick around, as we will be distributing mementos after the closing remarks by the Secretary. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammad Sohail Rajput, Federal Secretary, Ministry of IT and Telecom, for his closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, ladies and gentlemen, and very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for arranging this conference on a very, very important and current issue of cyber intelligence and cyber security. And I'm also thankful to them for giving me the floor this afternoon to speak to you and conclude this session. I wanted to spend more time here, but since I have been running around in different meetings, so I can only get here about half an hour back. So I have not been able to listen to whatever the informed discussions and dialogue that has taken place here. But I believe that the kind of resources we have here, the kind of people who are very pertinent and relevant to the industry, they have participated in good strength here. So there must have been a very, very informed and educated discussion, because this is one area where there is a very strong need to develop our capacity not only in future, but I think this is the time where we shall have that capacity. The recent cyber attacks on FBR and recently on National Bank, they show how vulnerable we are, how vulnerable our data is. And when I say FBR and National Bank, these are two big institutions of the country, one in banking, other in tax collection. So if we don't have that systems and processes in place in these organizations which store the critical data of the citizens, then that shows that our weakness is quite severe. And we need to update it at a very, very fast pace so that we can when we say that digital Pakistan is the vision of the current government, but that vision will not materialize until and unless we have a secure cyberspace for our citizens. The citizens shall have the trust in the digital world, because a lot of financial transactions take place in the digital world now. So it is the ultimate responsibility of the government to take the lead and provide that ecosystem which ensures that that trust in the digital world is well substantiated. I will just like to highlight that might have been discussed before, but pardon me if I repeat something which have been mentioned earlier as well. But all of you must be aware that government has recently approved the cyber security policy, which is the first in Pakistan, which I believe is 2 decades late. It should have come maybe 15, 20 years ago, but it's never too late, as they say. So that policy is there, but the policies, then if we talk about the policies, there are innumerable policies lying on the desks of and shelves of the government ministries and departments and organizations, and they don't see the light of day for implementation. So having policy is a good thing, but how to implement it and enforce it in a manner which creates an environment which supports business, which supports organizations, and which also regulates to an extent to ensure that we don't over-regulate. We shall be cautious of it, because over-regulation also kills competition. So we have to create that fine balance of regulating things in a manner which are pro-business. So the institutional framework which has been laid down for that policy, we have a National Cyber Governance Policy Committee, which in fact held several rounds of discussions before this policy came to light. And that committee is in place for overall cyber governance in the country. It is headed by the Minister of IT, so it's a very high-level forum, and it has representation from the relevant stakeholders, not only from the government, but some private sector is also represented. So that forum is there, but under this policy, we plan to have a national level body specifically for cyber security in the country. So we are in the process of preparing a draft for that national level body. It may come through a separate piece of legislation, or we might amend the current Prevention of Electronic Crime Act in order to make a space for that national level body. But we are working on that, so that will be an overarching body at the apex, at the national level, which will provide a coordinated environment and response to the cyber threats. And then the institutional framework, we are having a discussion on national cert. National cert, we are in the process of implementation now. We have a public sector development program scheme with the initial allocation of rupees 2 billion. And we are moving it at a very, very fast pace. So the critical infrastructure and HR, which are required for establishing the national cert, we are in the process of procuring those. So we are quite confident that by the end of this financial year, that is June 2022, most of the hardware and software will be procured and HR will be in place. So once we have that national cert in place, and if that is coupled with the cert rules, which are also now in the final shape, so that will give that kind of ecosystem for placing the national cyber security threats in perspective. Then we have sectoral certs below that for different sectors, like we're discussing telecom or banking, etc. So those sectoral certs shall be aligned with the national certs. So this is the major scheme of thing. I have been in this ministry for about 6 months now, and the major constraints which I see in not only the cyber security arena of the IT, but overall, if we look ICT as a complete field, then HR is the constraint. And you talk about any area of ICT, we are producing about 25 to 30,000 graduates annually, but the industry says only 10% of them are readily employable. So that speaks about the quality of our output from the educational institutions. So that definitely needs to be upgraded. But we have planned some short-term interventions in HR. And you will, inshallah, soon see that most of them will be rolled out in next 2 to 3 months. In coordination with academia and industry, we are planning that we shall train our HR for 3 to 4 months courses, which are most demanded by the industry, so that the HR constraint can be addressed. But it has to be a public-private partnership. Government alone, unless industry, the private sector, the big banks, insurance, the other critical sectors which use ICT, almost every sector is using it now, unless they partner with the government and government comes up with innovative public-private partnership ideas, this kind of challenges, as one of the I mentioned in HR, will not be addressed. So we will be losing a lot on the global demand which is available there, global opportunity. Our IT exports previous year were 1400 million. This year, which ended in June, have grown by 47%. So those were 2100 million US dollars. For the current year, we have set up a very challenging target for ourselves that we will be exporting 3700 US million dollars of exports in IT, which is 75% growth over what we achieved last year. So this is a challenging target, but doable, because the global demand is very high. And we have the youth bulge, we have the young population in this country. If we can train them well, then I think they can meet that global demand. So our IT exports have the potential to rise substantially, provided we resolve the HR constraint and we give our youth the kind of skill set which is required to compete in the global world. So if we focus, cybersecurity is another area I think we again lack human resources. All the big organizations must be struggling to get the good human resource in this area. We have launched, and I think 30th November is probably the date when we will have the final of the competition, Cyber Hackathon, in which we have invited the young talent to participate, demonstrate their skill. The 3 rounds have already taken place, one at Karachi, one at Lahore, one at Islamabad, and final will hopefully be presided over by the president of this country. So this is the kind of attention the government is giving to this cybersecurity issue. So I will also encourage you to come and witness that event, and you might find some good talent for your companies as well. So with that, I again thank you for the audience, for listening to me, and for participating in this event. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
I would like to invite our organizer, Faisal Rahim, on the stage for distribution of mementos. Sayyid Ali Naqvi, please join us. Dr. Hassan Islam. Muhammad Mukarram Khan. Mr. Ali Shahbaz. Mr. Faisal Anwar. Mr. Awais Javed. Professor Johns, sorry. Mr. Amar Jafri.